A comfy seat, tea's about to get wild. We've got true crime tales and a mischievous smile. More life, chaos, the highs and the lows. Laughing through the madness, anything goes. It's talk time with Amy Boston and Kelly Farrell. Fun nights and stories we're telling. Everyone's welcome, grab your drink, come run. We love true crime, real life and fun. And free care and read, y'all. Interviews, confessions, and a little bit of sass. Laughing till we're breathless, letting troubles pass. Among squad missions to mysteries at night. Grab your crew, settle in, it's a wild ride. It's talk time with Amy Boston and Kelly Farrell. Fun nights and stories we're telling. Everyone's welcome. Grab your drink, come run. He loves true crime, real life and fun. Hell! It's free care read, y'all. Guys, talk time with Amy Boston and Kelly. Free care and read.
So that's a plus for this morning. Obviously, not as nice as yesterday was, but at least we're not getting wet. Dylan's over here, but he wanted me to start the show. Good morning. We're live. You want to say hi?
Hi, everybody. Free Cameron Reed. That's all I want to say.
Yeah. At least we're avoiding the rain. Spirits are up. Of course, it's breezy, if not windy, as always, down here. We'll go check out Hardman. Sergeant Hardman just arrived. Slightly late for his normal schedule. We had a large crowd down here yesterday. I don't think it's going to be like that every day. Especially when there's days like this where they're forecasting rain. We had probably 50 people down there at the 200-foot line. Yesterday, would pop up chairs out. And it was a good crowd. I don't know what we'll have for numbers down here today. I mean, some people take one, like yesterday was kind of a pre-planned extra event, so some people took the day off to be here and stuff like that. And the weather was perfect. Some people can only get down here one day a week, so they might take Fridays or Mondays or whatever they can. Like Tina's been taking Tuesdays to be here and do this show. But yeah, that's what we pretty much expect. A long day with Yuri Buchanan on cross. We believe Alan Jackson has a lot more questions for Yuri. I mean, obviously the defense wasn't allowed to bring in an expert to show how shoddy, if not corrupt, this whole investigation was. So Alan Jackson has to take that role when he's cross-examining these police officers and detectives, both Canton and the state police detective group out of DA Morrissey's office. It's been Alan Jackson's job now because the defense wasn't allowed the expert. It's Alan Jackson's job to point out to the jury how awful this investigation was and to illustrate to the jury like how ludicrous and awful this investigation was. Even if you consider it incompetence, I consider it more than incompetence. I see it as done willfully and purposely to hide the true crime. But I mean that's a goal probably that Alan Jackson would like to achieve. But at the very least, if he can show the jury how bad the investigation was, to put reasonable doubt in their minds that the lack of a declared and secured crime scene, the poor, if not existent, chain of custody on any of the evidence, the fact that Canton PD was supposed to be removed entirely from the case, either by rule, because the state police do all the unalived cases, not Canton PD. But what complicated that even more was the fact that Canton PD was obviously conflicted. You had Kevin Albert, brother of Brian Albert, the homeowner. Even though Brian Albert's a Boston cop, Kevin Albert was a Canton detective. There's obvious conflicts of interest everywhere in this case. Lanker, Kevin Albert. The fact that Buchanan and Proctor even brought Karen Reed's Lexus back to the Canton Sallyport and basically involved Canton PD directly or indirectly was obviously wrong. When Buchanan and Proctor took possession of Karen's Lexus, it should have gone to a state police facility and not back to the scene of the crime or the second crime. But obviously we believe that the Lexus was brought back to Canton PD to get it close to 34 Fairview. So as, again, we believe the taillight was harvested, they could get some of the pieces over to 34 Fairview as they held off the CERT team from their search, which began ridiculously late in the day after another 18 inches of snow had fallen. So that's what AJ is busy with, digging into Yuri Buchanan right now. Is trying to point out how everything he did was wrong, and also point out as much as he can, Mr. Proctor, former Trooper Proctor. So he's Alan Jackson doing his best to have this jury itching with curiosity, like, who is this Proctor dude, and why haven't we seen him yet? And if the prosecution fails to call Proctor, the defense surely will.
Yeah, don't say anything.
And, Yuri won't even admit that Michael Proctor was the lead detective. So Yuri's trying to damage control that, minimize that. But obviously Alan Jackson's not letting it go. He's going to keep bringing up Proctor's name. Keep bringing up everything they did wrong. Yuri didn't help himself yesterday by pulling out the wrong shoe. There's a big difference between the shoe that John O'Keefe was wearing when he was transported to the hospital as opposed to the missing shoe that was missed by Canton PD and later found in the day by the state police CERT team. So when you pull the wrong shoe out of the evidence bag in a live open courtroom, that's obviously a bad look for the prosecution and DA Meatball Morrissey's state police detective unit. So we're all itching with anticipation to see the further dismantling of Yuri Buchanan on the stand by Alan Jackson. So it should be a long day of that continuing.
Yeah,
Obviously, I don't want to switch over to the chat, see what's going on, so I'm just rambling.
Mr. Hardiman, I goes, Yuri just pulled out back. He goes, get on the other side of the sidewalk right now. I see Yuri
Yeah.
back in the restroom.
Yeah, so Yuri Buchanan brings his own cruiser here, and he's parked around the corner. And Dennis was over there talking to our favorite cat team sergeant, Michael Hardman, who just told Dennis to go across the street and give a clear path to Yuri Buchanan so he can get from his cruiser into the courthouse. Because apparently Yuri Buchanan is fragile as a flower. Like, obviously, it's preposterous and ridiculous to even think anybody in the free can't read movement is going to say anything to him or whatever. There's zero threat. But he doesn't want any free can read people near him. Guess for security, I don't know. Well, I guess we'll do our normal morning routine here. Morning prayer and Pledge of Allegiance here at some point. We get 7:40. Let's find out who's going to lead the prayer and the Pledge of Allegiance. I'll switch to the back camera. Try to capture that. It's a little cool with the breeze, but we're dry. I'll take it. We had some really bad weather early in the week. Beautiful day yesterday, though. I was able to get my prime front spot. That's a 200-foot buffer zone. And I put my signs in between the bed of my truck and the cab. So everybody driving in this way through Dedham Center here gets to see my signs. Stuff that we were doing up the other end before they changed the buffer zone from 200 feet to 400 feet. Where we walk up to at 8 o'clock to greet Karen coming in. And I've been in several others after that event. We come 600 feet through the buffer zone and we set up at the 200-foot line down there. That's pretty much where I hang, and several others in free care and read hang down there now. That's where we were posted up yesterday. We had a large crowd down there yesterday. Obviously, it's more congested down there. We don't have as wide of a sidewalk. That dance studio down there that was formerly a church, we're right in front of their business. They caution taped off their lawn to keep us off it. So it's tight down there, and locals using the sidewalk, we're kind of clogging it up on them. Obviously, last trial, we had way more room down the other way, where we bothered a lot less people. But, you know, the foreman on the last jury wrote a letter to Bev saying all kinds of false claims, including the fact that he could hear Free Karen read while they were in trial or in deliberations because we were too close to the courthouse. And that was the perfect excuse for DA Michael Morrissey's office to request that Bev increase the buffer zone line from 200 to 400 feet down there, which pushed us way back past the church. So we lost all those parking spots on both sides of the street, the wider sidewalks, the shade trees, all the area that we were using in trial one to post up Free Karen Reed was taken away from us because of one false letter written by the foreman of the last jury in trial one. So they took that opportunity and ran with it. Plus, I'm sure they watched what we did in trial one, saw our tactics, saw where we posted up base, and they promptly took that away from us here in trial two. So we've been adjusting to that. Sergeant Harbin and his men consider the buffer zone not active until 8 a.m. So we're out here 7 to 8 a.m. signs, whatever we want, as if the buffer zone didn't exist. But suddenly at 8 o'clock, it does. So we march out of this buffer zone to the far 400-foot end. And that's when we line up down there, and you've seen it. Karen and her parents, her SUV livery vehicle or vehicles drive by us there, and then we get to say hi to them in the morning, and they see us and we see them, and a lot of people leave after that morning greeting. Others that stay here all day. We've been posting up at the 200-foot end just to be closer to the court. Karen Reed's SUV will turn the corner here on Pearl Street and park right here. And this is where they've been getting in and out of the SUV. And then they walk this way and then into the courthouse. So when we're at the 200-foot line there, we can sort of see them. They can sort of see us. But it's not like trial one. Even in trial one with the buffer zone, when Karen was arriving, entering court, exiting court, in and out in the mornings, lunch, end of the day, as long as we didn't have free Karen Reed signs or gear, we were allowed to enter the buffer zone. If you go back to some of the video from trial one, you'll see crowds of people lined around the sidewalk here. And what they've changed, one of the many things that have changed in the parameters of this new buffer zone rule is literally nobody can loiter down here at all, regardless if you have free Karen Reed signs or apparel. Nobody is allowed to just come down here and just stand around and hope to see Karen and her team up close and personal. We're not allowed physically to loiter in the buffer zone at all. Get passed through here, you could time your walk to coincide with possibly when Karen and her team are arriving. But we can't do like we did in trial one and just come down here and all hang out and be up at close and personal. So that's another thing I believe that's discouraged people from coming down here, because the new buffer zone parameters have made it far more uncomfortable. And people that are coming down here to maybe get a close-up picture of Karen Reed or see her team up close, that's not happening this time. So you could argue good and bad about that. There was times in trial one where there was hundreds of people down here milling about. It did, obviously, for the state police cat team that's down here and the Dedham police. That does create some security concerns. I mean, I know in trial one, every morning we would communicate and talk with the police, state and local, and we would point out somebody that's in our group that we don't recognize. Like, keep an eye on that one. I don't know what they're here for. We don't know who they are. So, you know, when you have a crowd like that, there's always the danger that somebody's put a free Karen Reed shirt on and showed up and joined our group, and then they have bad intentions. So there's actually a lot of us in the free Karen Reed movement that don't necessarily mind the new parameters, because it is much more safe for Karen Reed herself, but not to have all these people around her coming in and out of court. I mean, the crowds had gotten so big in trial one that some of us in the free Karen Reed movement actually threw security shirts on to augment Karen Reed's security just to help her out because of the crowds. So we don't have that going on at all in this trial. which in one way is sad, but in another way, it's actually far more safe for Karen and her team and her family. So I guess you can look at it a couple ways. Do we have somebody leading prayer, Dylan? Somebody leading prayer and Pledge of Allegiance? I'm coming up on 7:50.
Yeah. There you go. Like a story. Brenda's doing that.
Thanks for the reminder.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me just switch my camera to rear view.
Speak up. Spot, you ready?
1 second. All right.
What?
See thy name. Kingdom come. Thy will be done. That is in heaven. It's just a daily bread. Against us against us. For the rest.
Amen.
Flag, United States of America. Republic, which stands under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Free Karen Reed. Hey now. Hey now.
Yeah. Record it.
Yeah. I went, in school. We used to do that every day. Hey now. Hey now.
Yeah, that's where people miss Kurt.
I can cook, Jack. Morning. Morning. Morning.
Chrissy.
Morning. Morning. Oh, yeah, what a day.
Yeah, it's the rain's rolling out. Anybody else gonna go live today on the channel? You know who's coming down?
Yeah, it's around 9.
9.
Then I'll try and maximum do it from 9 o'clock. Once a quarter up and ready, she just puts the two out when it puts a court,
Yeah.
She doesn't like to put the fan there. Well, it's just she might do trade corner, but people don't like the fan.
know.
So, but she's always there. And the band puts up. Yeah, Erica's around 9. And then, yeah, I'm staying down to about 11. We go to stand out there in Hampton. So.
Oh yeah, they still do the Friday afternoon.
Yeah, town hall in the morning, and then 11 till 1. So then they moved down to town hall.
Oh, instead of the police station.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chris Lawback resigned, Chris Albert type thing. Yeah. So exactly Caribbean.
Yeah, that came up last night's show with Michael Bryant.
Oh yeah.
Gail from Canton was on it. I don't know if you saw it.
No, I didn't see it.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
What's she saying?
Gail was talking about all the tea, 71 years in Canton. She runs a hair salon in Canton. So she's truly boots on the ground in Canton. Gets all the town tea, If you want to know what's going on in town, it's early.
Chili's amazing. That's cool. That's one of the highlights of the day. Chili just going over.
Yeah.
Fog out as well. timed it well.
But she's usually going by when we're already down there.
Yeah, I know.
She's early.
She got 5 minutes before we have to go.
Yeah. Yeah, so Gail was just talking about all she knows and hears, you know, running a hair salon in a town like that. Living there all your life and living there all your life and then working at a salon, you know everything in town. You know?
It's such a great town.
Yeah.
Like people saying people wanted to move into Canton, now they want to move out of Canton.
Right.
Which is
It's sad. Yeah, that was one of the things she was talking about during the show, is how you know, a lot of people were awakened to the corruption and they didn't even realize it was going on. You know, but these cases like Birchmore and John O'Keefe have really opened up their eyes. They've already gained 2 seats on the select board and they want more.
Chris is up next. So.
And Chris either resigns or he's going to lose the next election. Either way.
I think so.
It's
slowly taking back, you know. Once it turns, it's on the right thing. That's still a step. Yeah. So we'll see.
And I'm curious to see, you know, what the fallout is for the Matthew Farwell trial in federal court in Boston. That trial could bring out a lot, like you know, Yuri Buchanan missing 32,000 checks and emails between him and Sandra Birchmore and the cover up in that case.
Yeah, but it's such a high integrity case, the investigation they made. I
think there's a lot more to come out of that case.
There will.
People aren't talking about it. They're trying to separate the connections.
There will.
It's all D.A. Morrissey's detective group involved in that. Canton Police.
Go get a picture. Right, it's all get a picture. Right, we get a picture here.
This is always fun. I'm trying to hold a flag and a sign. Do the camera. And get in the picture.
I do. There you go. Go on, Brenda.
It's not the time to snickle here.
But you're on your knees, baby. 8, 7,
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Break out! Yes. All right. So, how many people are going there? Oh, there you go. We got so also Resist Silence. We're doing Alter Corner. Also, we're streaming. They get Amy and Kelly also streaming as well. Amy in Boston and Kelly Stephanie are streaming. So shout out to the ladies. Shout out to Mark Cunningham as well. Busting my balls all the time.
Well, as we've discussed, the way I got this link, I can't see the chat.
No, you're fine. Yeah, don't worry.
Especially on an Android.
You're fine. Don't worry.
We just film and narrate blind as to what's going on in chat.
Sometimes better that way.
Let it roll, let it flow.
Your chat normally just chats themselves. So.
This is the 8 a.m. march from the front of the courthouse to Free America, 400 feet down there.
she's definitely going to be in the. I saw that. That's good.
Some of these shade trees need to be trimmed. You're carrying flags and signs going under these low trees. It's not fun. Taking down branches. No, I say it every day. This is our old hangout. This is where we were posted up in trial one. This was the old buffer zone line. So we had all these spots here, both sides of the street. This is where we hung out. We had way more room over here, but jury foreman in trial one said we were too close to the court, and the powers that be were like, "Oh, great, we can kick them out of there in a sweet spot, get them out of this area right here, and move the new buffer zone line to the opposite side of Village Street here that we're about to cross."
I have one right here. I have.
You know, the morning crew here is still parking here because they don't go down to the other end. They greet Karen in the morning, and a lot of them leave. But this new buffer zone line is ludicrous because they put it on the other side of this street, and now we're left with this narrow sidewalk in front of somebody's home. This new buffer zone here keeps us out of this whole area that we're in. Sorry. So we had this big, not open area, but we had space.
So the first week's just around here, but then
Trying not to decapitate people. Timma, can you do me a favor? Can you stick this flag in one of the fence things? Thank you. So obviously, to post up here for the day on this side of the buffer zone, there's no parking and no room. And we would literally spend the day in front of this person's house. It's pretty much of an impossible situation. Luckily, the rumor is that the person that owns this home is free Karen Reed. That's a plus. But that's why we've basically been forced to the other end of the buffer zone, which is the original 200-foot line, because there is some free public parking on the street down there. And obviously more room than what is left here for us. There's really no way to post up for the court day down here. The crowds here in the morning have been varying. I mean, Monday we had a large crowd and it was pouring rain. Tuesday was rain, I think, too. Thursday we had a large crowd because there was a special addition to the group. A lot more people were here yesterday. Some days it just boils down to the hardcore OGs that are here, which is basically what's here right now. These group pictures take place every 5 minutes. It seems.
Brenda, hold on. You want to take a photo?
And then there was one that didn't make the picture.
Everybody knows the
I know, and it's a little cool.
That's
It's
okay.
not raining.
I had to get my Clinton.
Yeah.
That was the coolest thing they ever come up with.
Let's get in the picture, will you?
These things. The best thing. Oh, good morning. All right, you ready? Come on, Brenda.
Yeah.
Get in it. 10, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Oh, wait a sec, Joe's here.
Hey. Stragglers and latecomers. Oh well.
I'm a straggler. My wife, I blame my wife.
So for the last 2/3 of trial one, well, there's the Reeds. Hi. For the last 2/3 of trial one, Karen and her team rented the church rectory building back there. And if you saw trial one, they would exit the court and post up in that building. They chose not to do that this time.
You want to get a selfie with
That was another thing that was different about the dynamics in trial one. We were all posted up right here. And we would see Karen and her team coming in and out of the church rectory, going back and forth to court.
Okay.
Our city, I love it. I love it.
I just broke it.
Dennis is on the right side of the fence, which is unusual.
But that's not.
He's usually on the other side of the fence waiting for the police to tell him to move. But still early though, 8:07. Her Karen's parents and Nathan were here early. Karen and her team, roughly anytime between 8:40 and nearly 9 o'clock is when they're coming in. You just never know exactly when. Some days we get quite amount of time to talk to her because of the traffic backs up, and they are stopped in traffic like right here in front of us. It's all timing when they're coming down the street here. Timing of the traffic light down there, if how many cars are going to be lined up. There's been some days where they're literally like rolling through all the way straight because there's no cars in front of them. And there's other days where they're stuck in traffic right here for several minutes. You know, the amount of traffic that comes down High Street here to go through Dedham Center is crazy volume. I mean, it's unbelievable how many cars a day. I remember in trial one when we had the big crowds down here in the old buffer zone area. They were trying to say that the Free Karen Reed crowd was causing traffic on High Street in Dedham, and I say that the traffic's here no matter what. Had nothing to do with the Free Karen Reed crowd being down here. I mean, even with the media presence, free can read people presence, the traffic would be here anyways. The other day, Karen's SUV was stopped here in traffic, and Karen had her window down and greeting and talking to everybody. And then the back window goes down, and it's Alessi and Jackson in the back seat, and I'm leaning over the fence and I'm saying, "Hey, who's the next witness?" Of course, they weren't going to tell me. But today's pretty much, we know what's going on. It's going to be Yuri Buchanan for the most of the day, the whole day. At least that's what we're hearing. But Alan Jackson has a lot more questions for Yuri. Beep while you can.
Who's in there? Hey, who are you? Hey, let me see you.
Shy.
Yeah, the town of Dedham would be well served to bring in some fill. This berm from the sidewalk to the street is kind of eroded away, and it's turned into a culvert. Yeah, the first few days we were down here in pretrial, they didn't have this fencing up. So we were kind of standing on the shoulder. And then they quickly put more fencing down here. From what I see of the weather forecast, the rain's going to hold off in this area until at least 11 a.m. noontime. Looking at the radar, the live radar, it looks like we're good for the rest of the morning.
Oh, tonight?
I know I keep saying it, but obviously I can't see chat. I would literally need another phone or somebody standing next to me that I could see the chat, so I could interact with the chat. We got 13. It's funny, we have to leave the front of the courthouse and march down here at 8 a.m. And sometimes 8 a.m. to 8:40, just standing here in anticipation of Karen's arrival, it seems like it takes a long time. But, you know, normally we just chit-chat amongst each other and talk about everything, the case, the communing of free can read people. Yeah, it's funny when I first started coming down here. I think it was July of 2023. That famous footage, and we're all up on the stairs of the courthouse. I think that was my first time down here physically. I was already involved in the movement online and Facebook groups, Turtle Boy. I think that was my first time over here physically. So they hadn't really figured out pre-care and read yet. So we were all up on the court stairs. That quickly caused them to cordon off the stairs that we couldn't use it. And then they started putting up this fencing in front of the courthouse and told us we had to stay on the sidewalk. Then they started taping off the lawn around the courthouse. So it's been reactive by the court and by the town, how they handle us as it progressed. And then obviously just before trial one began, that's when DA Morrissey's office motioned for the buffer zone. If I recall correctly, he wanted 500 feet from the courthouse, and Bev modified it to 200 feet. And now, of course, going into trial two with that jury foreman letter from trial one, she extended the buffer zone on this end from 200 to 400 feet to the corner of Bullitt and High Street, which took away our area that we were using. So progressively, as this has gone on for nearly 2 years, we just keep getting pushed further and further. And of course, Judge Beverly Cannoni's excuse is, we need a clean and untainted trial process. We can't have the outcome of this trial being influenced by the Free Karen Reed protesters outside. I get it, but I mean, if you look at it from strictly a First Amendment issue, freedom of speech, freedom to assemble, freedom to demonstrate and assemble and all that stuff, it's obviously, I disagree totally with the buffer zone constitutionally wise. And there's been challenges against it. Attorney Mark Randazza been trying to work on that fight. That's the other reason why Bev buses in the jury, so they're not going to drive by us or see us at all. There's an undisclosed remote parking lot that the jurors must assemble at. Then they get on the bus, and then the bus is driven to the back of the courthouse. And that's how they come and go from court. So the point of that is that they're not exposed to the Free Karen Reed movement people. I mean, which I understand and respect. I mean, even in trial one, when we had a lot more access down toward the courthouse, we all agreed as a group, stay away from the back of the courthouse. We didn't want to taint that process. None of us ever try to get even near the back of the courthouse. Some people hang down the far end, so they're like the first that Karen drives by. Plus, when there is a big crowd down here, it gets a little tight, kind of like stepping on each other's toes. And if you're carrying a flag or a sign, you kind of, some people just want a little more space and they spread out. Plus people down the far end are usually the first ones to spot Karen's SUV, and then they yell down, "Hey, she's coming." Of course, there's not a lot of traffic. You can see them pretty far away as they approach. Yeah. Pick up the trash, let the free can read movement. Yeah, watch out, Cheryl. That thing's gonna just grab Dennis and throw him in the. Dennis was smart. That's why he's on this side of the fence today for once.
Yeah, this is our first time here. Hi.
Hi. Oh, Canton. Oh, jeez. From the belly of the beasts.
Some faces.
We grew up in Canton. We don't need more, but we
What years?
for
Yeah, it was 2008, 2007.
we moved out of Canton 6 years ago. Were you? Oh, okay. Yeah.
I did notice this week is a lot less. The bicycle, the state police 13 bicycle patrol. Yeah, I even noticed that yesterday. A lot less of them. Sometimes they're down here patrolling, making sure we're on the right side of the fence. Dedham PD has a detail show up here at some point, but they're not here yet either. So very light police presence this week, especially today. I haven't seen anybody. Hartman's cat team are down there in front of the registry of deeds, but all the other state police 13 guys that ride the bikes around, I haven't seen many of them today.
But people know, even if they might know. Yeah.
So how did Pocket get ripped?
Chloe bite them in the ass. Or did they lift them up? Who knows? Could have been one of the other.
Real worried.
Just gonna interview Dylan for a second. Dylan, what are your plans for the weekend here?
So tomorrow, I'm going shopping. I need some stuff for the condo. Then I got to do laundry.
Laundry.
Laundry with the Sweeney.
Morning.
Morning. How are you, my darling?
How are you?
Nice to see you.
Good to see you.
Now, don't start any fires today now, right?
Yeah.
The fires, like white tea, cheapers, white tea.
You wanted to do it at night. I'm like, we're doing it now. You know, I get the hose out. I'm like,
Get out.
this isn't the first dance with them.
I know, I can imagine. So then, a Sunday, I've got to take the Sweeney's up for food tomorrow night. Say thank you. Then Sunday, Legacy Place. Then Canton stand down after that for resign. Chris Albert resigned. And then food as well, probably. And then this afternoon, going to Town Hall in Canton to do a resign Chris Canton as well. So busy. That's good. See, I'm with Dennis all day tomorrow. Brenda's not with us, so
All right.
that's gonna be trouble trying to do laundry with Dennis, you know. But
That'll be a good live.
that might be
Dylan and Dennis at the laundromat.
yeah. Told you about AKA Sweeney's house.
Oh, they do it. Yeah, that's far less expensive.
Yeah, but we're gonna have to figure out how to do it. You know, so
Yeah, then Brenda will come home and like, what?
what's all the water
What's that?
for?
The sun's everywhere.
Yeah, what are you doing? So yeah, we'll see. It'll be a fun day. So we might do a live. I'm not sure. Might do a live. People like to see Dennis, so we'll do that.
As far as husband thing, I did get nervous.
Yeah, that's it. You can't see the chart anyway, can you? So
No. Well, somebody's willing to stand next to me watching the show live or on an actual StreamYard app. I can't see the chat.
say hello to Whitney from Indiana. Last day today.
Hi.
Going to a wedding tomorrow.
Yes.
Be great. Driving 12.5 hours back Sunday.
Oh, you drove?
Yeah. It was fun though. It was easy.
It's more like
Yes. Lots of energy drinks, lots of coffee.
stop time to fit.
A few times, yeah. Yeah. So
Stretching.
not bad, yeah. Yeah. Just gotta keep going. You can't stop.
Yeah,
All right.
I know.
That's why I wouldn't want to drive cross country with a Tesla. Have to stop and charge it. I'd like to just pull in a gas station, fill it up, and keep going.
Oh yeah.
I see these Teslas with like Texas plates on it. I'm like, how'd you do it? You have to add in all this extra time on your travels itinerary for charging the vehicle.
Takes a long time.
Yeah. I got a few more people here now.
10, 15 minutes currently here, so
Yeah.
it's all the reads. Mr. and Mrs.
I got 828.
Let's go. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's pepperoni for you.
Dennis is back on the wrong side of the fence where he belongs. But
Oh, before I forget, Anne-Marie, morning Anne-Marie, he's here. Honestly, he's here. Joe just dropped her off. There you go. Morning Anne-Marie. Hope you're well. Is we have to stand out. He got a phone call. I can see and hear you. Anne-Marie was on the stream watching Joe done. Make sure he's behaving.
yeah.
Yeah, because she said, she goes, I'm not bailing you out. You better call your sister. Okay.
Oh, you was behaving.
Oh, I never do.
He was behaving.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. Clarence always slows down.
Saw it was going to rain, so I actually take the free can read sign. So I'm getting more protective of it now. It's raining because of the signatures on it. If it happens, got her to sign it. She was up here for a couple days.
Yeah.
DJ from Calling All Beings signed it. Nan Gallagher. Of course, Bill and Janet Reed, Karen Reed, Alan Jackson, Robert Alessi, Liza Little, Kelly Reed, Turtle Boy, and then all the creators, and then Clara likes to write a book. James Jackson, JFK. At some point, I have to make a clone of the sign and put this away for posterity. Good morning.
Yeah.
I actually didn't want Karen to sign this sign until she was acquitted in trial one. And then I had an opportunity to get her to sign it. And I'm like, I didn't want you to sign this until you won. She's like, I don't care. Let me sign it. We're good. Yeah, we've gotten some more people down here in the last 15, 20 minutes. But people know that she's, there's Dedham police now. People are timing it because it's going to be any time between 8:40 and close to 9 that she drives by here. So standing here at 8 a.m. is kind of pointless, but we have to leave the buffer zone, so that's why we come down here at 8.
Yeah, but good thing the cushions didn't catch her.
The way the traffic's going right now, there's a good chance that she's going to get delayed right in front of us here. It's been a cameraman for Channel 4 Boston that's usually down here every morning with us. He gets some good footage that's shown on WBZ4 News. I don't see him today.
Jen's my dad, yeah.
He's actually the photographer for Christina Rex. I was talking to him yesterday because I'm not exactly a Christina Rex fan. So I didn't criticize her too harshly. It actually makes it more difficult when the traffic is lined up this far back. Like if she was down there, you couldn't see her until they got closer because there's too much traffic in the way right now. There it is, Whitey. It's always dressed like it's summertime. If anybody follows the goings on in Canton, like the Canton Select Board meetings, James White, aka Whitey, he's spoken at those Canton Select Board meetings in the past. Well-known figure in Canton and in the Free Canton Read movement. Of course, Brenda Sweeney, well known in the Canton Select Board meetings. along with Rita Lombardi and some of the more outspoken town folks that speak at the town meetings when it's public speaking time. At least some progress is being made in that Canton Select Board. 2 seats have been taken. Still a 3-2 majority, though, for the townies on the select board. That's why they've been protesting in Canton, asking for Christopher Albert to resign.
Like Sunday, yeah.
But he'd lose the next election anyways.
Oh, yeah.
What's up, James? How are you? Brenda and Dennis came dressed as the FBI. I like that one. I guess that's why Dennis had to cross the street down there, because Dennis's FBI garb might have threatened Yuri Buchanan.
No, it was a group effort.
Good morning.
She had a disclaimer ahead of time, like, I don't think this is a good idea. Of course, it wasn't. Right. It wasn't, and then it was.
Here's the back.
Good picture yesterday? Was a camera thing. Did you get a good picture? Hold on. Yeah, my neighbor saw it. She's walking over, like, what's going on?
Get him longer flagpoles.
She knew.
I just saw it today. It's going to do you. Oh, just put that.
Too hard, let it go.
Right next to the fence. I'm like, oh no. She's like, oh, get him off, get him off. I'm like, all right, yeah. No,
The tree is still on fire.
The commercials are there as well. I felt so bad.
My daily life.
She's like married. Yeah. Let's take the man. I had to see you. It was brilliant.
I purposely put it in the backyard so that we'll take, Christmas time on. Time to dry out, yeah, to burn it.
Is that point you Sweden?
Mhm.
Stacey, thank you so much for the PayPal, my darling. I appreciate it. Thank you. Speak to Stacey. Thank you so much for the PayPal. Love you, my darling. Can't wait to see you again.
Can't see chat, but he can see the donations.
Well, it came up on my phone just now. What? Everyone knows Whitey as well. Scarred Marley, Ginger Short Lady. That's the one.
Wellness, she's the wellness deal.
But this game, it brought them all everything, So I am looking into it when I get back. I'm like, okay, let's, how do you make that? You just blend them, yeah?
Juice.
Yeah.
So the pulp comes not all in one.
You don't want the pulp in there. Okay, I'm going to get that.
How long does it last? Fridge.
3 days and then freezer. So
Okay. And you popped yours, you were just like,
I did one yesterday that was from last week. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's less,
Yeah, I should be getting ours this week.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, what model?
360 comes into my head.
everyone should get a ginger shot. Everyone should try at least once in a life, right? But I didn't expect that. Yeah. I thought it was a lovely one. And when she said, "You sure?" Yeah, it's a nice juice. It's vodka is in this hand. Ginger shots. It's fine.
Was it you that I
said, well, because we said.
I've been afraid to try one of those cancer shots. Heard they're pretty strong.
Yeah, I look forward to it. It's refreshing, I thought, you know? I did give you a shout out. Mark Cullinan says hello to you, Scott, and Dennis, and everybody. Mark, go back about 40 minutes. I gave you a shout out then as well. So, shout out to you, Marky. Obviously, Amy and Kelly are streaming as well. Resist the Silence, Dana, Tracy, and myself. So, go support everybody. And thank you, Scott, as well, for being here doing this, because you can't see the chat. And Scott's a chatter, so we'd like to see the chat.
Yeah.
But sorry, chat. Hope you entertain yourselves. You can't see the chat. It's not a bad thing, though.
Yeah. Speak of the devil. This is the channel 4 guy I was just talking about. Yeah. He chooses to use his cell phone because he gets better footage that way. Instead of running down here through the crowd with a big news camera.
Mark, he says, hello, Dennis.
Mark,
Oh, damn it, then hey. What's you want to
without a camera stick, this is getting, I gotta switch hands. Holding the phone up. Guess if I'm going to be given this task to film, I should have better equipment. You get a little more room today. The crowd's smaller down here. There's some days they see you running down here trying to follow a SUV, and you're trying to go through the crowd. Yeah.
It's traffic backs up, then she has to slow down.
Yeah, exactly.
I've had days you just go 25.
Yeah, I know. I was discussing that earlier.
They can't stop. They can't stop traffic.
Right, exactly. Yeah, we actually want like a heavy line of traffic, so we have to slow down here.
Just enough.
Yeah.
And that gives me time to get down the other. end.
Yeah. The other thing, running these StreamYard links, it puts a severe and strong drain on your phone battery. That's why you kind of, when you're doing this, you need like a auxiliary battery pack to keep your phone juiced up. Been running the stream, my phone's already down to 48%. Fully charged when I started.
Where are you sending it? You just sent it back to me.
Oh, this is on Resistance to Silence, the live YouTube show.
Yeah. So that's the shot that you just shot. Peter, you know Peter, he used to be a Canton police officer.
Oh yeah, Peter Murphy. Yeah. Oh, I see you on TV.
Somebody's watching.
Yeah. Yeah, like he was just discussing if there's not a line of traffic at that street light, Karen driver can slow roll through here, but not really stop. So when she does arrive, you almost want there to be a line of cars so they're forced to slow down or even stop for a minute. I mean, if there's nobody behind them, they can kind of slow roll it through here. But obviously, they can't just stop and stop traffic. Dennis is going to get spoken to for being on the wrong side of the fence. I was waiting for that. That was... Dennis's argument is, isn't this shoulder the bike lane anyways? What difference does it make if I'm standing in the shoulder or if I'm riding a bike? Oh, here she comes.
Good morning.
Morning, Karen.
Let's go, Jackson! Let's go, son! Let's do it! Come on!
Forward to this today. Wow, baby Jackson!
Karen, your parents are the sweetest. We're from Atlanta.
Yes. Yes. We love you guys.
Oh my gosh. Hi, Brenda.
Take a picture. You're from Indiana. Go ahead, go. I know you, Jackson. Hi.
Take down Yuri.
Yeah, go get it.
Gas today.
Thank you. Good luck, everyone. Let's go, team. Go, Jackson. Let's go, sir.
Well, that was cool.
There we go.
The people that traveled here got a selfie with Karen Reed. Nothing.
Okay, I got another.
Bye.
Oh, you won the prize.
Thanks.
That is so nice. That's a good thing. Enjoy the wedding. Snacks me in the face with it. It's nice to meet you. Enjoy the wedding.
Well, that worked out good. Nice long stop right here. Some people got some selfies with Karen. The high street and Dedham traffic has its advantages.
Oh, you're welcome. I need Scotty around for bail money though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They just kind of take it in while what just happened there. Travelers that came here to be amongst us got up and close with Karen Reed there for a minute.
Yeah, I want to see him. No.
Can you sidewalk? Yep. I'll probably be here all day. Unless it starts pouring out. I don't know. I play it by ear every day. Can you hold this for a minute?
Great. Are you guys hanging out for the rest of the day or hanging out for a little bit or? Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, if you guys decide to come out, yeah. They're hanging out in the post office. Oh, there's a truck that usually sits there with the TV and everything. Oh, so, wow. I love it. Yeah. Hey, I don't see you. So nice to meet you. So nice to meet you guys. Have a, thank you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
See ya.
Thank you so much. Thank you guys so much. Sunday. Yeah, my partner's wedding this weekend, so I wanted to like double check. The rest of the year, I've got a nice big trash bag to stand in when it starts raining.
All right. Excuse me.
I'm sorry. I don't like the mask.
Got a lot of stuff there.
All right.
All right. We'll see you later. Bye.
It's a chance.
Bagged up my sign. Got to go to the other end, 600 feet to the other buffer zone line.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right here where we grew up. So. Oh, okay. Oh, great.
I'm heading to the other buffer zone line. Bye, Dennis and Brenda. See you.
Oh my gosh, sorry.
Walk behind me, you're gonna get whacked.
Not walking behind me, walking beside me.
I want to personally trim these trees.
Bye.
Figured out that trick. It's a crosswalk. It does all four crosswalks, so you can cross diagonally. This is one of the state police. 13 guys on a bike, but I don't see the large numbers that I've seen in the past. Go ahead of me.
Yeah, oh, sure.
I'm gonna take care of my sign.
Oh, I think she's still back over there. I think.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just wanted to interview the free Karen Reed person that was here from Indiana. That was able to get. I know, but it's not like selfie with Karen Reed there. I guess that's a good mainstream news story for woman travels from Indiana to be part of the free Karen Reed group.
Later, so hopefully I
Hello.
can wash away.
Yeah. Well, we're coming.
So I'm telling you, the kid. Do we know who moved these cones?
I don't know.
Yeah, we put some cones out to try to save spots, but people move them anyways. Here we go. 8:59. Should be switching to the court view at some point. Obviously, running this length the way I'm doing it. Nobody in studio, I can't see chat. So I kind of been doing this whole thing, not knowing what's going on behind the scenes. I would imagine somebody's going to pop up the court feed at some point here. The rain's supposed to hold off till noontime. I'm debating whether to go over to Canton. I think they're doing 11 to 1 in the town hall. I don't see it on the screen yet.
Next to two.
And this is my core too. If you guys need anything.
Okay. Você vai ter sua mão no eu vou sentir, fix your home. Fix your team and law.
We'll be over there.
What's okay? Yeah. Okay.
Some of them are going down to the Grateful Dead Diner probably for breakfast, or maybe the bagel shop down there. Yeah, so like we think it's going to be pretty much the most of today with finishing Cross on Yuri Buchanan by Alan Jackson. And even if Alan Jackson finished toward the end of the day, then it's going to be a redirect, recross. I mean, there's a lot of things that Alan Jackson hasn't even come close to touching on yet. Just off the top of my head, inverted Sally Port video, a whole bunch of stuff. But obviously, Alan Jackson's indirectly impeaching former trooper Michael Proctor with all the questions directed toward Yuri, because there's a lot to unfold there and illustrate to the jury about the shenanigans of Proctor, and Yuri was pretty much his partner most of the time.
You are unmuted.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do with what Arnold, federally known just as the Spirit Court, now sitting at Dedham, within for the Commonwealth, draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and when it's saying this court's in session, please be seated.
Good morning, council. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, jurors. Happy Friday. I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you.
Could we bring Sergeant Buchanan in, please? And Mr. Jackson, are you ready? Okay.
Sergeant, I'll remind you you're still in the room.
Thank you. Morning, Your Honor. Morning, ladies and gentlemen.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning, sir.
Yesterday, when we left off, we had been discussing one of the trips you made out to 34 Fairview, specifically on an occasion in which you met Chief Berkowitz. I want to ask you a couple of questions to follow up on those questions that I asked yesterday. Did Chief Berkowitz ever talk to you about his communications with Brian Albert and or Brian Higgins, either at that time or afterward?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you learn that Chief Berkowitz had communicated one way or the other without telling me anything that they said? Did you learn whether or not Chief Berkowitz had communicated with Brian Higgins?
No.
Did you learn that Chief Berkowitz had communicated with Brian Albert? And I'm talking about in the days before you were at 34 Fairview, which was February 4th, from the 29th to February 4th.
No.
You returned to the scene, you indicated on direct examination, on or about February 10th, 2022, to conduct yet another search, correct?
Yes.
And on that particular occasion, you recovered some 6 pieces of red and or clear and or black plastic. Is that how you testified?
There was numerous pieces. The exact number, I don't know. You'd have to refresh my memory with a report.
Okay. There were several pieces. The exact number, I'm not really worried about. There were several. There's more than one.
Yes.
Okay. There were also some clear glass pieces, correct?
Again, I don't know exactly, but if a report can be presented, it would refresh my memory.
Okay. Let's do that real quick. May I approach your honor?
Yes.
Sir, you can, actually, when you front page of that as well, just familiarize yourself with it.
Thank you.
Let me know when you familiarize yourself with that report. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, did you have an opportunity to take a look at this report?
I did.
Did that refresh your recollection as to the items generally that you recovered on February 10th?
Yes, it did.
Did you recover approximately 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic and 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You would obviously consider that to be an incredibly important part of the investigation, recovering physical items at the scene of the incident, correct?
Every piece of evidence is important.
Can you describe for the jurors exactly where each of the, let's take them one at a time, where each of the 6 pieces of plastic fragments were found?
All items recovered that day were found in the general vicinity where the other items were also located. The area had been excavated. I've been to that location several times, and it was all located in the general vicinity where it was initially excavated, but also where I was told Mr. John O'Keefe was found on the morning of January 29th, 2022.
So, other than saying in the general vicinity, did you seek to actually document where each item was found? In other words, by cross coordinates or some other such manner?
The exact location where each item was recovered from was not documented with a picture or GPS location. It was still within the general vicinity of that 40 to 50 square feet or so, by my approximation, near the flagpole, between the street, the flagpole, and the fire hydrant. It was all the same general vicinity.
So 40 to 50 square feet would be a 10 foot by 5 foot square, correct?
Generally speaking, 50, yeah,
Okay.
5 by 10, general area.
If I may, Your Honor, if I may approach this a little bit, would you agree with me? I'm not going to pull out a measuring tape. Would you agree I'm about 10 feet from you right now?
I would agree with you, yes.
Okay. And from the jury bar, probably about 5 feet from there.
Yes.
So we're talking about a relatively broad area for small pieces of physical evidence to be found. You would agree with that?
I would, again, estimate it was the general area, maybe 10 feet in one direction, 10 feet in another, and 5 feet out, maybe 3 feet out. They were the general area where it was initially excavated and then expanded with the snow melting, and all the pieces were within that general area.
But you were working on an assumption at that point, on an assumption that there was some sort of an impact at 34 Fairview, correct?
I don't understand what you're asking.
You were working on an assumption or presumption that there was an impact of a physical item, in your view, an SUV, with a human being, correct? That was your presumption at the time.
The evidence was pointing that impact took place because there was damage to the taillight. Large chunks of it was missing. And we were locating pieces that were consistent with texture, color, and size, fragments from that SUV on the lawn. So I wasn't assuming anything. The evidence was speaking to us.
You weren't there, correct?
I was there recovering the evidence, yes.
You weren't there at the time of the incident.
No, of course not.
So you were utilizing assumptions and presumptions based on information that was provided to you. Yes or no?
We work by learning information, collecting evidence, and getting that evidence to suggest what happened. That evidence is tested, and then it's all put together into the case.
You use the word to suggest what happened, correct?
Yes.
Another word for a suggestion is if something is suggested to you, you then receive it and assume certain things based on that suggestion.
What we do with suggestions, we corroborate them. A witness statement is, I guess you can say, a suggestion, and then we corroborate it through evidence.
And of course, you make assumptions based on those suggestions, correct? Yes or no?
We have theories.
Another term for a theory is an assumption or presumption, correct?
I guess in some respect you can say that,
Okay.
but I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
Well, you'll agree that words matter, right? I mean, you're testifying, so words do matter.
Words do matter. That's important.
So working off of your, as you put it, your theory, you theorized that there was an impact spot at 34 Fairview, correct?
Based on the statement I hit him, I assumed that Mr. O'Keefe was impacted with something. Initial hours of the investigation, we had those statements, I hit him. We had the statements that, oh my God, did I hit him? So utilizing that information with the evidence at that point that we had was a broken cocktail glass. So a theory would be, why is the cocktail glass broken? Because it came into contact with the victim. So that's why my information communicated to the ME's office was a possible domestic involving a glass strike to the victim. As a result, we had to go and see the victim's body and the injuries. So Mr. O'Keefe's injuries presented a certain way, and we learned more information. So the more information that comes in, the more information that we are able to corroborate statements and collect evidence that further corroborates other information is helpful in the investigation. That's how investigations develop. If we knew everything we knew from day one, there wouldn't be a process of developing investigation.
So the answer to my question, Sergeant, is you were working off of a theory, correct? Yes or no?
We were working off a report of an injured male party, and then we developed the information, collected the evidence, and developed the investigation.
Do you know what the word theory means?
I'm sorry, English is like a third language for me, so if you can bring up the Webster's Dictionary, I can read it out.
You want me to pull up the Webster's Dictionary? You want to take a break real quick and pull up the Webster's Dictionary to define a word that you used in an answer about 40 seconds ago? We're working off of a theory, quote unquote. You said it, not me. You want me to go get a dictionary so we can figure out for the jurors what that word means?
Objection.
All right, sustained. Let's move on, please.
You would agree with me, Sergeant Buchanan, that if your theory was that there was an impact, the site of that impact would be incredibly important, correct?
Very important, yes.
And on February 10th, you went out to the scene and you indicate that you found 6 pieces of black, clear, and red plastic material and 14 pieces of glass material and some other plastic material as well, correct?
Yes.
You didn't photograph it? Is that
No,
right?
I did not.
You didn't do any plotting of cross coordinates, which would have been easy to do to determine exactly where each piece was found, correct?
It would not be easy for me. I don't know how to do that.
You've never learned how to plot cross coordinates?
I don't have the tools to GPS coordinate an item.
You take 2 points that are stable. You know what cross coordinates are? Take 2 points that are stable, like for instance, I don't know, let's pick something, like a flagpole that doesn't move. And you draw a line, pull a string directly over the item that you find. Then you take another stable item that's perpendicular to that, pull that straight, put it down. That's exactly, you measure the distance between the two, that's exactly where that item, where those two strings cross, that's exactly where that item's found. That's cross coordinates, isn't it?
Objection. Sustained.
You ever heard of that?
Objection. Sustained.
Do you know what cross coordinates are?
No,
Do you know how to plot cross coordinates?
you just demonstrated it to me.
Does that sound reasonable and easy?
What you explained sounds easy, yes.
And you didn't do that.
I did not.
You also didn't, by the way, you had your cell phone when you went out there on February 10th, correct?
I would assume so, yes.
Your cell phone has a camera built into it, correct?
Yes, it does.
You indicated on direct examination you didn't think it was necessary to call out a forensic photographer to photograph and photo document where these items were found. Is that right?
That's right.
But you could have pulled your cell phone out and taken photographs of them, right?
I guess I could have, yes.
But you didn't do any coordinates and you didn't take any photos.
I did not know.
Can you show us a report that memorializes where you supposedly recovered these items?
Yes, the report you showed me, number 83, that documents that they were all recovered at 34 Fairview Road.
Right. So that's correct. There's a report after the fact that establishes that they were recovered generally at 34 Fairview Road on February 10th. But is there a report that describes exactly where on the property at 34 Fairview or off the property at 34 Fairview these 20 items were found? That's a question. I'm waiting.
All right, I didn't realize. But
do you need me to repeat the question?
Was there a question? Go ahead, please.
Sure. Is there a report that documents exactly where at 34 Fairview on the property these 20-odd items were found exactly?
The report documenting where they were recovered from is number 83 that you've just presented. Exact location is the same general vicinity. If it was something different, if we located these items across the street, different section of the yard, that would have been documented.
What's documented in the report that you just referenced says bullet point 2/10/22, meaning February 10/22 at 9:15 a.m. Sergeant Buchanan secured 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic, period. That's what it says, right?
Yes, same general vicinity. If there was a different location.
That's what the report says, isn't it? That's all I'm asking. That's what the report says, what I just quoted.
That's the description of the items
So
recovered.
the answer is yes. That's what the report says.
That is part of the report. That is the description of the items recovered on that date.
And the bullet point beneath that says February 10th, 2022 at 9:15 a.m. Sergeant Buchanan secured 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments. Correct?
That's correct.
There is no further description of where those items were found. Is there?
There is.
What's the further, where's the report with the further description of exactly where they were found?
It might not be in the report. It might be on the description of the bag, describing that it was 34 Fairview Road. The report indicates and encompasses itself where those items were recovered from. Clearly, the same general vicinity the initial items were recovered from. If there was a need to document a different location, it would have happened.
But you didn't see the need to document the exact coordinates where those items were found, did you? You didn't see the need.
It did not happen.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Take a look at that photograph. Tell me if you recognize it. What's depicted in it?
Yes, I do.
What's depicted in that photograph, just generally?
It's the side of evidence bag that items were secured in. It documents the case number, the date, time, who recovered it, and general description of the 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
I'd like to have that marked and moved into evidence, John.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 111.
May I approach John?
Yes.
You indicated that the evidence bag would help determine where the exact location was that these items were found, correct?
The general location where they were recovered from.
Will you publish this, John?
Okay.
Does this look like the photograph that you were just reviewing?
Yes, it does.
That's just been marked as evidence?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Wool, can we make that a little larger so it's more legible? Can you read that from where you are?
I can.
Moving past the dates, moving on to the date. What date is that?
Date collected is 2/10/22.
So that's the date that we've been talking about, correct?
That is correct.
And this indicates collected by, and who's that?
That's myself, Sergeant Buchanan.
Description of evidence. This is where the description of the evidence is located on this evidence bag, correct?
General description identifying what's inside.
And what does that description read?
6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic.
And that's all it says about the description, correct?
Yes.
And it indicates location where collected. And there's several lines that are available to fill in, correct?
Correct.
On that first line, what does that read?
34 Fairview Road, Canton, MA.
And that's it, correct?
That's all that was put, yes.
And you didn't fill this bag out, did you?
No, I did not.
Who did?
I do not know.
Who did?
I don't know.
You don't recognize the handwriting?
No, I do not.
You don't recognize the handwriting of your partner and subordinate, Michael Proctor?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are you aware that Michael Proctor filled this out?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you with Michael Proctor when this was bagged?
No, I was not. I was by myself.
Did you give the items of evidence to Michael Proctor to bag?
No, I did not.
Who did you give it to bag?
I bagged it myself.
Whose handwriting is that?
I do not know.
If you bagged it yourself, why didn't you fill out the evidence envelope?
I bagged it and turned it over, and I told them exactly where it was and what time. So someone else wrote the information.
You just said, I bagged it and told him.
Turned it over.
No, sir. No, sir. What you just said was, I bagged it and turned it over to him. And you don't know who it is that you turned it over to? Who's the him?
Turned it over to them.
Who's
them?
them? Okay.
Whoever wrote it. Whoever wrote it.
So we're just in a circle here. We can turn the lights up.
To the commentary.
So, Mr. Jackson, no comments, okay? Just
Understood.
questions.
I apologize. Ignore my last comment. You had items of evidence that you've already described as being incredibly important, correct?
Those are your words. I actually changed. I said every piece of evidence is important.
Okay, since this is part of every piece of evidence, do you think this evidence was important?
Every piece of evidence is important.
So was this evidence important? Yes or no?
Yes.
So you had the evidence and turned it over to someone whom you don't know and can't identify. Is that what we understand?
It was a member of the Massachusetts State Police assigned to our office. It wasn't just a random person. I can't specifically identify who it was or who wrote on that bag. I know it was a trusted member of our unit and part of the investigative team.
How do you know it was a trusted member of your unit and a part of the investigative team if you can't tell these jurors who it was? How do you know that?
Because I wouldn't have turned it over to a random stranger.
Okay, so let's figure out the possibilities. Who are among those to whom you would have turned this stuff over? Who are among them?
There was 4 troopers in the detective unit at that point assigned to homicide.
Let's name them. Who are they?
It was Trooper DeChico, Trooper Kakowski, Trooper Dunn, and Trooper Mike Proctor.
As you sit here today, do you believe or do you recall turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
Objection.
We're going to go through each person.
Every one of them. There's only 4.
I'll allow this question.
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
No.
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper Kakowski?
No.
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper DeChico?
No.
Do you remember turning it over to Michael Proctor?
No.
So it might have been just a random stranger. Right?
That's a ridiculous suggestion.
Have you ever seen Trooper Proctor's handwriting before?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you've seen it, I'm guessing, not dozens, maybe hundreds of times, correct?
Not hundreds of times, no.
Dozens of times
Sure.
over the years,
Sure.
on evidence bags, on logs, on notes, things of that nature.
Some evidence bags, some notes.
May I approach you, Honor?
Yes.
Can you take a look at that document and tell me if you recognize it?
The whole thing or just the front page?
No, just flip through and tell me if you recognize generally what that is.
It appears to be a bunch of handwritten notes from possibly witness interviews.
Handwritten notes by whom?
Well, you labeled it Proctor. I don't know who it is based on the individuals interviewed. You might suggest that these are Michael Proctor's notes.
Okay, so you're testifying that I labeled that Proctor?
I don't know.
Right, so you don't know.
Well, you provided a document to me, so.
Right, I know. And then you just testified that I labeled that Proctor. How do you know I labeled that Proctor?
Well, I got it from you.
You didn't see me write that note.
Objection.
Sustained. Questions, please.
Sure. That appears to be Michael Proctor, a series of Michael Proctor's notes, correct?
That's what's suggested, yes.
Okay. In terms of the first tab, there's a purple tab.
Some of these came off.
It's fine. It's fine. I'm just interested in the purple tab. Do you see a series of handwritten notes that appear to be from Michael Proctor? Not worried about the content.
Sure.
Do you see a highlight?
Yes.
What's the word that's handwritten in that highlight?
Objection.
So why don't we come to sidebar with this stuff,
Sure.
please?
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
In the ordinary course of business, is it normal standard operating procedure that the person who recovers items of evidence fills out the evidence bag contemporaneous to the recovery of the item?
It's possible you can do that. If there's a reason that you have to leave with an emergency or weather conditions you can't write on the bag, you can fill it out later if you have the time. and you know where you recovered it from, which is like, in this instance, if it was a general vicinity where all the other fragments of evidence was collected from, it's known that it was within the general area of that section of the lawn near the flagpole between the street and the flagpole and the fire hydrant. So it's
the person that filled out that evidence envelope wasn't with you.
Well, I passed that information along to them.
I see. So now it's hearsay information that's being passed along to someone else to fill out the envelope.
Objection.
Sustained.
It's secondhand, let's use that word, secondhand information to the person that's filling out the evidence envelope, correct?
No, it's firsthand information. I passed it along to them.
So it went from you to a person filling out the envelope who wasn't there. Let's at least agree on that.
I was by myself, so yes, I told the individual what time, what location, the case number, the date, obviously.
How do you know? How do you know that you told the individual to whom you passed this along the time, the location, the date? How do you know that as you sit here?
Because that information was then put on the bag and documented.
But you can't even remember who you talked to.
I do not remember specifically who I talked to, no.
If you can't remember who you talked to, you don't remember what you said. Goes hand in hand, doesn't it?
That's not true. I might not remember now, but the day that it was bagged on February 10th, 2022, I remembered. And that's why the accurate, detailed information is on the bag.
A bag you didn't fill out, correct?
That's correct.
And information provided to someone you can't remember.
Today, I can't remember, no.
You're aware that that particular bag, that evidence bag, was not booked until March 14th, 2022, correct?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Those pieces of evidence were never booked into evidence until March 14th, 2022.
Those particular pieces of evidence were collected on February 10th, 2022.
Sergeant Buchanan, do you know the difference between collecting a piece of evidence and booking it into evidence, creating a booking label, creating an evidence log, things of that nature? Do you know the difference?
I understand the difference, yes,
Okay.
but you claiming that it wasn't booked into something doesn't mean that it wasn't properly handled in custody and under our control.
Sir, I'm not claiming anything. You're testifying. I'm asking questions. Was it booked into evidence on February 10th?
If you show me a document, I can tell you what
Sure.
it might be suggesting.
By the way, the evidence, I have the actual piece of evidence.
I'm sorry, which one?
The photo.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay. Can we move on and come back to this, Mr. Jackson?
I think I just gotten the documents that
Okay.
the sergeant needs. There are two documents here.
Did you show Mr. Brennan?
I'm sorry. You can take a look at those two documents and tell me whether or not you recognize them. Okay. I'm going to leave those up there with you. Does one of those appear to be the log sheet for the crime lab?
One is a chain of custody report for the crime lab of all the evidence that was processed, received, processed, and returned. Yes.
And the other document?
The other document is simply a receipt of evidence being submitted on a certain day to the lab.
And both of those documents indicate that the first time the evidence was submitted to the crime lab was March 14th, 2022, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I will have to take a look. It's going to be some time, please.
Well, you can look at the top. Well, let me ask you, ask it in a question form. If you look through the log, it's in chronological order, the chain of custody log, correct?
By item, I believe, but I didn't take a deep dive into it. I have to take a look.
Right. Do you see any item, especially focusing on item 712 or items 712? You see any item being booked into the crime lab before March 14th, 2022?
All right, I'll take a look.
Sure. Did that refresh your recollection as to when the items were booked at the crime lab?
According to this document, yes, there were items booked at the crime lab prior to March 14th. In particular, to answer your question, completeness here, particular, that one item does indicate that the first time the lab received it for processing was March 14th.
So they were booked at the lab March 14th, correct?
The first time the lab received these items for processing, according to this document, is March 14th.
And there's no indication on any document as to where those items were before March 14th.
There is. We displayed the bag, me collecting them on February 10th, and they were in our possession at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Whose possession?
The Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Your possession? specifically?
At one point, they were in my possession, and I turned it over.
Right, after you turned it over on February 10th, which was the date that you claimed to have found these items, after February 10th, they were not in your possession anymore, were they?
No, once I turned them over, they're not in my possession.
When
No.
you say turn them over, you're talking about turning them over to someone whom we don't know, correct? As we sit here.
Right now, I don't have a memory of who I turned it over to, but it was a member of our homicide team.
So the next time, Sergeant Buchanan, the next time there's any documentation about those items is March 14th, nearly 6 weeks later, 5 weeks later, correct?
I don't know that to be correct, no.
But you can't point to any documentation. You're looking at the logs. You can't point to any documentation indicating the chain of custody of these items between February 10th and March 14th. Is that right?
This is simply a log from the lab.
Yes or no? Can you point to any documentation?
Ask the question.
Can you point to any documentation indicating where those items went, whose possession they were in what circumstance between February 10th and March 14th? Can you point to any document?
I know that it was collected on February 10th.
Right.
It's documented that it was collected. It was at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office before it was logged into the lab for processing.
You keep answering the same question that I'm not asking, sir.
Objection.
Sustained. No comments, Mr. Jackson.
Sergeant Buchanan, do you understand my question? I'm asking, can you point to a single document for these jurors as to where those items went and in whose possession they remained, specifically between February 10th, when you lost sight of them, and March 14th, when the crime lab received them?
Objection.
Sustained.
May I approach?
Yes.
No, I'm
just
sorry,
to-
I'm sorry. Mr.
Just for
Brennan.
the evidence.
Just for the evidence. False start. As the supervisor, you're generally aware of the evidence in this case, correct?
It depends, but very generally on most cases, yes.
As a matter of fact, as the supervisor, one of your duties would be to make sure that evidence is collected and processed appropriately and properly, correct?
That is the standard, yes.
You're also aware that all of the physical evidence that was booked eventually at the crime lab on March 14th, 2022, was done so by Michael Proctor, correct?
I'm not sure exactly who delivered it or who booked it in. But if you have a document, I will reflect on it.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Take a look at that and tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes, it does.
May I approach?
Yes.
What is this document you just looked at?
It's the receipt of evidence submission to the crime lab.
And who submitted, based on that document, who submitted all of that evidence to the crime lab?
Michael Proctor.
You're also aware that Michael Proctor eventually submitted a total of some 46 or so pieces of taillight material that was claimed to have been recovered at 34 Fairview on since January 29th, 2022, correct?
I don't know the total pieces, but we didn't claim to recover it there. We recovered it there.
You're testifying that they were recovered, but you didn't recover all of them, did you?
I did not recover all of them, no.
Matter of fact, Michael Proctor, according to you, recovered some of those items, correct?
Some of those items were recovered by Michael Proctor, yes.
And you're also aware that he submitted pieces of taillight material that he indicated he recovered as late as February 18th, 2022, correct?
I am aware that there was items recovered on February 18th. I am not sure exactly if it was him or someone else that recovered it.
You indicated, I think in direct examination yesterday, that as of February 3rd or February 4th, the weather had broken, generally, correct? It was getting warmer.
Yes, the weather was warmer. There were rainy days following the 3rd, I believe. No, the 4th. The 4th, it was raining when I picked up that piece of evidence. So, yeah, the weather had warmed up.
So it was raining and somewhat storming on the 4th?
There was precipitation when I recovered that item. I mean, I don't know if it was storming. There was a low pressure cell coming through. I have no idea.
Okay, but that's the same day that you were told that Chief Berkowitz was driving by and saw the therapies.
The day I picked up the single piece with Canton PD present, it was raining.
So he would have been driving by, windows up, water on the windows, in the rain, and saw the red piece?
Yes.
Sustained.
You indicated that on February 10th, when you did your final visit, made your final visit to 34 Fairview, you indicated yesterday during testimony that there was quote unquote very little snow still present, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sergeant, that's a 2-page document. Could you familiarize yourself with those 2 pages, please, and let me know when you're finished?
Okay.
Thank you. Sir, what do those 2 pages purport to reflect? What are they pictures of? Just general, an evidence bag, something else?
The first one's an evidence bag with
Can
some.
you tell me the date, just so we can cut to the chase, the date of that evidence collection according to that?
On the bag, the date is 2/11/22.
Okay, and what's the
On the sticker, there's another date. There's a sticker March 9th of 22.
okay, what's the?
There's also a date at the
I'm just interested in the 2 pages, just generally. I need the markup for evidence. What's the second page look like?
second page is a large piece of red and black taillight plastic cover, and it's identified by a lab number, I believe.
Thank you. I'm sorry about that. So there's one page is an evidence bag, the other page purports to be the item that was in the evidence bag, correct?
I don't know that, no.
Okay.
It's just One's an evidence bag with information on it, and then there's a photograph of a piece recovered. I don't know.
I'd like to have these marked and introduced as next in order A and B.
Is there any objection from the Commonwealth?
No objection.
Okay.
Exhibits 112A and B.
Your Honor, request to publish.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Taking a look at this item, can you describe for the jurors what they're looking at, please?
This is an evidence bag. It is labeled with case number, date collected, time, who collected it, description of items enclosed, the location it was recovered, and the victim's full name. It also has a to scale ruler for the photograph and some identifying marks from the laboratory.
Can you indicate for the jurors who was it that collected this item according to the evidence bag?
According to this evidence bag, it was collected by Trooper Proctor.
And can you show the date, or tell the jurors the date that it indicates the item was collected, or items were collected?
I believe it says 2/11/22.
February 11th. So that would be the day after you were at the location, correct?
It would be the day after, yes.
Can we have the full screen, Mr. Woke? You see the designation at the bottom beneath the measuring ruler?
Yes, I do, yes.
Is there a case number or case designator starting with 22?
Yes, I believe, I'm not sure, but I believe it's a LIMS number 22-02184.
And do you see an item number listed right next to that case number?
Yes, this indicates it's 7-15.
And there's another set of initials beneath that, it appears, correct?
That's what, I mean, there's letters. I don't know if there's someone's initials. I don't know what it is. I'm sorry.
Fair enough. This appears to be something that was filled out by the crime lab. The black lettering and numbering, correct?
I would assume. I don't know for sure, though.
Okay, and obviously there's a date down here, 2/17/23, a year later, correct?
Yes.
And then it says Canton at the bottom.
Yes.
If we could have the full screen, please. Okay, you also indicated that there was a label up at the top, correct?
Yes.
All right, if we could go to the second page, it'd be page B of this. Can you look at first of all, look at the bottom and tell me if that number designator appears to be the same as on the evidence, as on the previous page?
The LIMS or the item number? The item number is 715.
Okay, and that comports with what we just saw in the previous page, correct?
That is the same number.
All right. This would be an exemplar, one of the items in that evidence bag labeled 715, correct? There were several items, but this is one of them. Is that right? It's how the crime lab keeps them separate?
I believe so. I don't know their procedures. I believe so. I know they use alphanumeric identifiers. As I can't testify to their procedures, why they do it, how they do it, or the sequence in which, or the choice in numbers or letters. I have no idea about any of that.
We can have the lights up with the court's permission. We can leave this up. If you could leave that up, Mr. Wolf. All right, you can still see that on the screen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You went out to 34 Fairview on February 10th, 24 hours before February 11th, right? To pick up a piece of, I'm sorry, to look for additional items of evidence, correct?
I collected, I believe, 20 pieces in total, 6 and 14, the day prior, yes.
You see the size of this according to the ruler. Generally,
Yes.
how big is that? The widest part, that thin.
At the widest part, it appears, if there's no optical illusion with the ruler location, 6 inches.
Okay, that's 6 inches is the size of a dollar bill, right?
That's correct.
Okay. It also looks like it may be more than that from top to bottom, 6, maybe 7 inches, top to bottom. Did you give us an estimate?
Possibly a little bit more, yeah.
Okay. You didn't see this item on February 10th when you were there, correct?
If I saw that item, I would have picked it up.
Right. Wasn't there, was it?
That's not what I'm saying. I said if I saw it, I would have picked it up.
But you didn't see it, did you?
I did not see it, obviously.
But
No.
according to the information that we just presented, this item was found the next day by Trooper Michael Proctor. Right.
Based on the information presented, that's what it says, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
We can take that down. May I approach one more time?
Okay.
Thank you. This is a 3-page document. If you could
Show
familiarize
Mr.
yourself.
Brennan, I didn't see it.
You showed it to me earlier. Thank you.
I did previously. Are you familiar with that document? When I say familiar, that's a bad question. Let me ask it a different way. Do you recognize what's generally in those 3 pages?
I got to take a look.
Sure.
I must have missed your first
Sure.
request.
Sergeant, can you describe generally, just very generally, so I can either mark it or not mark it, do you recognize what's depicted on the first page, the second page, and the third page?
The first page depicts an evidence bag from labeled date of collection 2/18/22. Second page is a red piece of plastic. And third page is also a photograph of a longer red piece of plastic with a little bit of black molding on it.
Your Honor, I would ask that be moved into evidence as A, B, and C subordinately.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Exhibits 113A, B, and C.
Move to publish, Your Honor.
Okay.
Sergeant, same couple of questions, if we could. Do you see a date of collection on this evidence envelope?
Yes, this photograph indicates 2/18/22.
And collected by whom?
Trooper Proctor.
Full view, Mr. Wolk. Thank you, sir. And then if we could highlight the lower portion that appears to be by the ruler. Do you see the same, I think you called it a lens number?
Limbs, LIM.
Okay. The LIM number is the same number, the 22-02184, correct?
Yes.
And the item number in this one is handwritten as what?
7/16.
Okay. If we can go to the second page, please. Do you see it, first of all, on the bottom, the same item designator number?
Yes, 7/16.
And what is depicted in this photograph?
A red piece of plastic.
That would be a piece of plastic according to the item number that would be contained in that evidence envelope, one of the pieces at least.
I would assume.
Okay. Is that a similar 6-inch ruler that's being photographed with that red piece?
Yes, it is.
And how long at its longest point would you estimate that piece of plastic to be?
It's more than 6 inches. I mean, probably 7, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe 7.
I know this is a little bit of a challenge, but how from top to bottom, what would you estimate the distance to be at its longest point?
3.5 inches, I guess.
Okay. And then the next page, please, the final page, which would be sub C. Do you see the same designator on the bottom right?
Yes, I do.
That's 716, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Appears to be out of the same evidence envelope, is that right?
That's what's suggested, yes.
And how long would you estimate this item to be?
7.5, 8 inches.
And maybe, 3 inches tall? 4?
Yeah, 3.
3. Okay, we can have the lights up, Your Honor, with the court's permission. Again, the last time you were out at the location with very little snow on the ground, you collected certain items of evidence on February 10th, correct?
February 10th was the last time I collected. I said there was still snow on the ground, maybe in piles where it was excavated. There was very little, but there was still snow on the ground.
You indicated that you obviously looked around the area. You talked about the general area. I think you used the word general vicinity, right? When
Yes.
you collected your items.
Yes.
You didn't see this, and you didn't see the one before it either, did you?
If I saw any of these items, they would have been collected. We did not excavate anything. We simply allowed the thawing and natural recession of the snow to reveal additional items.
When you were there on the 3rd, February 3rd, there was still some snow on the ground that you did excavate, correct?
Yes, there was a lot of snow on the ground. Yes,
By February 4th, that snow was dissipating some, correct?
it was, yes.
You were excavating through that as well, correct?
Mhm. On the 4th?
On the 4th?
No, we did not excavate on the 4th.
You didn't.
The item revealed itself, and I collected it.
That was it. Okay, fair enough. Then on the 10th, you didn't need to do any more excavating because there was, quote unquote, in your words, very little snow. Very little. Right.
Those were my words.
Okay.
Compared to the first day, there was very little snow on the ground.
And in fact, you did not see any of the items that were collected or claimed to have been collected at 34 Fairview by Michael Proctor on February 11th, the day after you were there, correct? Did not see that item?
Did not see that item, no.
And did not see any of the items that you've seen that were claimed to have been collected by Michael Proctor on February 18th, a week later, correct?
Those items were not observed by me, or else I would have collected them.
We can take this down. I want to change gears for a second, Sergeant, if it's okay with you, and switch to the Waterfall Bar and Grill. You indicated that on direct examination, you reviewed video evidence and you had information that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived at the Waterfall after leaving CF McCarthy's, correct?
That is correct.
I'd like to ask you about who your investigation revealed was there at the Waterfall when they arrived. What about Brian Higgins?
Yes, the investigation revealed Brian Higgins was at the Waterfall at their arrival.
And you learned that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived at the Waterfall together, not separately, correct?
That is correct.
About what time did, according to your investigation, Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrive at the Waterfall?
I believe it was 11:03, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
When they walked in, you've reviewed the video, correct?
Yes, we played it yesterday, yes.
When they walked in, Brian Higgins was already situated in the waterfall, standing or sitting at a sort of a high top bar table, correct?
Brian Higgins was present. I don't know his exact location. The video would depict it.
You did learn that Brian Higgins, on January 29th, January 28th, going into January 29th, 2022, had what could be generally referred to as a romantic interest in Miss Reed?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you receive certain text messages from Brian Higgins during the course of your investigation?
I received extraction of his text messages. I did not receive any text messages.
Did you actually receive an extraction from his phone, or was it simply text messages that he supplied to you on his own?
It was extraction of text messages on a CD and also printed out the same document.
Did you perform that extraction, or was that extraction performed at your request by Massachusetts State Police from his phone?
It was not performed by me, and it was not performed at my request.
Okay. So in fact, when you met with Brian Higgins, he simply provided you something that he said had been extracted from his phone.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did he provide you something?
Yes.
Did Brian Higgins indicate that he had taken those off of his phone?
Objection.
Sustained.
What was your understanding about what the items were, the pages of text messages that you received? What was your understanding about where they came from?
From his device and his communications with the defendant and Mr. John O'Keefe.
But you did not have a forensic extraction performed, correct?
That's correct.
And Brian Higgins never gave you his phone to perform a forensic extraction, correct?
That's correct.
So the items that you received were directly from him and him alone. Is that right?
He handed me the items. I don't know who else was involved. You said him alone. He handed me the items.
That's what I mean. You reviewed those text messages back and forth, correct?
It's been some time, but yes, I had.
And those purported to be, I think you already said, those purported to be two strings, I'm going to call them strings of texts. Some string text messages between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And some string text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
Would you describe the text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed that he presented to you as flirtatious in nature?
Oh.
Without having recently reviewed them in detail, I don't want to label it something without having complete understanding of the content. I'm not comfortable putting a label on something.
Well, how would you describe them? I mean, were these business texts?
No, these were, friendly communications. I don't want to put a label on it. They were communication between acquaintances or people that know each other. There was text message communication. As far as flirtations, I would have to take a look at the content of it for certain terms that would support that label.
Well, do you remember a text message exchange about a kiss that was shared?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you remember any text message between the two of them that suggested a romantic interest, either one of them may have had based on the text messages?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
wait here, so we'll take our morning break now. We'll take a half an hour break.
Court, all rise, please. Jury exiting, just fold your notebooks and leave them in the field, please. Just step right in. Thank you.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. You know what a lot of the trials we cover
Hey guys. Hey Lucas. Can you hear me?
Goodness me.
Goodness. Anybody wants to come up? There's the link in the chat. I'm on hold with a company. Hi, Melanie. What do you think? Give it. I know you wanted to talk because you were already asking for the link. So, what do you have to say? Lucas. Lucas.
My name is Nelson Mandela, and I'm very happy to meet you.
You're ridiculous right now.
So, Kelly.
What's up with you?
Yeah, God.
Nice. I have the cops on speed dial. I will SWAT.
I bet you have the whole goddamn department on speed dial.
I do.
They're telling stories about you. Anyway, Nikki said she was coming up here. Where's Nikki?
She hasn't come up here yet.
Right. What the hell is Buchanan doing?
Ruining his entire career.
I think, reading into it, not that I know anybody involved, but knowing that Brennan has worked for the mob, he's likely advised Buchanan to deny anything that he can get away with that they can't prove. Because if you deny it and there's no proof, you can't be blamed for anything. The whole
they have proof for everything.
I don't know who I gave the bag to. Fuck off. Come on, get real. If it's like Jackson said, if you can remember what you said, you can remember who you said it to, which is fair enough.
Hey, I'm gonna put on mute. I just got a phone call. Hold on.
Okay. So it stands to reason. If you're being asked a question, oh, I don't know who that is. I don't, if you've got a report and you can tell me, you can show me the report, then I'll testify to it. He showed him the report. It was Proctor. It was Proctor the whole way through. But even so, on every page that they were turning to, he was being absolutely obtuse, as difficult as it could be, not to answer the question of who it was. And it turned out to be Michael Proctor. Surprise, surprise. Hello, Amy. Goodbye, Amy. So here I am talking to myself, which is what Kelly leaves me to do because she's ignorant and she doesn't realize.
I'm on the phone, brat.
She doesn't realize that real life doesn't matter when you're on the internet because all your pretend friends on the internet matter more than real life. And I'm really taking the piss. Come on, give me some shit. I'm just
since all of
winging
my friends are only in the computer, I guess you're right. So
what you saying? You've
Am
got
I
real life
on?
friends?
You're
oh,
on,
hey,
Amy.
bitches. Hey, host. Lucas.
To be sure. Top of the morning.
Lucas.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck was that? Oh, where'd you come from? Hold on. Do you want to say it? Do it. All right, go ahead. Go up.
Cool.
Snuck up on me.
Nice.
What so Yuri is taking the fall for everybody. He doesn't want to say Proctor's name, which is an awful look. This is a bad look for Hank, for Mass State Police.
Well, absolutely. I mean,
and then getting loud.
The whole English is my third language. This guy, he's been in the he's been in the MSP for 12 years or 14 years?
Yeah, he's been in the homicide since I think he said 2015, but he had been a patrol and everything, but he was in the military. He's
Yep.
been here from Ukraine since he was a child. Like
Yep.
he probably spoke Ukrainian or Russian, whatever he speaks, at home, but he learned English, and all of his friends have spoken English since he got here in middle school or even younger. Like
Well,
he has a little accent, and that's normal. But
he went
like, get the fuck
to
out of here.
he went to military academy and
Yeah,
spent
he
4
did.
years spent 4 years in the military. Part of his deployment was serving on the oh god, I can't remember. It's in Virginia, you know, where they keep
Yeah.
Marine One.
Right.
So he did that. So yeah, somebody who's not very fluent in English is not going to get a job like that, and
Right.
he's not going to spend all those years in the police or the state police or whatever it is, not being able to communicate in English. So you can't play that card.
Right.
You know, let's
And he
let
took exams. Like he's not illiterate.
Mhm.
He is not any of those things. He had to take exams to rank in both the military and in law enforcement in Massachusetts, right? And wherever else.
Mhm.
He lived in California before too. Like
Yep.
and that tells me he knew English and learned English way before that.
He knows that. He knows English. I mean,
Yeah.
okay, so he doesn't know what a colloquialism is, and he doesn't know
Right.
what I can't ever say this word colloquy is.
Right.
But you know, it's just colloquy is a posh word for conversation, and
Yeah, I can't say it either.
colloquialism
Thank you.
is a local slang, if you like. It's words that are known to people in a community, a local community.
Right.
You know, like any
For him to
community.
play ignorant on the stand like that and then get loud with AJ, I loved how Bev didn't even stop AJ when they kind of went back and forth, and he's like, well, you know, I hate to do this to you, and AJ stopped him and he's like, no, you do. I
Yeah,
thought that
yeah,
was so good. Bev didn't say shit.
yeah, yeah. More to the point. I made a note of this when it was happening, so I'd make a point of mentioning it. I noticed on the two taillight exhibits that were shown,
Yeah.
on the first one, the edges of the taillight, the impact didn't come from outside. It came from inside.
Right. Yep.
Now you can tell, and I'm
It
not
would have
talking.
busted in.
I'm not talking shit here. I've worked in environments where this is a thing, right? So if you smash something from the outside, you know, like a window,
Mhm.
99% of the glass is going out if you break it from the inside.
Right.
But with perspex, when it doesn't break like a window, it cracks and fragments. And if you look at the edges of that first example,
Mhm.
you can see the breakage it's like it's either been forced out or pulled off.
Right. Well,
It's not been
if John O'Keefe hit that light like they said he did, wouldn't have all the cracks and everything. I hear what you're saying, and I'm probably just going to reiterate what you're saying. Some of that would have went inside the house, the housing of the light.
yes,
It wouldn't
inside.
have popped out. Yeah, when Proctor probably took a hammer and like jacked it outwards. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
It was a real clean cut.
So the impact, the force has come from inside the light.
Right.
So if it's hit his arm, it would have, like you say, it would have been pushed in, not forced
Yeah.
out.
Right.
And that's what I noticed on the first example, on the first taillight fragment. On the second fragment, there's two chips. There's two areas, very small areas, where bits are missing within the broken fragment itself. And if you look on the edges of those, it's been like forced out.
Right. Absolutely.
So it looks to me like it's not been pushed, it's not been impacted in, but it's actually been either forced out or forced sideways, or it's really strange that. But
Well, the way like that's what I was saying last night. If they whatever tool they used to pop it, like put it inside, like where she cracked, because she did crack it. She admits it was cracked. Because she backed into his car, so it was cracked. Where they put
Not
the
in
tool in to
47
crack
pieces.
it, and they pushed it. That's what caused that little spot on the tailgate. Because
No, they pulled it. They didn't push it. They pulled it. They pulled it out, and because like if a body was to hit that light, it would have crushed the light in. Okay, so I don't know what he used, but like say like the back of a hammer, he pulled that light out, not.
Well, that's
not,
what I mean. When you're pulling it out, you have to push one side to pull the other part
Oh,
out.
right,
So
right,
that
I get what
side
you're
went into the tailgate. That's why that spot is there. Does that make sense?
Right. Yes. Yeah. Sorry, I misunderstood. My bad.
No, that's fine. I thought I actually had to rethink it. Like after you said that, I'm like, wait a second, how?
Yeah.
But yeah, so pulling it out, you have to push it in with the other side to pull it out. So that's where if it hit the car, then it's gonna that's where that damaged spot comes from on the car.
Right. I mean, he probably took that whole casing off, the whole red, whatever he could get off, and then broke that into pieces. He didn't do it on the car. He probably pulled that whatever he got out off of it, off the car, and then broke it into pieces. Those are real clean. If that was John O'Keefe, it would have been ragged. It would have been like Lucas was saying. It would have been inside the housing. Crazy. This is like this is crazy. This is a sergeant in the Mass State Police homicide unit up there lying through his teeth for what?
And not
for
very
what?
well.
And
He's
not
not-
well.
9-year-old lies better.
He's not lying as much as he's
It's omission.
Yeah, he's just being obtuse. He's being
evading it.
obstinate, and he won't even answer simple questions like, "Whose handwriting is this?" I don't know. I don't know who it was. I don't know who I gave it to. I gave it to a total stranger.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Monkey.
For me, it's
And I
gave
thought
it to a
was
monkey.
Really
Right.
funny when Judge Bev said, "What, you're going to name them all?" And Jackson said, "Well, there's only 4 of them."
Yeah, and
You
out
know,
of 4, you can't remember
Yeah.
who you gave it to.
And he
But he
wasn't
knew
any
what
of
he
them.
said to them, though. He knew what he said to them,
Yeah.
but didn't know the person he handed it to. Fuck out of here.
He
Stop.
said, I handed it to him.
Who's him?
And Jackson called him on it. And then he said, no, I said to them, but I don't remember who it was.
Yeah.
I feel like lying by omission is just as bad as a blatant fucking lie.
Right.
You're still covering. Like you're not saying like I saw Proctor had nothing to do with this. All he's saying is I don't know. Yes, you do know. You know all the things, Yuri. All of it.
I know that if I was a juror listening to somebody, I want to know exactly where that fragment came from. If they brought somebody like Archer in to do an accident reconstruction, they would have to know exactly to the centimeter or millimeter where those pieces were.
Mm-hmm.
And they can't do that because no report was made.
Right.
And
And
if I was
were
a juror,
go ahead.
I'd be thinking, what a mess. This is a clown show.
They didn't do their
I
job.
literally just wrote that on Facebook that
They didn't do their
literally
job.
brought a clown, their own clown, to the clown show.
But like, why wouldn't you have called crime scene services like out of Mass State Police when you found the glass or you were finding all these things and you document it? Like chain of custody and these things and many other things are so important. Like there's not even a crash report.
Nothing. There's nothing. And
There's
the
nothing.
fact that this man is up there ruining his entire career for himself and his family because he's stuck. He can't protect Proctor, or he gets screwed for lying and covering it because he did it too.
So wait, what do you guys? Why do you guys think that he's not saying Proctor's name? Like, wouldn't he be the easy a scapegoat?
They don't want it coming into court that Proctor got fired for this.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but he keeps saying it.
Detective.
So they're keeping him out.
Or until Hank's trying to, but Jackson's not allowing it.
They're distancing themselves from Proctor as much as they can by not even mentioning his name.
Right. But the defense can call him and he can verify that he was fired for this case to the jury, and bet your friggin' ass that's going to happen.
You can expect
Guaranteed
Brennan
the
to
defense.
object every single question if they do.
That's fine.
Oh,
We
yeah.
could be there all day.
Yep.
All
And
day.
he
I mean,
might,
he can
he
plead
might
the
even,
fifth, but what does that
Yep.
look like?
He might even plead the fifth, but that'll look really, really bad in front of the jury.
Do you think Jackson or whoever could bring in his testimony from the previous trial and just talk in his testimony, his transcript? Because I guarantee that's what he'll do. He'll be like, Mr. Proctor, on this day during the first proceeding, did you say during testimony? And if that's the case, remember Betterow said that they can call in the court reporter to say, no, this is an accurate representation of what Proctor said on the first proceeding. Like, they're just digging themselves a hole. Like, they should have dropped the charges, but they just keep going.
I can tell you right now that if I was a jury sitting on that in that jury right there, I was a juror. This right here would be never. I would never forget it. No matter what happens to the rest of the case, I would know that this happened. And this guy has evaded every question and lied about everything because they didn't say Proctor's name. I would not be able to forget it. Because we're as upset as we are, and we know the story. So imagine people who are just learning it.
Well, we're more fired up because we do know the story, like the
Right.
full details. We don't know what the jury knows, right? They supposedly are unbiased and they can make a decision, based on.
But even how he's
facts,
acting, though, don't you think?
Jess Machado said that they were like giggling once.
Yeah, they were laughing.
Yeah.
Brennan. Once Jackson was able to get, Yuri to say it, say his name. He's like,
Oh, she's in there today? I didn't think she was in there.
She was this morning.
Oh, good.
She was. I've been looking at her stuff.
Yeah, Twitter's pretty hysterical.
We should read her tweets at lunch. I would love to hear
No,
that.
she's not in there anymore.
Yeah, she's only there half the day.
Oh, bummer.
But she said
at least we got something. Yeah.
But Sue O'Connell
They were
is
laughing.
there, and even if we
That's
don't
not
like
good.
her, at least we can listen to what she says.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, she has been saying things that I'm shocked she's saying. So I mean, it's at least some information. The fact that they're laughing is really bad, and like Hank and them and Bev have to see it. This is Bev's courtroom. She's allowing this.
Not great either, because that the ones that giggled will probably be pulled as alternates.
Yep.
From my understanding, though, there's so many of them. She said that what Jess was saying is that all of the jurors are now like showing how they feel, like emotion wise and stuff like that. So if that's the case,
it's a joke.
Call one of them.
Yeah.
If they're all showing it, then
A part of me feels like they know that Karen's not going to get convicted, and so they're like, "Well, we'll just lie by omission and get through it and just make it stop." She won't be acquitted necessarily, but she is not going to go to jail. She's not going to jail for this. Like, Karen Reed did not do this. These people are disgusting.
Yeah. So Chloe Albert, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
So according to Chloe Albert, posted a picture of Yuri and says, "We have our first no speaker de English."
All of a sudden, it's his third language, and he can't speak it, doesn't understand it. When last
He's lived there his whole life as a child.
Medical professor, and he was a doctor, a cop, and what else? A
weatherman.
Yeah, a weatherman and a forensic pathologist, whatever.
He's
Like,
an expert douche at everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, he's been here since like middle school.
Yeah, 9 years old. Like,
yeah, he was 9. Yeah.
That's why I said, let's call Baker. He can help him.
Yo, Baker speaks like 5 languages and is smarter than like all, you know what I mean? Like the whole panel.
He's like 20. He's like what? 27.
Baker speaks like better English than I do.
Baker's 27?
He's like, no, I don't know if he's 27, but he's like,
No
he's
way.
young. He's younger now.
He's 30, not 27 though.
He's okay.
Yeah.
I didn't. Okay.
Well, he's young though.
I love Baker. Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah, but he knows how to make pizza bread, but he doesn't like doing it. So he's a cool guy.
So funny. I love watching him. His chat's good too.
Yeah,
this
it's
is
good.
wild.
It's really good.
I don't know. He is. We should get him on some night and laugh.
Yeah, he'd be a hoot with that guy.
Yeah, he would. I think that Yuri it just stepped in it, and he's going to be up here until Monday. Like Alan's not after his flippant behavior and like him going at him. Alan's keeping him up there until he cracks or cries or goes after him.
Well, instead of just saying yes or no to the question, he's prolonging it for an untold amount of time. And you know, you're right. He could be here on Monday.
He's prolonging it, and it doesn't look great at all. That
He's being
Hank
evasive.
is objecting everything.
He's not only making himself look bad, he's making the MSP look bad, and I guarantee the Noble is not very happy right now.
The whole Massachusetts law enforcement agency looks like a fool right now. These are the people that supposedly are above local police. These are the big guys. These are the people aspire to be them. And this is what you're doing, like at face value. Like, let's just say, like, take Karen Reed out of it. Look at the investigation. There's no reports. Yuri did nothing. He didn't even know what his subordinates were doing. And he won't say that Proctor had the evidence. Why? Because the motherfucker's dirty and got fired for this case.
So Sue confirms what you said, Lucas, early about an hour ago. She said Attorney Little is way ahead of Buchnick today. He barely gets if you show me a document. She has it lifted up in the air for Jackson to take.
That chick is efficient.
Say again, Kelly.
Huh?
She looked what up? Sorry.
What did you say?
He wants you to repeat it.
Oh, I thought, okay. It says Attorney Little is way ahead of Buchnick today. He barely gets if you show me a document out of his mouth, and she has it up in the air for Jackson.
Yeah, that's totally expected because he pulled it. He pulled that same stunt yesterday multiple times.
Yeah.
If somebody did that to me, I would be absolutely prepared on the next occasion.
If you have that, I'll say it gospel. Oh yeah, okay.
Well, here
He
you are then.
practiced in the mirror with
Wait
Jen
for us.
McCabe last night.
And someone else, she said
read it out.
it's taking 5+ minutes for him to answer questions, asking when the items were booked in the crime lab.
The jurors probably hate him. Like side-eyeing him, like, come on, just answer the question. Bev should be like, answer the question.
Right.
Not your narrative, answer the question being asked. Didn't she do that to wait, she did it to him yesterday.
She had to tell Jen to do it.
Oh, Jen, yeah.
Even lawyer, said, why is it a problem to admit that it's Proctor's handwriting? It looks so much worse to play dumb.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Even when Buchanan said, if you can show it me on a report, I'll testify to it. Well, today they're showing it you on a report and you're not testifying to it. It's like squeezing blood from a stone.
Yeah, I don't remember this. I don't remember. So, and then AJ made a good point. He's like, so you just gave it to a random person and you know what you said, but you don't know who you said it to. That makes no sense.
Right. Well,
like anyone with common sense knows that is a fucking lie. And they must be like, why can't you answer it? Why can't you just give us an answer? Like, why are you being a weirdo?
Well, she said that when he didn't want to label the nature of the text between Higgins and Reed and what was exchanged or whatever, that several jurors looked surprised. There was sidebar. Several jurors looked at each other, smiled or laughed slightly. One juror has been struggling with allergies, has left the jury box and is in the courtroom office during the sidebar because he don't feel good. He's now returned. It says judge gives 30-minute break. So that's where we're at. Sue's not animated in her reporting as like Jess will actually like tell you like everything about what they're seeing and stuff. So
yeah, something's better than nothing, you know.
I know. I just want to know something. Like give me a little info.
Make it a little sassy.
Because this right now, like I mean, I feel like Jackson is fighting with my child over whether he ate a cookie or not.
No, I think Jackson's loving this.
Yeah, me too.
He's reveling in his role as a defense attorney, just strangling the witness to get an answer. You know, it's just so good to listen to.
Yeah, because he knows it's making him look bad.
Well,
Just
it's good
making Yuri
TV.
mad.
Like
Yeah.
they're both loving it. They're like, they're both like, well, if we're gonna do this, let's rumble. Let's go. And Bev's allowing it. I love it.
Yeah, I think
Oh,
Bev's been spoken to.
Yeah.
I think people have had words with her.
Yeah, I think so too.
Especially after Dr. Wolf said that the DOJ was watching the first trial. They're going to be watching this one as well, even more so.
Oh, they have their eyes on it. Someone said, please tag Mass State Police so they can see their lying evasive officer on the stand. What an embarrassment to MSP. What is Colonel Noble going to do about it? He owns this.
I mean, Yuri didn't get in trouble for his part back when he was internal affairs with Proctor.
Yeah,
like,
but they
Tully
didn't
got
go
a slap on the wrist.
into all-
Bukaki got a
messages with
What?
that. They didn't go into all of this stuff. They only went into the text messages with that. This is like going back into
No,
the
but we don't know what happened during internal affairs. Like they had to have all this stuff. You know what
My
I mean?
understanding, it was just the text messages because that's what Tully was so upset. They said Tully was out of town.
Well, didn't Buchanan get 5 days leave taken off
A
him?
whole 5 days, off of his paid
5
vacation.
days.
Yeah.
But from my understanding, it was just the text messages because they did not reprimand him on the text messages. And that's why Tully got away with it, because Tully said, "Oh, I was out of vacation." Or no, Fanning got away with it because he said, "I was on vacation. I didn't have my phone with me, so I didn't see it."
Bullshit.
So that's why he didn't recommend. So that's why they got like 5 days. But I have a feeling this is going to start another internal investigation because it's showing now that he is actually part of what happened.
The collusion.
Yep.
Is Fanning on the witness list?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Dude, he was spotted walking with Hank outside the courthouse the other day.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, someone took a picture and put it on X or something like that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That
Well,
makes
yes,
sense.
Just Machado and that 12, that one thing you sent Nikki, the 12 of 12.
Yeah.
What did she say? She was sitting there and Bev, he was literally in the courthouse in the hallway. She's at this one little table that's right there, and he's
Yeah.
talking to another
About
attorney.
the ring camera. Yeah.
Yeah. And he was like, how do you think that came out? Like, asking the guy like his opinion and stuff like that about the ring camera. And he's doing it in open areas. Like, he's not hiding it from people. So like, what are you doing?
Because they think they're untouchable. They're like, I don't care what you guys think of us. I'm still making $250,000 a year with a full pension.
Well, they
They
are
don't give a shit
untouchable.
about us. They are untouchable. Yeah. We are watching real time how untouchable they believe they are. But the only thing we got going for us is the DOJ is watching, and they're watching everything. And hopefully at the end of this, because the thing is, we all know that the feds don't come unless they know for a fact they're getting convictions. So they're going to watch this. They're going to investigate it. I don't know what will happen, but like, thank God there's a possibility, right? They won't be fired.
Right.
I know.
No,
I know
if
that.
anything, I don't know. I don't think he'll be fired, but if anything, they're going to look further into what he did into the collusion of this. That way, because right now, I feel like for me personally, I feel like that Proctor was partly their scapegoat, and I feel like this is going to actually open their eyes that other people had involvement in it. It wasn't just Proctor.
But they're not calling Piggins, Brian Albert, or Proctor. Like, what's that going to look like?
Or Tully.
Or Tully. Why? Because Tully got rehomed? Because he was a bad supervisor?
We don't know that for sure, though. That's just the rumor.
Although he was, no, I think that there was documentation that he was no longer working not that he's not working for them, but he wasn't actually reporting to there. But he's been at all of those meetings that Jen McCabe had and whoever else, I forget whoever else, but they were like, oh, Tully was there. Why is Tully there?
Right.
I mean,
what purpose did he serve?
Proctor should have been there, but he's not. He can't be. So then you'd think next would be Buchanan, not Tully, because it would go through supervisor. From
you would think
or to supervisor. So I don't know. Tully's got his hands all in this business, all in it, especially with like Turtle Boy and stuff like that. But yesterday, the information came down that Turtle Boy is allowed to get all of the communications between Kate and Morrissey.
Amen.
So
Expose that shit. Yep.
that's coming out.
It's just it like enrages me. All of it. All of it. I
Like,
told you guys that there was a body found on a lawn in a town in Norfolk County in my area. There was a body found on the lawn, and these mofos are investigating it.
Yeah, but did they search the house?
I mean, the local authorities would. This specific town is not near Canton, and I believe, who knows, right? But I'm gonna assume and give the benefit of the doubt that the local police did. We'll never know what happened to it because it hasn't been on the news since the day that the person was found. But like these people are investigating it. Like, but are they investigating it? Are they? Because they did nothing with this, and this was a fallen officer.
Right.
Do they ever investigate? Do you know how many people that are in prison that they put away are going to get a new trial? That may have done the crime and hurt people and whatever, and they can get off because of these stupid motherfuckers.
Oh, just celebrate alone. Like
Celebrate alone.
Didn't the news suggest, some news channels suggest that there was 140 cases that Proctor was involved in that would need to be reviewed now that he's been fired?
Yeah.
Yep.
Not only that, like, I have a question.
But now, though, it's going to be all of them because now people who Yuri put away, they're going to be like, he's dirty. I want my thing reinvestigated. Tully, like, because they were lower rank at one time. They were probably street cops at one time. There's probably people that are sitting in prison and they're just waiting for their chance. You know, and there may be innocent people that couldn't afford a high-end attorney.
Guaranteed.
That just
So Howie Carr said 2 hours ago, right? I love that he calls him Bukkake. Bukkake is not native born. He is naturalized U.S. citizen. As such, if he commits certain felonies, perjury, obstruction of justice, civil rights violations, he may be subject to denaturalization followed by deportation. Back
Bro,
to you,
ICE is
Fran.
going to be at his
Keep that
door.
in mind today, Sarge. Yeah.
Yeah.
And trust me, Trump is all about ICE. So
yeah. My father was never an American citizen. And like that was like one of the things. Like if you I scared my mother knocking on my desk.
Nana. Hi, Nana.
I know she's like, Jesus. My father was never a U.S. citizen either. Like, it's not about being a U.S. citizen. My father was never a U.S. citizen, and he was he was a good citizen here, and he married my mother and had all of us, and whatever. It's not about him being a foreigner or whatever it is. He's just a fucking scumbag. And if you're doing scumbag stuff, then scumbag shit fucking happens, right?
Play stupid game, win stupid prizes.
Amen, Nikki. Amen.
Yep.
Stupid is as stupid does.
Yeah, like fuck around and find out. Like, could be a criminal, and you're not even like from here.
you guys are good enough. Like, throw them out. Come on, we got 3 now. Let's go. Come on, keep going.
Yeah,
Mama says life is like a box of chocolates.
Without alligators with no teeth.
Ha! Oh my god.
That's why I was like, I love all these metaphors you guys are throwing out. It's cracking me up because there's like, fuck around, find out. Stupid is as stupid does.
You never know what you're gonna get. I like that, Melanie. I like your style. I tried, Lucas. What?
No, sorry. No, don't worry.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I'm like, honestly, I'm almost speechless when it comes to some of this stuff because it's like blatantly obvious.
Yeah, I was like fuming when he was.
Hey, you guys, I have to roll. But you guys have a great time. Bye, chat.
good.
See you in there. Bye.
Love you.
So yeah, I was fuming when I was watching this earlier.
I'm just gonna put it up so we can see it, but we'll be on the side. Oop,
See what?
there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I don't. Anybody in the comments have any questions or have anything to say?
Exactly changes. No, you gotta wonder what's going on in the jury's mind right now.
Well, you know, Brian Walsh is on the edge of his freaking seat.
Oh, yeah.
His lawyers
lawyer is for sure.
Oregon.
I think I wrote on X, if I was one of the jurors, I'd be thinking, what are they hiding or avoiding and why?
Yeah. Yeah, Better posted. This is a superb cross. Having Yuri testify what he found day after day in less and less snow, and then emphasizing that Proctor, over a week later in less snow, somehow found large pieces in the same general area. The DA's theory of recovery of the taillight pieces is. Hold on. Oh, I just lost it.
Hi, Kimmy.
I got to tell you guys something real quick. I'm still at work, right?
Tell us.
So I am out in the aisles doing whatever, right? And there is a guy running around the aisles screaming, "Free Karen Reed." They just
I love it.
I was fucking dying.
You should record it for us.
I didn't have my phone on me. My phone was at my desk. I was like, "Oh my god, I can't."
That's fantastic.
We were all just.
You're in your
I was
cage.
like following him around. I am in my cage.
And a girl.
For another hour. Yeah. And I went out there to throw a couple things, put a couple things out because we're getting a visit or whatever. And this guy's running around, and my store manager's freaking out because like the president's supposed to be coming. I was dying. I love the guy. Love the guy.
Are you
Love
not
the guy.
Are you not freaking out with this whole like testimony right now?
I was so behind, and I was watching chat, and I was getting wicked FOMO, and I'm like, oh god, what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? I'm live right now, but that won't last. But I gotta go. I just wanted to tell you guys that there's a guy in here running around yelling "Free Karen Reed."
That's fantastic.
And I think I might marry him.
I'll allow it.
I'm not gonna take it down.
Bye. See you guys at
Kim.
lunch.
Bye. So Better just posted, giving the burden of proof, the defense just needs it to be plausible that the taillight was planted. The cross of Yuri about the bizarre and frankly hard to believe manner which the taillight was recovered by himself, Berkowitz, and Proctor over the course of 3 weeks as snow melted, after not being recovered by Gallagher and the CERT team, was very effective. Add the ARCA testimony, which will fully support the defense's theory about the taillight, and the prosecution is going to have a difficult time with proving BRD. What's BRD? Beyond reasonable doubt that the taillight could not have been planted. The CPD and MSP blew this issue by failing to photograph the SUV when it first encountered it, and when they didn't secure the scene immediately, and when they didn't finish the search when O'Hara offered to do it.
Well, they couldn't photograph. They couldn't photograph the SUV because it had a cracked tail light, not a smashed one.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love Bettero. Bettero's a man.
Yeah, he's so genuine and honest.
He is. He's the best.
And forthright with his opinion. I mean, the number of times he's called this a shit show. You know, my respect just grows for him every time he says that.
Right.
He's real. He doesn't like sit on the fence. He says what he believes, and
yeah,
that's the thing. Like, there's so many of the law tubers out there, and I love Peter, but the lawyer, you know, sometimes that he's gotten better with this case. Like, he literally can't believe this case, but before he was like, you know, just he wouldn't say which way he was leaning, and it was like, dude, just pick a side. Like Vinny Politan, just just pick a side and say what you feel. Like, it doesn't know, no one's gonna say anything about it, but I just wish like the lawyers would make more like I mean, it's like brother counsel, his is coming out more what he said, how he feels about it.
So somebody just posted, right? So this is what aggravates me, right? Because somebody just posted, all videos show the broken taillight before the car was seized by MSP. You can't manipulate those facts. Yes, but it was broken a tiny bit, and they found the whole taillight in 47 pieces in around John's body. Go figure. Why were they not in the road? Why were they? You know what I mean? I love it.
Did you see Rumpel's video from yesterday?
No.
He took the video from when Karen reversed out of the drive, out of the garage at John's house, and as she sets off, the tail light it's got a white patch on it, but he did it frame by frame, and it changes from white to red from one frame to the next.
Wow. That's crazy.
Mm.
I know. All I
How-
know is that
How
that
can it do that? It can't do that.
Yeah.
I mean, I already put one picture into ChatGPT and asked if it was altered, and it came back and told me why they believed it was altered.
Yeah, someone said no one denies it was broken, but how broken is the fact in question, and how did it all end up at Fairview?
Yeah.
So.
I
Because
mean,
it was taken there by the police and dropped.
Right. Exactly.
Planted.
Framed.
You know, we saw the crime scene photos yesterday. One piece of tail light was on top of a footprint in the snow.
Yeah.
And
Exactly.
the footprint wasn't fresh.
But the CERT team doing what they do at crime scenes to find evidence couldn't even find anything.
yeah, I mean, there's a picture I just found of the one of Bukaki holding the sign. Here, let me see if I can send it to myself. Like, this is crazy. Of the shoe, of the one that he's holding in court, and the one that is actually photographed for evidence.
Mm-hmm.
And it is totally like the amount of dirt on it. You can tell how crazy it is.
Yeah, there's no dirt on the trainers now. Somebody's cleaned them.
Yeah, like it looks like someone took a thing to it. It's hard. I don't know why it's not very big. Let me see if I can zoom in.
Another thing that doesn't strike many people is the way that they found the hat and the shoe. They dug in the snow, and we're talking, I think Blue Eyes said it was 1.5 feet deep. They dug 1.5 feet into snow to find these items, but they'd only just dug like 1 foot around the item itself. They haven't dug anywhere else. So how did they know the items were under 1.5 feet of snow? They've only dug exactly
Mark
where the
wants the
item
link.
was.
Can you put the link up? It's in our Mark. It's in our the gang chat too. Kelly, post the link for Mark.
Okay, I'm getting a link for Mark. Mark is so demanding, I swear. It's linking. There you go. You got the link. Oh, now he has it.
Jesus, Mark. Jesus. Okay.
This is when did we go on break? This is a long break.
Like, I want to know when. Yeah, I'm eager to see when this inverted video is going to come up, or if
Soon.
it even will.
Jackson is trying to pick off all of the stuff that he could get through Higgins and like with the text messages and Proctor and things like that. He's trying to pick them off one by one.
Mm-hmm.
But if Bev comes in at any time and says, we're going to have to move this along, Mr. Jackson, I would turn straight round to her and say, look, we're allowed to put on a defense, and I don't give a fuck about you getting out of here at 4 o'clock for White Claw.
Exactly. They can sit there all day on one fucking question if he wants.
Do I sound like I'm underwater, or are we good?
You're good.
You're good, Mike.
Hey, let's not forget they got that cop who went in the Sally port and had to take out the whole tail light. You know what I mean? Like,
The guy that owned the
yeah, Wauburn or something. I forget his name. Wanless.
yeah, Wanless. Yeah, that's it.
Like, there's no record. There's no, you know what I mean? They got him on camp. They popped the whole friggin' taillight out. You didn't have to do that
Yeah.
if you had 46 pieces from her hitting them.
Exactly.
Well, you can see like when they show you the taillight reconstructed, you can see how every piece was found, and if you look at it, every section is for a certain person.
And they got gouges on them where you could tell they used like a wedge or a, you know, a tool.
Yeah. Mentioned that earlier.
Yeah.
And that's the whole thing. The other thing with the shirt and the sweatshirt, why they put it in plexiglass, they're trying to hide the fact of the thickness of the shirt. They
It's like
don't
he's a
want them.
friggin' athlete now. They framed the damn thing.
Yeah, they have it hidden in plexiglass because they can hide the thickness of it. It pushes it down so you can't see, because that shirt is, or that sweatshirt he has on, it was thicker than what people. It's not like just a light sweatshirt. It was still a little bit thicker, but it doesn't look like that in that place. I mean, yeah, we have pictures of the holes, and when they can
Have
use
you guys
that,
seen the pocket on the jeans now, that theory going around?
that's ripped.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It
what to
was
think
ripped
about that.
prior. I saw it ripped prior.
Yeah. I mean, you don't even
was-
need that.
No,
It's already.
was just put
Go
up
ahead.
there because I said it was just put up there. Like they just folded it up. Is what they did. It was already there.
Yuri is just ruining himself up there. Like, dude, just say yes or no. Why are you fucking? You're done.
Yeah, you're like
The-
here. There we go.
The plexiglass could be for protecting evidence, especially if it's delicate. It also gives the jury a better view of certain items.
Yeah.
So if you were wanting to show the hoodie and you put it in plexiglass, you can like rotate it around.
But it squishes up too.
Yeah,
It
it's
also-
squished. You can't see the difference in the thickness if it's squished all the way through.
Who are we kidding? They probably lost the evidence bags.
There you
Well,
go.
they could put it on a mannequin and drag the mannequin into court.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know. There's a lot of all this shit going on, but you don't even need it. We know the guy wasn't hit by a friggin'
Dog
vehicle.
mom says she was told to shoot the rest of it. So look at the shoes difference. They didn't just clean that. They like took a
Yeah, I
what
mean,
do you
this was
call
in a
it?
blizzard.
Yeah,
They
but
took-
Oh my God, dog mom, are you serious?
the picture. Sorry, the evidence photograph is of the left shoe, and the one that Buchanan's
Right.
holding is the right shoe.
Right. But either way, he was in the snow. That one on the right would be still dirty, even if he was
You'd
wearing
have-
that in the hospital.
You'd have stains on it. It would not look that pristine.
I mean, when's that? The 16th of May, 2023.
That's when it went to the crime lab. So where was that stuff at? From January 29th.
Mhm.
Why is the crime lab only getting it a year later? Oh, a year and a half later.
Yeah.
Especially if the shoe's sitting. I don't think they just stayed perfectly white either. Like, it still
And
ages.
if they're checking for DNA, that degrades over time. So you would think that they want to do it as quickly as possible.
Well, in the opening, he said there's 5 different male DNA on the shoe that was found.
Chloe ripped the shoe to shreds.
Maybe they put it on the floor and they all had a circle jerk around it. Who knows?
They bukkakied it.
They did something to it.
Well, there was four troopers and John O'Keefe, so that's if that's 5 different male DNA.
Kelly, do you follow that girl Christy that flipped and came onto Turtle Boy?
Yeah.
You see her story about there was a big party at the Albert's house on the 14th,
Yeah, like 2 weeks after.
and then they're still discovering pieces on the 18th. Not
Yeah.
one fucking person going in and out of a party.
Traipsing over the yard and stuff because they
Yeah.
all parked in the street. They couldn't park there's not enough driveway parking. They have to park on the street.
Well, it's a complete mess. No doubt about it.
So
They're so
I mean, clearly they got no souls. I mean, the guy just got killed on your front lawn, regardless of how it happened. He's throwing parties.
I
Yeah,
really,
they're not-
I really pray that this court break is taking so long because Hank's like, dude, I can't win. I'm done.
No, that guy's fucking brutal.
No, I know, but it would be nice.
He said Whitey Bulger was a stand-up guy.
Yeah.
That
He'll take money anyway. He gets it.
Remember, he was saying that Karen calling her mom and dad. Who calls their mom and dad at 1 or 2 o'clock in the? Okay, first of all, I
Yeah.
do. I had before my mom passed away. I did. My mom would answer. I mean, hell, I've crawled in bed with her one night because I was upset, and so that's the relationship they have. But then he said on another interview that if Whitey called him in the middle of the night, he would pick it up because he's family.
No, I agree. I mean, my mom still stays up when I go a party, and I'm almost 40 years old. She'll stay up till 3 o'clock if I'm down South Shore.
Does she tuck you in when you get home from the party?
No, I go up 3 flights of stairs and give her a hug. Say goodnight.
Oh, nice.
Hug and a kiss.
Yeah.
Like Colin.
Yeah.
Camera's moving around, but I don't know if it's doing anything.
Well, that might be an indication that the jury's coming back in.
Yeah, maybe. All I know is that like Hank has ruined his career because if he tries to go back to private practice after this, nobody's gonna come.
Yeah, no one's going to respect any of these people.
Nobody's going to hire him.
The police MSP looks ridiculous, and nobody's gonna take any of these officers
You
seriously.
do have to admit, though, he's doing all he can do because he was fed a tough case, and Karen opened her mouth way too much.
I give him credit for what he's done. I mean, but he spent more time fighting at ARCA than he did making a case for himself. Honestly, you can't just ignore that your lead prosecutor or your lead detective was fired. You have to take that head on and figure out how to take it to the jury and be like, yeah, this happened.
That's crazy.
You can't just ignore it, and he's been ignoring it the whole time. Like, don't say it in the opening, don't say it, and if it's mentioned, don't say it. Like his direct with Yuri, honestly, was like the shortest direct I ever thought I would hear with a police officer. Lally did a longer direct.
He didn't even want to talk, and half the time he's like, "Don't answer." He's like, "Just say what I
don't know
asked."
what Proctor said. I'm not asking him. I'm asking you.
Did you see what DPH or whatever that guy's name is, that bozo?
Unmuted.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Let's go back to the session. You may be seated.
Jurors, we appreciate the long break. We did it in an effort to make sure things go a little bit more smoothly from here on. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach?
Please.
Sergeant, I've handed you a document in addition to what's been marked as evidence, item 111. There's a document that's heavily redacted. Do you recognize, or do you see that document?
I do.
Do you see a word on that document?
Yes, I do.
Does that appear to be a redacted form of the document that is the same document or the same page or copy of that page that you saw this morning from those notes?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'd like to have that marked as next in order, the redacted document with the court's permission.
Okay.
And with the court's permission,
Hold on.
sure.
Exhibit
Oh.
114.
Your Honor, may I, with the court's permission, put a side-by-side of the single word that we discussed at sidebar from evidence item 111 and what's been marked as 114?
Is there an objection?
There is.
Yes. Not at this time, Mr. Jackson, no.
In your opinion, having seen those two words next to each other, do they appear to be the same or similar handwriting?
In my opinion, they appear very similar, yes.
Okay, thank you. May I inquire with counsel for just a second? Sure. Okay. Thank you. May I approach one more time, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes. Can I see it?
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sergeant, could you just flip through that briefly and tell me if you generally recognize what that document
Absolutely.
is?
I do.
Thank you, Sergeant. What is that document generally?
Generally, it appears to be screen captures of text message conversation.
Is that the document that you earlier referred to as having received from Brian Higgins?
It's a printout of the document, yes.
You saw something in electronic format, I take it?
Yes.
And you reviewed it on a computer?
Yes.
Did you receive the electronic file on a thumb drive or a CD or something like that?
I did.
Okay. And this appears to be a true and accurate representation of that electronic copy that you received from Brian Higgins?
To the best of my understanding, yes.
And is that document reflective of the text messages that Mr. Higgins indicated to you were between the string, as I use that word, between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
This is what was provided to the best of my understanding and now has been printed out.
Okay. With the court's permission, I'd like to ask the witness to read the text messages that he was provided by Brian Higgins.
So we're going to mark this
For identification only.
Would it be E for identification?
You're certainly not asking him to read this whole document.
I expect to.
I'm going to see counsel.
Hello. I figure instead of just staring at the fan, if you want to talk, we can. Lucas. It's a sidebar. What can I get you guys to drink for this sidebar? Lucas.
Right, so jurors, we're really trying to be expeditious as we can be. So there was a big stack that of messages on that are going to be marked as the next exhibit. And I have two instructions for you folks. First is, as I've told you before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent or created or transmitted the communication was in fact here, the defendant, or Brian Higgins. If you do not find that it is more likely true than not that Ms. Reed was the person who authored or created or transmitted the electronic communication, or Brian Higgins was the person who authored or created or transmitted the communication, then you may not consider that electronic communication at all in deciding your case. Now, if you do, if it gets past that and you do find that that burden has been met, these messages are not being offered to show the truth of the statement. They're simply to show that this information was in fact provided to the Mass State Police for their investigation. Those are the instructions. All right, with that, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that.
Yes, I'm going to let the witness have that pack. Oh, he's got one. Oh, you know what, Chrissy? I'll take one back. The one for ID will now be the exhibit, and I'll take the other one.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Sergeant Buchanan, do you have a document in front of you that's been marked as Exhibit 115?
I do.
If you could, starting at the beginning, do those purport to be text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
Yes, they are.
Does that printout accurately reflect what you received in electronic form from Brian Higgins during your interview?
Yes.
Okay. If you could start at the beginning and read the text string indicating the date of the text, if it's dated, who it's from, who it's to, and the content.
Yes, sir. The text messages begin Wednesday, January 12th at 8:27 p.m. Incoming text message to Brian Higgins' phone from Karen Reed. Hey, Brian, it's the weed whacker. The response is a question mark, followed by a picture of a six-pack of Smirnoff Ice screwdriver and appears to be a package store cooler, followed by a YO response. And that is it for January 12th, Wednesday. Do you want me to continue, sir?
Yes. May I have just a moment, Your Honor? Going back to the Smirnoff container, that was from whom and to whom? For the picture of the Smirnoff.
It appears it was from Brian Higgins to Karen Reed.
Okay. If you could make sure to delineate from whom and to whom each text is
every time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, and go ahead and proceed.
Thursday, January 13th, 9:24 a.m. From Karen Reed to Brian Higgins. Did you try those Smirnoff? There is a haha acknowledgement response to that text message by Brian Higgins. The next page, it's the same bubble, but continue on the next page. I will repeat. Did you try those Smirnoff screwdrivers? Question mark. I stopped at the Hilly for one last night. A Bitmoji showing teeth. That is sent from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins.
If you could, and I hate to ask this of you, but if you could tell us who it's from before the content, for instance, from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, content. That would just be a little easier, I think,
Okay.
in flow.
The last one was from Karen Reed. She stated, did you try those Smirnoff? And that she stopped by at the Hilly last night for one. From Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, haha, followed by same person. How did you get my digits? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, the Melissa and Lito show. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, ha ha. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, I thought you creeped John's phone. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, ha ha. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, no way, with an emoji, X person holding an X in front of them. I was the last person in Greeter, Canton, who didn't have your pound sign, number sign. I think even Carrie has it.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Did you see his face? Oh my God, Amy, I had to bring this up. He was so mad. So mad. Lucas, if you're going to talk, I'll keep you up here. If not, I'm going to put you down. Yeah, the defense can call Proctor and the Bryans. The only problem is that that's what Hank wants. Hank wants that. He wants him to call him because then he can have the leading questions, because defense or cross, you get the lead. So he wants to have the leading questions. But the way you can get around that is prosecution can have them as a hostile witness if they are, and then they can ask leading questions as well. I think that's what I think, Amy. I think she's going to have AJ read them and him confirm them because AJ reads faster.
We're trying to make this easier for everybody to either read or listen to or look at. So we're just going to take a minute. We think that we have this document here. And also to make it a little bit easier for everybody, Sergeant Buchanan, you do not have to describe the emojis. You don't have to say anything about what the pictures are, and you don't have to say the punctuation now that we'll be able to have it. But you are being asked to read which text is from whom. Maybe if we agree upon the color, you won't have to say that. Can there be an agreement with that, counsel?
We can do that.
I'll stipulate that the blue bubbles appear to be Mr. Higgins.
And the gray,
bubbles appear to be Mr. Reed, the text response.
okay.
That's agreed. All right.
All right, I appreciate that. So you can just read the screen or read what you have in front of you.
Do you want me to start at the beginning or?
No. Let's just go. Let's just start where, I'm sorry, start where you ended, if you could, please. All right, could we turn the lights down? Can you see it, Sergeant, with the lights off?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
I just don't give my personal number to anyone. How would Carrie have my number? Melissa had it. I actually don't know if Carrie does. Just felt like everyone had it. Haha. I knew she did. Sorry you felt neglected. Haha. So no dice on the Smirnoff? I have not tried it. Saw it in the store the other day and thought of you. I laughed out loud. Don't give Carrie my digits. Thought of me and everyone's grandfather. I won't give you your digits to anyone. You don't like Carrie? I have no issues with Carrie. Just don't want her having my jack. Saving you as Karen, screwdriver, or weed whacker. Need to think about it a little. I'd prefer weed whacker. That's the think about nicknames. We were tossing around the idea of a short vacay with the current show. Wanted to see if you were game. You don't have a say? Vacation? Where? I know. They need to happen organically. I'm the queen of nicknames. Was just going to rent a beach house in Fort Laud. Something quick and easy. I'm queen of vacays too. Always a good time. I'm going to Nashville next month, 19th through the 21st, for a benefit. One of our guys got shot in the head. You guys should come. So you claim. Advertisement. Jesus, is he alive? Was he from Massachusetts? Yes, he is alive, not from MA. We were thinking late March. I guess a guy in his group is friends with Old Dominion Band. Kid Rock's supposed to be there too. I have a tough time with country. I was a Kid Rock fan back in the day. I agree. Of course you were. From Brockton. LOL. That's how I got my street cred. Funny. I didn't know you had any. LOL. Carrie said you tag along. No one would say that about me. How would I know? We all frequent the same watering hole. I don't know Carrie well. She talks about herself a lot, but I guess so does everyone. I don't ask questions, just make observations, assess, and decide. I am quiet. That's a good policy. You can read most people in a few minutes. Excuse me, mins. Yep, for sure. Did you go out with last night? Myself. I only had a drink and a half. Sadly, I know everyone at this point. Lame. Why is that bad? BC. That's how much I go in there. What do you do for work? I've never had a problem going to bar/restaurant solo. I go there a little. I'm a college professor. Solo is cool. I was in adjunct previously. Oh, really? Did you mention that? Anna Maria, Quincy College, and BHCC. I teach afternoons and work downtown during the day. What is BHCC? University of Southern Charleston, a.k.a. Bunker Hill Community College. Oh, nice. Trust is life. Line from Good Will Hunting in the classroom at BHCC. Funny, a savant from Brockton. I'm not making fun of BHCC. My parents met at community college. Fall River writes, You're very random. How so? You just are. I don't think so. What's random? Haha. I had no idea who this was last night, for a few minutes anyways. I mean, what's random about me? I think I'm pretty predictable. How so? You must go around beeping at a lot of weed whackers, excuse me. Nope, never. It was my one-time thing. Sounds like I'm scattered and all over the place. I learned my lesson. You have your shit together. That was mortifying. I am still really sorry. Not completely, but for the most part, yes. Sure you are. One thing I don't think you was sensitive. When was I sensitive? To the weed whacking incident. I just snapped when I think guys are being creeps. Can't help it. I'm not a creep. No, you're not a creep. Nope. You're kind of a loner, which I used to be. Not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a handful of friends in that I am tight with. So you think you got me figured out? Circle of trust. Yeah, I said loner, not loser. I assume you know a lot of people? You never really can figure anyone out completely. Your dad died when you were young? He died in March of 2020. I am so not a loser. You won't figure me out, LOL. No one is a loser. I just didn't mean loner to imply friendless. I'm sorry, that's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it? Cancer. I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them, and you arrive private and observant. I'm sorry. What kind? Lung, brain, kidney, and pelvis. How do you know all these things? LOL. You're funny. Yikes, wow. That's rough. Jesus. I'm sorry. We chat a lot at the hillside. Don't be sorry. Life is hard sometimes. I always figure it out. Who chats? Life is hard, but losing people is the hardest. So I'm sorry. We chat. That all you got WeChat? Sure, you're from Brockton. Spit it out. You and I chatted about the girl who kept forgetting the door lock. Oh, she has been out of play for like 3 months now. Out of rotation? Nah, just out of play. I am solo, no rotation. I am not a hoe. Solo? Solo, like no rotation, or woman for that matter. Not locked down. Haha. Good for you. That's the best way to be. Yep. Benefits for sure. Are you working? Remotely. Oh, tough life. Live like a queen. I just got a Saturday invite. Did you say yes? Not yet, but did respond. What did you say, Mr. Elusive? No, I just don't want to intrude on your couples night. Haha, I am shy. We prefer to hang out with non-couples. Bob Gallery is probably coming too, solo. We'll probably do cards or something at some point. Some PT, excuse me. I'm inviting you. Haha. John said, quote, Brian is being wishy-washy now, end quote. Haha. Did you tell him to text me? No. You cranky now? Haha, no. Just stop being so anti-couples. Most couples don't even like each other. Name a few. Name a few? I don't know. All of them? They all want to hang out with single people? I need a drink. I had a blueberry beer. I'm jealous. Hey, I'm trying to menu plan for Saturday, Mr. Elusive. Don't count on me. Boo. Haha. I'm sure you will get over it. Just got my first drink. Where? Brick House. You tied one on last night? I was just thinking about you. Haha. Yes, 4:30 a.m. came early this morning. Eek, that's early. You out late with the Commodores? Solo? Yeah, but you're always lining up your after party. Nope, not me. Selective. I am not a hoe. Hey, no judgment. Haha, you make me laugh. I know, I'm funny. Haha. What's on your mind? Nada. Just about to start cooking. Okay. What's on yours? I'm going to a Hillside Regulars 60th tomorrow. This could be a new low for me. Who?
Detective, if I could interrupt 1 second. When there is a date that's delineated, could you just state the date out loud so the jurors follow the date progression?
Next.
Starting with the next one.
I'm saying the next text message date or
Yes, sir.
date within.
Where the
Yes,
above or
absolutely.
below the bubbles.
Yep. So this screen here is Friday, January 13th at 3:33 p.m.
Thank you.
I believe I stopped before Bob Clinton. Everybody can't stand him. I detest him. His breath smells like ass. OMG, always. His daughter and I have mutual friends. I actually don't mind him when he's socially distant. I think he's friendly. Why detest? Yeesh. Talks like an ass clown. Maybe I'm being too hard. He just says crazy shit. Doesn't know his audience. Geez. Is he different from anyone else in there? Haha. His wife and daughter are cooler than he is. I like his wife. Never met the daughter. A nurse? Yes. Her fiance is a firefighter. By coincidence with people I grew up with. Crazy. Sunday, January 16th, 12:59 a.m. You're nuts. Foul ball. You stink. You suck. And you're double. Trouble. You're hot. Are you serious or messing with me? No, I'm serious. Feeling is mutual. Is that bad? How long have you thought that? Are you okay driving? You don't want to stay here? I am fine. I have an office at the PD. You didn't answer the question. Rather you stay here? I wish. I think you're messing with me. Why do you think that? Because this is so out of left field. Where did these feelings come from? I just think you're like me. Meaning, do you have your own kids? I have no kids. How am I like you? Hello? Aren't we alike? I think so. So why did you get my number and reach out to me? Shoot straight with me. I told you, I just think we're alike, right? Yes, agree. Now what? I don't know. Shouldn't you know? Do you like me? Yes, from jump. When was jump? First time I saw you. When was that? Hillside for sure. When were you interested? I don't know. You're just my type. You think you can handle me? I thought you were happy. How do you know if I'm happy? I just assumed. Are you to handle? What do you like about me? I just feel like you're from my neighborhood. Yeah, ditto. And I think you're hot. You really think that? I have always thought that about you. What? That you're hot, smart, witty. But I didn't think you were interested. Witty. Yeah, meaning quick with a response. Tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Just thought we were the same, from the same neighborhood. Are you afraid to say what's in your mind? On? No. Didn't I? I am glad I stopped by. I should have come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Yeah, I was basically begging you. You don't have to beg me. Beg. Huh? I will give you whatever you want. How are you texting right now? Ugh. Leaving me hanging. No. Kids? Kinda. How am I texting? Is everyone asleep? I'm just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are. I should have stayed, LOL. So now what? Yes, you should have. That would have been distracting. So no what? Now. Now what? Ball's in your court. What do you want? Loaded question. What do you want? I asked you. Nope. You initiated this. Spit it out. Hey, we're single and we don't have kids. We can do whatever we want. Don't you have a boyfriend? Where are you? Canton. Where? My office at the PD. Why are you going to Mansfield? Where is that? Canton PD. I have a house there from before I reconnected with John. Oh, I feel like you're not really saying what's on your mind. Do you like me? Yes, clearly. Come over to my house. When? When works for you? Whoever, whenever. When works for you? I asked you first. I think you're messing with me. I'm glad you came over tonight. Me too. Ball's in your court. What do you want, Karen? You look great tonight. I don't know. What do you want? You always do. Yeesh, really? Why? I look great? You're full of it. I think you're hot. I always have thought that. Just have not revealed my thoughts. I'm hot for the hillside. Low comps. Knock it off. You're hot, period. Are you glad you walked me out? Yes. Are you? Def. Yes. Are you going home tonight or tomorrow AM? We kissed, right? Is this a trick question? I don't know when I'm going home. I am selling my house. What a trick question. Are you moving to Canton? I am following your lead with this. I live here, but I have a property in Enfield. Why my lead? I don't want any responsibility. You started this, right? Why did you get my number and each out of me and each out to me? Still have not told me. Sorry, should I not have? I am fine with it. Just don't know why you can't answer. You're mad at me? OMG. No, not at all. You're being silly. I told you. I just think you're like me and I am attracted to you a lot. Feelings mutual. I just never saw this coming. Why? Because I just assumed you were happy with your situation. I was, but things have deteriorated. Why? How so? What did Melissa say when you asked for my number? It is very, very complicated. He and I dated when we were kids, and then his sister died and everything got fucked up. He seemed very into you. I just told Melissa that I had your number, but lost it. That's cute. She wasn't suspicious? No, she's great. Does she know you like me? She's a sweetie. We just agreed that you're great. What does that mean? I was jealous that she had your number. Look, like you're either all in or you're out. Why would you be jealous? I am not attracted to her at all. I have always been attracted to you. Really? Yes. Since the first time I saw you, we would have fun. Where are you? I told you, Canton PD, my office. So are you selling your place and moving to Meadows? Yeah, but where is that? I have had all my shit here for a couple of years, and my house has been vacant, but I'd like to get closer to the water. Are you breaking up or staying together? I don't know. He hooked up with another girl on vacation. I am very close to his niece. It is a very fucked up situation. When was that? And how did you find out he hooked up? I don't want to complicate your situation. We went away for New Year's, the four of us. I put the kids to bed and found him in the lobby of our hotel, all over one of our friends. Whatever. It doesn't matter. It does matter. Did they bang? Does that matter? Sorry, I was just asking. I was just trying to figure shit out. It doesn't really matter. Okay, I won't ask again. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Okay, hear you loud and clear, Karen. Oh, okay. Why are you getting your thing all twisted up over simple questions, Thong? I am not, am I? You're kind of getting defensive. Not at all. What is the question? Do you feel guilty texting me? No. Okay. What do you want from me? Nothing. Do you want anything from me? I would hang out. Oh, gee, thanks. OMG. What am I supposed to say? You're being tough on me. None of us is married. True. So game on? We can say whatever we want. Game on? You sent mixed messages. I wish I stayed. Okay, game on then. Kinda. Can you hang? Sure. I hope you toss and turn tonight. I always do. Why? Why'd you say that? I just do. Why? Because you're fresh. No, I'm not. Okay. Do you always get what you want? Be sweet to me, please. I could be so sweet. I've been very sick. I had colon cancer and 10 surgeries in 18 months. I'm a wreck. I had no idea. Are you okay now? I never get what I want, just what I need. I am okay. What do you need? What need to be content? What can I do to make you happy? Haha, don't worry. I've always been very happy. You talk in riddles. Just tell me why you contacted me, huh? What's the big deal? I told you. Just think you're like me. What does that mean? Like you want to hang with me? You asked why I contacted you. Yes. Excuse me. Yeah, I did ask. We are attracted to each other, right? Reasonable question. Yes, 100%. Okay. We did kiss earlier. No? I think you initiated that. No? Yep. Do I owe you an apology? OMG. No. Why are you being sensitive? I am not. Kinda. No. Excuse me. Never. What do you want from me? What's on the table? What do you want ideally? The real deal. Sunday, January 16th, 7:37 a.m. Doesn't exist. Haha. Sunday, January 16th, 5:53 p.m. So you like Hennessy XO? Sunday, January 16th, 7:15 p.m. I am hurting so bad. Yeah, me too. The Currens went after it again at noon today. No way. This was about 2 hours before you came over. Haha. I am heading for drinks soon. Really? Yeah. Tuesday, January 18th, 5:09 p.m. What's on tap? Haha. What does that mean? Usually means, what are you up to? Cute. I just wrapped work. Unpacking some groceries. You? What's on tap? Also unpacking crap for my car. Anything good? Nothing on tap. Shame. You were ghost yesterday. I can't be the cruise director every day. Shame. Julie McCoy? Wish I was at my cave house in front of the fire sipping a drink. Wish I knew how to use my fireplace. From Love Boat. How old is your bad self? Haha, that was my guess. 42 next month. I know the Love Boat. I was more Brady Bunch. Haha, what day? 226. Nice. You're just a tad poke. Pole. Got ya. When is the next party? Pole. Oops. It's all relative. What pole and poke? I'd have a party every weekend if it were up to me. No. 42 equals Tedpole. Oh. I keep reminding myself that aging is a privilege. The better parties are at my house. No kids. Why are they better? Well, first, BC, there's no kids. You were ghost yesterday. Thought I heard the last of you. Phones work both ways. I don't want to disturb you, or you could be otherwise engaged. I don't know your routine. I didn't use the word engaged, did I? Huh? Engaged? As like doing something with someone? Yes, that's what I thought you meant. Are you being fresh today? No. Now that you sobered up. Haha. I felt sober next to everyone else on Saturday. Good point. You're still T trouble. Haha. Why am I? Just playing with you. What is that? Whiskey with a big ice cube. What kind of whiskey? Jameson, right? Cherry in middle. What good does that do? Are you in W Rocks? So good, yeah. Do you have a 4:30 a.m. bell tomorrow? Why do you ask? Trying to figure out how many whiskeys you're going to have? Depends. I don't restrict myself from having fun. How many Hennessy XOs you having? None. I have none at my house. Haha. I am not really trouble. Want me to pick you up next time I go to the base? Usually cheaper and tax-free. Just a little based on your conduct. The base? Military base. I go through the Henny fast. I shop there a lot. I can as a veteran. My conduct? I'm not married. I'm the only one who does everything right. What kind of veteran? Where is the base? Dude, chillax. Teasing you. Are you serious? Veteran from Iraq. I can go to any base, but usually Hanscom in Bedford or down the Cape. Which base down the Cape? Which branch? Army. I'm not abnormally sensitive. Joint base Cape Cod. I won't be so hard on you. Oh my God, you're not. You called me trouble. That makes me sound bad. I was just playing with you. You weren't, but that's okay. Stop being sensitive, please. I am not. Okay, so what's up? Did you figure out how many whiskeys? You mean tonight? Yes. Not sure. I am flexible and adaptable. Why are you so curious? Are you drinking? I haven't had a drink yet. Just want to see what you're up. Looking for an influencer. My day was long. Influenced? How? Are you in Canton or Mansfield tonight? Influenced to have a drink, even though it's Tuesday, in Mansfield. How often do you stay there? Is it a nice crib, house, or condo? I stay here once or twice a week. House. I guess it's nice. I like it. How long have you owned it? How many beds, rooms? 2017 or 18? 5 bedrooms. What? Why so big? I don't know. It's an old colonial. It has a lot of bedrooms. More than you clearly need. Are you moving to Canton? I know, seriously. Some rooms I only go into dust. Not anytime soon. I'm there for most of the time, but sometimes it's a lot. A lot, why? Do you even know what you want or who? Because I went from being solo to trying to give attention to kids who aren't mine. And I never wanted kids. I thought you were in this happy relationship. Everyone is happy at Hillside. Oh, God. You avoid things. It's just a very, very complicated dynamic with the 4 of us. He isn't cut out for what he's doing, and the kids present constant issues. I think he believes he is doing the right thing. Well, of course he is, but his heart isn't in it. It's only because he was very, very close to his sister. I know how you feel, kinda. I was married, and when I met her, she had a 2.5-year-old. I went from being single to being a dad. It's hard. I am divorced since 2017 and have no kids. I try very hard, but they are very spoiled, and they're not my family. My parents keep telling me I'd feel different if they were mine, or my own sisters. Then I told you he got drunk and sloppy on New Year's Eve while we were away, and that has really affected me. What did he exactly do? I never got married, and now somehow I'm arguing with someone about raising kids. Why won't you tell me? He was a puddle all day and then disappeared. Then I found him all over friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel, and she's gross, which I think may actually be worse. Not sure. Oh, God. Did they bang? So I was the kids celebrating New Year's without him, which shouldn't be my role. No, I doubt it. He was a mess. Was it the first time with her, or do you think there were others? I don't really think there were others. I'm with him all the time. He never seems to want to go anywhere without me. But honestly, the issues with the kids bother me more than him actually cheating. They're constant, and it feels like lose. You clearly have a lot of feelings swirling inside of you. Yeah, it's very complicated. Sorry for the rant. You can vent, babe. Basically, I just feel like I spread myself too thin, and sometimes it's thankless. You probably felt that way too. I did at times. It was one, not two, thankfully. Want to grab a drink? If you gave me some notice, I could have. You said you were adaptable. I am. But I have my work truck with me and not my personal. You get angry when you don't get your way? That sounds like an excuse. I rarely get my way. I don't make excuses. I don't make excuses. If I don't want to deal with someone, I tell them. Then I am a ghost. Why do you even want to hang with me? Don't we already hang out? I don't make excuses. Work truck, personal truck. What does that doesn't sound like a massive problem. I end up drinking with you at least once a week, I'd say. I can't use my work truck for transportation to go drink. You think so? What makes you so sure? Probably would be fun. I think I see you about once a week at a bar, no? Not lately, but yes. Okay. So you asked why I want to hang out. I'm just saying that I already hang out with you. Yeah, but we have never one-on-one. Does going to a friend's house qualify as transportation to drink? Yeah, because I can't just have one. Can't drive that banged up. Have none then. There's 5 bedrooms here. Does mine have a lock on the door? Haha, LOL. I don't even know. I think so. You probably have a spare key. I don't know if I ever shut and locked a door here. Funny. Trust me, I am tempted. Grab the Hennessy. Thanks, doll. Funny. I am confused. You don't feel guilty in inviting me over? Should I? I don't know. Who knows what you feel? Only know what you said when you were drinking Hennessy. Haha. Geez, I just explained everything, I thought. Wow. You get angry easy. What are you talking about? I'm not angry, at the least. Okay, good. And I haven't had a single drink today. Okay. I don't really think I should feel guilty. Why is that? Why should I not? Dude, I am just asking. Don't get your thong all twisted up. Yeah, I just don't know what the question was. You have no impact on my thong? I think I try my best to do the right by people, and sometimes people suck. And I'm not married, nor do I have kids. I agree. But you kind of have a live-in boyfriend. You act like you act like I ask dumb questions. Yeah, kind of. But it's been a long time, and there's ups and downs. So at some point, you have to think more rationally. Do you plan on leaving him? I'm sorry. I don't think they're dumb. It's just hard back and forth on text to understand the question. When you ask what day, earlier, read my birthday. I thought for a full minute that you meant what day did I use to watch the Brady Bunch. And I had typed a text every school day at 4 and 4:30. I meant what day was your B-day. I don't have any plans at the moment in either direction. Sometimes I go back and forth. Yeah, I figured that out. What's your interest in me? I assume people have been interested in you before. True. First, I think you're fun to talk to. I like sizing other people up. And you seem to be private, which I also like, and probably pretty independent too. So I am a ton of fun. I am super private and do not talk out of school. I am safe. Does that make sense? I am all of that and more. Safe? Like I am private. Don't talk out of school with what I do or who I hang with. Do I aggravate you? Haha, no. According to John, you may occasionally talk out of school. He said that about me? But that's none of my business. With respect to what exactly? None of my biz. So then why invite me to your house party? Now I am aggravated. Tonight's house party or last week? OMG, why? Last week. Like, why would he talk shut about me? Because we all like you. Everyone does. Geesh. You just said he talked shit about me. He wasn't talking shit at all. He always says how much he likes you. Just mentioned Brian does all right for himself. He has not said one negative thing about you ever. I just didn't think you were that private, that's all. I am about a lot of things. Don't be so sensitive. I am good. Oh, geez. Are your panties in a twist now? Stop. Nah, my boxers are just fine. Okay. You're not going to run your work truck through the gears tonight? I thought you were tons of fun. No, I am not. As much as I would like to. Moving on to the next call. Huh? Will you stop? You sensitive again? I can't really follow your thought process. You keep kind of insulting me a little. I am still confused why you want to hang with me. It's also out of left field. No, I am not. Are you single? Yes. I don't think it's out of left field. Wasn't I already begging you to come over last Saturday? You getting my number from Melissa and reaching out to me. And then on vacay and probably a few other occasions. You didn't really beg. I asked at least twice. How do people usually reach out to each other? Why would I have thought you had any interest in me? Usually do it when they do live with someone. Do not. Maybe, maybe not. So you have sent me signs before? Did I miss them? John and I have had a lot of ups and downs, and we already did this nearly 20 years ago. And there's kids involved that get attached and things get muddy. I don't know what the answer is, but I feel very strongly that I've put my best effort in with all three of them, and the extended family too. At some point, it gets frustrating, and my actual feelings take precedence. I get it. I am not denying that or that it gets tough. Do you remember anything you said to me the other night? I'm just trying to explain where I'm coming from. Yes. I get it. I deleted it because I didn't want to do my own text walk of shame. But I'm pretty sure I remember everything. Okay. So don't you think it would complicate and confuse your situation if we hang out? Fair question. Probably. Do you only do things with that simplify your life? Nope. I complicate my life on the regular. Yeah, so does everyone else. Just so you know, I thought you were extremely hot off the rip. Amazing personality. I could go on and on, but I do not. Want to pump your shut up too much. Thanks for saying that, but low comps at Hillside. You know how to ruin something nice. I frequent other places. John has showed me about 5 times the Ring video of me walking you out on Saturday, and my voice and my accent are killing me softly. What? Yeah, he has cameras everywhere. You cops. Jesus. He Christ, are you guys hooking up? OMG, great. I don't need your drama, dude. No, it's fine. Seriously? I am serious. You legit planted one on me. I know where the cameras are anyway, duh. Oh my God, Bruins. So you slick move. So your slick move isn't on there? Of course not. OMG. I almost. It was a peck anyway. I kissed Carrie and gay Jeff too. Yeah, weak. I agree. LOL, funny. So now he is jealous of me? No. I told you he likes you a lot, which makes this worse. You said or did something at the bar last week, and he goes, I like Brian more and more. I think he is a good dude, too. Yeah, he is. Funny. What's your end game? What do you want from me? You will just confuse the shot out of yourself. Shit. Because I am a lot of fun. So am I. I'm sure I'm more fun than you. How so? Details. I don't know. I hate people on the whole, but I've been told by many people that I'm a lot of fun. I don't do anything half-ass, nothing. So what do you want from me? I don't know. I just like you so I reached out. You have zero idea? Nope. Oh, God. What now? Why, oh, God? Because I need some direction. Well, I'm not an FG Oracle, sorry. That's actually funny. Do you eventually get what you want? I told you, rarely. So you're a quitter, a realist. So you reached out to me? A ballsy move. Now what? The things I worked the hardest for have meant the most. Does Melissa know you dig me? Ballsy? Not really. I already know you. True. But you have a man. I figured if you text with Melissa, you'd definitely text with me. She isn't trying to hang with me. Of course she is. Plus, I never really texted with her other than to see if they were headed out. I asked you over. Is what? You made excuses. That's fine. But I'm not asking again. She doesn't like me like that. I'm sure she does. What makes you so sure? BC, she said, I'd love to set Brian up with my sister. She deserves such a good guy like him. That doesn't mean she wants to. Bang me. He's self. And I think Lito is kind of a dink, so I'm sure Melissa likes you a wee bit. Herself. Yeah, he is interesting. Have you always had trouble accepting compliments? Yeesh. No. It at all. All yours came to me after a day of drinking. You were way more all over me that day. So what? Don't most compliments come that way? Like all over me with compliments and how you felt. It was 3:30 a.m. It was fun. I've complimented you today, too, and kicked my nuts in. Oh my God, how? If I had more notice, I would have grabbed a drink somewhere. So I am all set with. That's fine, but I am not asking again. Well, it was 7 p.m., and I'm super cool. So right now, asking again. Excuse me. So right now, asking again. Coming to your house would have been bad for the both of us. For starters, you wouldn't have wanted me to leave. Now equals not. That sounds good. That's trouble. Why? Because you would have made me stay, locked me in your room. No, I wouldn't have. Haha, you wish. I don't share a bed with anyone ever. I have my own room in Canton. What? Yeah, I think sharing a bed is archaic. Is that the one you wanted me, TK, stay in? You sit like to be spooned? You don't? Not for more than a minute or two. Weird. You would rather sleep alone? I've got to make my sleep count. So doesn't everyone? Honestly, I am the world's lightest sleeper. I can hear an ant crawling across the floor, and I wake up almost hourly, which isn't fair to whoever I'm sleeping with. Okay, bet Melissa isn't like that. Haha. Lori wouldn't like that. I know for a fact Melissa isn't like that. She told me she can't even fall asleep unless they're spooning. Lito rolled his eyes and pointed a gun at his head. You've probably got to go to work on your truck. Talk soon. Whatever. Lighten up, Francis. Let me know when you figured you're shut out. That's a tailor-made joke for an Army vet. No one else has it figured out. Why do I? Combat vet. I didn't say non-combat. I told Sat, I think you're hot, and told you how cool I think you are. Maybe you're actually a jerk. What do you want me to say/do? I'm pretty sure you're seeing people too. I am not a jerk. Don't change the narrative to suit yourself. Own your words. I don't think you're a jerk. I don't have simple answers to your questions. It's actually simple. What do you want from me? What do you desire? To start, I would just like to hang out because I'd like to talk to you and hear what you have to say. If that's it, I'd be happy. Okay, I will lock you into that statement. That's fine. I suspect you will give up eventually. Just so you know, I will still be your friend. Clearly, you're trying to give me a Heisman. No, not at all. Why would you say that? Because I've tried and I am failing. Tried what? Failing what? Hot and personality and what else? What's the I could go on and on part? BC, it feels like a Heisman, sugar-coated with a few compliments. That's okay. I asked you over on a seemingly uneventful Tuesday. Yeah, with 0 heads up. I have to get up at 4:30 a.m. Didn't hear from you yesterday at all, so I should have been a mind reader that you were going to extend an offer to your crib for a drink. If you want to give up, that's on you. You're being silly, for the record. No, I'm busting your chops. It's okay. No, you're sensitive. Nice try. You don't think if I came over for a drink, we would have got carried away? You said you were adaptable and tons of fun. I took that as an invite for an invite. Oh, okay. I'm 42. I know what happens when you invite someone for a drink. You're the master of avoidance. So you think I would just give it to you? Give yo to you? Give it up. I've been a lot in my life. I have a little bit of a carpe diem mindset. Been through. What am I avoiding? I'm not afraid to be direct. Some of my questions. Okay, which? Ask again. Nope. Tricks are not for kids. I'm pretty sure we would have hooked up. Okay, I can't say that. Of course you can. Did I miss any other questions, sir? Probably. Are you having a drink right now? Yeah, on my second. Show me what you got. I went for some wine and downgraded to a mudslide. The taunting in me. Haha. I had to make another one because you got me all worked up. I could have made it for you, weirdo. Sure you could have. Done a lot. And you got yourself worked up, buddy? Yep, I am. What a crime? Excuse me. That a crime? Are you annoyed? Kinda. Why? Because you there, this offer on me last minute of through. I could have made 3-round tips by now. Excuse me. I apologize. You could have made 3-round trips by now. Oh, I bet. Crickets. 4-round trips. Bite me. Geez, that's fresh. So you only say like one nice thing per day? Tough. You're impossible. Let me know when you figured this out. You're impossible. I've been pretty straightforward. You're wishy-washy. What do you want from me? Doesn't matter. Okay then. Wednesday, January 19th, 10:08 a.m. Sup? Sup? You tell me, playa. Just working remotely. Sweet. From Mansfield? Yep, you? I am in Canton at the moment. I want to drink. Haha. Is that bad? Really? I think day drinking once a week is okay. Go celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Tuck Rule. I can't wait until tonight. Wednesday, January 19th, 1:07 p.m. Where are you planning on heading? Not sure. Wednesday, January 19th, 3:34 p.m. I'd invite you over here, but you probably have your work truck. Here we go. I assume that's a pass. No problem. What's wrong with you? Excuse me? I didn't answer fast enough? Huh? Where'd you get that from? You're tough to make plans with. I'm headed out shortly. I tried. Where to? I'm meeting my friend in town till about 7, and then likely make my way back. Okay. Where are you headed back to, Shady? I assume that means Shady. I'm meeting my gal pal, who's from Canton, back to Mansfield. Do I know her? Name? I don't think so. Julia Mellon. Lives on Sherman. I'm not trying to be difficult. I just don't want any drama for either of us. I don't either. Okay. Trust me, I am tempted. I don't think it's a big deal. What? You coming over to my place? Or you coming over mine? Okay. You clearly are getting aggravated with me and my lack of participation. No, I'm not aggravated at all. Okay, we're good. I will see you around. I knew this is how you would act. Whatever. You can get most any guy you want, so you're not losing any sleep over this. None of that is true. I'm not talking to any other guys, and I have issues with John, and things are far from perfect. You just happen to know about him because we all hang out at the same bar. I'm sure you talk to other girls. That's what single people do. I'm not married, and neither are you. Neither is John. Was that your attempt at a lecture or deductive reasoning? What do you want from me? That's just how I feel. Excuse me. That's just how I think/feel. You don't need to approve. I've already answered that last question a couple of times, I think. I'm not judging you. Never have, never will. You shouldn't. I don't know what your private life is about, nor is it my business. You just happen to know what I see, that I see someone. I don't have kids, and I'm not married. Aren't you afraid you might actually like me? I don't think that's a bad thing. Isn't that the point? Well, it would be complicated because you have a boyfriend. That's funny. You said we are all a lot alike. Because we are. Yeah, life never stays the same. Things always change. Okay. Why are we alike according to you? Because we go with our gut and how we feel? Isn't that kind of what you told me? Yes, that's true. Have a good night. You're clearly irritated. Sorry to bother, young you. Either texting is bad or you're sensitive. I'm not irritated at all, I swear. I had been going out with someone for a few years when I reconnected with John. And John and I got on very well at the same time, so I broke it off the other guy. He was probably starting to see other people if I was completely honest with myself. I don't feel bad about any of that. I think it was meant to work out that way. So what's your point? Are you legitimately interested? Unhappy in your relationship? Mad because you saw him all over another girl? Or a hybrid of all of it? My only PT is that there's a difference between being married or someone and dating someone. And we have no intention of ever getting married. The PT of dating is to not get tied down if you're not confident you should be. In my mind, anyways. The first two, but I don't care too much about the other girl. Okay, so he is cool with you dating other people? And I'm not happy per se, just realistic that there's cracks and it's far from perfect. I doubt it. If he is seeing someone else, I wouldn't want to know either way. He probably feels the same, and you probably feel that way about whoever you hook up with. I think that's normal. Okay. You don't agree with me? You make some valid points. No shit, Sherlock. Come on, I'm funny. Sit on that and spin. See? Now you have to go below the belt. Love it there. Do you wear belts? Only once in a while. Okay. When I go into the office. Okay. Rando. Haha. I was teasing him. You getting all dressed up for me. Haha. I pretty much wear all black every day. Love it. Where are you going in town? Newbury. She works there. Doing? She works for my friend who's a plastic surgeon. That's how I know. Coincidence? She lives around the corner. So funny. Around the corner from your second home? Haha. Oh, haha. I had to come downtown earlier, so told her I'd meet her for a drink. You there now? You would like my spot at the Cape. I have a great spot for dinner and drinks down there. Are you there tonight? I'm a beach worshiper. Where's that? I'm in West Roxbury, a spot in West Rocks, Dedham line. I have a pass to drive my Jeep on the beach. Lots of fun to be had. I heard. I used to rent with my friends on the beach for 7 straight years. I miss it. I've been thinking about moving to Tiverton. I can give you all the beach life you can handle. Stopping for a drink later? By where? My spot in West Rocks. Probably not for a bit. Okay. At a bar? I wasn't suggesting anytime soon. I know you're with your friend. I meant my house. Probably after 8. Okay. If you don't want to, that's fine. No pressure. I will. A drink? What do you drink? Are you out now? Sorry. I'll drink whiskey if that's what you're having. Haha. Send me a pic of you two. Haha, I figured. My shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this. Please, bite me. Stop saying fresh things. Why?
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Detective. There may have been a page that is missing in that document, or it's not comporting with the,
Oh, you're right. I did accidentally turn the page.
no problem.
I apologize.
I think starting at, I usually drink whatever the person with me is having.
Yep. I usually drink whatever the person with me is having. Oh, okay. I don't take selfies either. I don't really even know how. Whatever. I wanted to see her smile. I hate having my photo taken. Weak. Sorry. I'm a very particular person. What's that mean? Okay, never mind. Go enjoy your friend. Go clean your house, will ya? My shit is spotless. Haha, I figured. My shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this. Please, bite me. Stop saying fresh things. Why? Are those statements tempting? Nope. Oh, which statements? Perhaps you should drive directly to Mansfield. You said bite me like 3 times. Okay. 8:30ish is too late? For what? Drink. No, why? Are we not meeting up? You can stop over for a drink. Balls in your court. Are you going to give me the address? Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to, but I'm leaving town now. I am up for a drink. Okay. Should I drive around? Should I drive around W. Roxbury? I assume it says yelling your name, question mark. It's cut off. Are you going to give me the address? Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to, but I'm leaving town now. All right, it repeats itself. I apologize. So, okay, should I drive around W. Roxbury yelling your name? Haha, no. Where are you now? Newbury. Do you really want to come over? Only if you want me to. Can you take charge? I thought we already settled this. Haha. Okay, well, I am in my car and now getting on the highway. This feels like I am forcing you. Not at all. I am game. Okay, well, I'd like to know where the hell I'm going, Pike or 93? You just want to meet me at the crib, or do you want to come over? Pike, I would daub say. You decide. I don't know either. Whatever you want. I don't either. Play so wherever you're comfortable. You know anyone in West Rocks? I don't think so. Ha ha ha. Then just stop by for a drink. Up to you. No pressure. Just give me an address. I hate texting while driving. Bryant Road. Text me when close. Okay. I will show you where to print. Park. That's W Rocks? It's not coming up. Yeah. Then put Boston in. Bryant Drive, West Roxbury Township, New Jersey. Searching for a friend. And then add your phone contacts so you can search for their address on maps. It's a screenshot sent through. First one. What app do you use? Turn around on the street. Park at the top of the street across from the red minivan. LMK when you're here. Here. Wednesday, January 19th, 11:13 p.m. Home. Alive? Cool. Thoughts? Maybes. You? What? You asked my thoughts. You didn't answer. I don't know my thoughts. Okay, I think I get it. You have any? Thursday, January 20th, 12:27 p.m. Hi. How was your day? Good. Yours? I'm exhausted. Yeah, that makes two of us. But I want a drink. Really? I'll give you Hardy's digits. Who? Hardy from 98.5 Midday Show. He hangs out at the Currents sometime. He's a spokesperson for Recovery Center of America. Haha, I don't have a problem. Kidding. I know. Good riddance. Haha, stranger, stranger. Hey, I was at Hilly all weekend. Have not heard from you. Haha, I apologize. Sunday, January 23rd, 9:40 p.m. Phone works. Thought you were all set. With talking? No. You sure? Friday, 11:32 p.m. Well. Saturday, 11:54 a.m. John died.
All right. Lights, please.
Ushers, we're right at 1 o'clock, so we can keep going.
Court, all rise to the jury.
I'd like to see counsel just a second about scheduling, please.
Goodbye.
I think they're coming back. Never mind. They might be coming back, guys. I just want to apologize to all of our family out there. My computer died because of the text messages and did not want anything to do with this. So sorry about that. Now plugged in though. We're good. No, I don't think court's done for the day. It's just lunchtime.
Well, that's fucking hours I can't get back.
Dude, my computer was like out, done. Bye. I said I've had enough of these text messages. You guys suck. But it does. I'm gonna watch it, but it does prove that she was having. I mean, she didn't really, and neither one of them in a relationship. Like she didn't care. She was just stringing him along.
Yo, she just wanted some attention because she was mad at John and she wanted to see if she still got it. That's what happened.
Right.
She probably went over there, but then she knew that his dick was gonna be trash, so she was just throwing him off, you know?
That was painful.
I can't believe the conversation went on that long. That's why she breezed him. Stop
Yeah, I would have hit the fucking block real fast.
Bro, I would have put it on ignore.
Bad. I've ghosted people, but that was like a ghost.
I mean, there's like different reasons for that. You know what I mean? Like sometimes you're just like, but this is she like hit him up like, hey, what's up? Want to hang out? And he gave her the 50 questions. Like, bro, I'm not trying to marry you. I'm just trying to hang out because my boyfriend's being, you know, something, you know, like I think he cheated on me.
Okay, they're leaving. I just heard them talking. So
I'm glad that Bev is allowing it to be read in because she had to, and these people are not bringing in Higgins. So what else are they going to do? They have to get it in for their their
narrative,
their theory of what happened. Yeah,
they're bringing in the third party culprit without saying it.
yeah,
They're
absolutely. Going to drop little bombs in the jury's head. Like, was it Higgins?
Yeah, that was
Kevin from
painful.
South Boston. Come on.
If they show
I would love to hear what Kevin has to say.
I put the link in there. If they show the waterfall video,
No.
that's gonna be bad. What's up? What's
Lucas,
up, Lucas?
what did you think?
I can't disagree with you, Amy. I think it's Karen reaching out to see if, you know, putting the feelers out there, see if guys are still interested. I think she totally chose the wrong guy. She's right about him. He's a loner. He has problems with interpersonal relationships. He's introverted, somewhat socially isolated, even though he says he's careful with who he lets in his inner circle. That's just an excuse for being shit at relationships.
Yeah, he's just weird. That's all. Like,
Yeah,
I think
I mean,
she showed up at the door was like, hell no about that. Let's turn around and go back. Like, nope.
And not for nothing, when they were texting like this, they never thought in a million years that I'd be right out to the world. Right? Like if my text messages with anybody, men, Nikki, Kelly, they would be like, what? It's like you don't think that those are gonna be read aloud.
Voice notes.
I've said some crazy shit.
Voice notes from now on. Nobody's getting a text anymore.
Me and Nikki always do voice notes. LOL.
LOL. That was so funny. You were like, LOL. Oh my God, I just fucking said LOL.
Kevin, what'd you think? Kevin.
What about Higgins' text messages? I told you guys. You guys can hear me?
Kevin, those were your text messages. Tell us what happened. What was that?
What went on?
Kevin,
Yo, you're fired right now. Get it together.
Kevin,
Where are you?
Kevin, come back.
Add it to the playlist.
Yo, Jay and I were making some.
Hang on. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Well, yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. Well, listen, I told you in the comment section, Kevin. I mean, Brian Higgins couldn't get a fucking porn star off. You kidding me?
I thought they were your
Jesus
text
Christ!
With someone else.
I swear to God. I swear to God. I think. So Brian Higgins is such a rookie when it comes to text messaging. I think he only eats pussy, but with the crust cut off.
Oh my
Stop
God.
it. The thing is, he was a safe choice for her. You know what I mean?
If you're sensitive,
She
Sally,
was a
go
safe
away.
choice.
Oh my God, he is like. You can tell every single fucking girlfriend he ever had fucking either broke up with him or cheated on him. Like he is such a fucking homo.
Yeah.
I mean, there's someone for everybody. I think there's someone for everybody, but this is not what she was looking for. Like
Listen,
she
even
wanted
Helen
some
Keller
strange,
wouldn't touch that.
She just wanted attention. Yeah, Helen Keller.
but she didn't know. Like there's guys that look like him that could talk the pants off a nun. You know what I mean?
thing
He just
is-
has no game.
He showed up, called her weed whacker. She was like, "Ooh, he thinks I'm cute. Let's see what I can do."
Got it. Yep. Uh-huh.
But next time they need to have a safe because
Oh,
I
he
can't
will,
go-
Melanie. Don't worry, he will. That's the one thing about Kevin.
Kevin, can you tell
Weed
us what you
whacker.
were thinking when you were writing those text messages to Karen? Because I'm really interested.
Can I tell you what?
What you were thinking when you wrote those text messages to Karen?
Oh, well, first of all, when it came to the weed whacker comment, I was actually thinking about her because I was actually shaving my fupa.
Stop
So,
it.
and since I haven't cut that since the Nixon administration, I figured, that'd be a good time to kind of, throw that little
You're always a
comment at
good
her.
time,
So,
Kevin.
I knew he would come.
I bet he'd rather fuck her colostomy bag than fuck her. And I'm not even trying to be
Stop
mean.
it.
God.
Oh my god, way to clear a room.
Oh my God, that was fucking funny.
Oh my
Bro.
god.
Sorry.
I don't know if we're laughing or nervous laughing, but
That's all right. You got
Hey, Kevin.
We love Kevin.
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 Yeah, what's up, buddy?
It's extra funny when you find out there's somebody in the chat with a colostomy bag.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Well, not for nothing.
Absolutely.
I mean, not for nothing. People say fucked up stuff all the time. People like make fun of people like when it's like a heavy person, they're like, oh, diabetes. It's like a lot of people have diabetes. Don't say that. But like people laugh. It is what it is, right?
I mean,
Okay, can we get something going on here that to see how much weight do you think Higgins has gained since the last trial?
No, my boy saw him at a barbershop and he said that he was smaller.
He was smaller. Oh.
And he has a new girlfriend too, and apparently she's
Well,
cute.
In honor of Mother's Day coming up on Sunday, he still does have a stomach and titties. So can somebody wish him a happy Mother's Day and Father's Day for us if they see him next time?
Oh my god. No, hey, Higgins never got fired. He got desked, so he's like on desk duty. He's not like out in the field.
He still has his getting.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
they just read those text messages. They were like, we just can't have you represent us with that kind of game.
I can't wait until they put him up on the stand and they ask him, well, you didn't make a phone call? Who were you talking to outside the Canton police station then, buddy?
No, Kevin, they're not bringing the Bryans or Proctor up. The state's not calling them. That's why Yuri is reading it in.
Yeah, not now, but for goddamn sure that fucking Alan Jackson's going to have that fucking land whale up on the fucking stand.
And Jackson was not giving up on these texts. He was.
Isn't he part of the he's part of the defense list, right? Higgins has to be.
He's on.
I don't know.
They're all on the list, but the Commonwealth is not calling them.
Oh, of course. Would you call them?
The Commonwealth is
no.
not calling Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Julie Albert, Chris Albert, Brian Albert Jr., or Julie Nagel. None of them.
None of them. But they called Levittson though.
Because she's the sweet one. They'll believe her. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh.
Poor Levittson. Like she's been on. She's had a hard time. And they call her. Like throw fucking Nagel up there.
Oh my God! You want to talk about one of the most unattractive people in the world, Sarah Levinson? Holy shit!
Oh man, poor thing.
God,
I would love on AJ though.
How much do you want to bet her and Julie Nagel have scissored before? And it sounds like Velcro.
Oh my God!
Oh my God!
Sorry, we should put a discllaimer up here.
Julie Nagel and
Kevin from South Boston is. If you're sensitive, just come back in about like a half hour.
In all the trolls, we are okay with what Kevin's saying. We don't care.
It's just all satire. If you don't like it, fuck off. Okay,
that's right.
Yeah,
respectfully.
Laugh. Yeah, like I talk shit in the chat, and like it is what it is. But like I stay at home on Friday and Saturday nights and watch like
I just want to
crime
be
TV,
invited.
and I'm in bed by 9.
I'm not coming. Just invite me. Just say, hey, we're going out. And I'll be like,
Just
okay,
invite
yeah.
me. Yeah, exactly. You gotta have fun. You gotta laugh. What I find funny may not be what you find funny, people. But
yeah, that's okay. Listen, It's really nothing that bothers me at all. Just don't kill or fuck kids and don't fucking kill puppies and shit. You know, all fine with me.
Yeah, above board.
Other than
This
that,
is this place we speak our minds. We are a huge Kevin from South Boston fan. He's a regular. Yeah. Yeah, Donovan. Yeah, Kevin's a whole disclaimer by himself.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, I am.
Yes, you are. Amy,
Yes, I
it's
am.
your channel. You do what you want. Thanks, Hate. Yeah. So that's fun. I mean, that was
It's
that
even
was a
worse
lot.
to hear like 2 times in a row, like for the second time. It's like, wow, he really is that. It is
Yuri
that bad.
really got into reading it. Like he had like some like pizzazz at the end when he was reading. He was
He was like,
he was
what?
into it.
What? Huh?
I mean, he had to. At
Yeah,
that
I
point
mean,
in time.
he had to own it. Yeah.
Yeah. He had to at that point in time. I mean,
Listen,
Jesus.
a 900 number, phone
What?
answerer, sex worker, whatever,
Oh, I love that.
couldn't even sass that up. So
They punished Jackson was punishing him for yesterday. He was
Yeah.
like, "Here, bitch, read this."
Here, bitch.
I loved when Bev goes, "You're gonna make him read all that?" He goes, "Yep."
All of it.
Yep. All of it.
Jen, she's like, "It's 227 pages." He goes, "Take your time."
Yeah. We're staying late today, Bev. Get a nip.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah, he's
Jack-
gonna be on there until Wednesday.
This trial is not 6 weeks. It's gonna be 6 months. What are you talking about?
I can't take it though. It needs to end. It needs to end. Karen needs to be free, and we all need to move on.
we're on the
That's
street.
You know what?
It's almost done.
Yeah.
Even Karen said that yesterday.
Yeah, they're almost done. They only have like a couple more people. So they said about like Wednesday next week, the state should rest. Prosecution should rest.
I think
Oh,
they
good.
have like the neurologist and the accident reconstruction guy.
You know what I think should happen after lunch? I think that
I have to go find my vagina, so I can't.
I think that
my vagina ran away.
Let us know.
I think that
It up and
Because
left.
Lucas is gonna be mad if you don't.
I think Hank Brennan should read as Karen and Bukaki should read as Higgins. That would be fucking entertaining as shit.
That would be so good.
Well, I mean,
Ugh.
Hank got this actor he wanted.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
mean, what was the
that was-
purpose of all of this? Like, what was the
I don't know.
fucking
I'm trying to
purpose?
figure it out.
The text
but-
message. I think the purple one was to punish him. The two.
Well, no, not the text messages. The entire fucking case.
Oh.
Like,
They
why
just-
bring
they
it?
want They just because somebody has to go down for it, and they don't want the Alberts to go down. So they
Well,
all
they did
they
a shit.
did it on her.
But
And
she's
the
never gonna
thing
go to
is,
jail. She's never
mistrial
Right.
going to jail for this.
The
Right.
mistrial.
She's never gonna go to jail, and they're gonna do a mistrial, and they would be absolutely idiotic to try this again.
Yeah, 100%.
Because after this shit show, come on.
Right.
I honestly
And-
think though that Morrissey has the balls to do it.
I think so too. He's dedicated. He's in this to win it at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Could you imagine if there was a 3.0? I'm
But he's
tapping
also-
out.
Who's he gonna get at this point in time? Who's gonna get fucking Maki Solomon or fucking somebody from fucking Morgan and Morgan to do it? I mean, nobody in Norfolk
Hey,
District
Kevin,
Attorney's office
it's
is gonna do it.
Morgan and Morgan. So
Yeah, it's triple Morgan.
Morgan and Morgan.
They're fun.
That's what. By the way, that's what Higgins sounds like when he moans. Morgan and Morgan.
I mean, he just reminds me of a guy that has like a gunt and it wouldn't even like pop out, you know? It'd be like inverted.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
the videos. Yeah.
Next year is an election. I don't know if Morrissey will be able, if he wants to try to do this again. He's got to run. He has people running against him this year.
This is the first time in decades.
Yep. So his people,
First
and
time
the
in decades.
person who's running against him has been showing up at the boots on the ground at the courthouse.
Have they? I didn't know
Yep, they
that.
passed out things. There was pictures of the first night.
What happened?
The guy
He
who's
won't get
running, the guy who's running against him.
Yeah.
What, Lucas?
Oh yeah. He was with boots on the ground. That's dope.
Yeah. He knew where to go.
Lucas, honey.
Yeah.
You haven't said anything.
No, I've just been listening to you guys.
Sorry, I'm a talk. I'm a
No,
talker.
it's okay. I don't
That
have to talk all
Amy,
the time.
she's a talker.
I'm a talker in shock and horror.
That's
So
what I'm
Amy,
here for.
like 5 minutes, I'm gonna have to go get Liam. So if you can start the stream up for lunch.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
I can't stay on here very long. I'm still working.
Yeah, I have to go take a shower and wash that filth off that I just heard. So,
Dude, I need a shower after all that. My computer was like, screw this. And
Yeah, you better go wash that death snatch while you're at it.
Everyone, clear the cobwebs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Fill them with stalactites and devil bats.
Yeah.
Nikki has to go
Ah.
find
Donovan, that was great. Amy talks almost as much as Carrie.
Takes the bow. Thank you. Thank you. I'll be here all night.
That's fucking great. That's
so
fucking
so
fantastic.
far this trial, we've had the ice cream man show up, the ice cream truck.
What?
The ice cream truck.
Oh, at
has
the
shown up.
buffer zone?
Yeah. No, I'm talking about Jen McCabe. You know, it's like
Oh,
calling the
oh,
ice cream truck or calling to make sure the ice cream truck's on the street.
Yeah.
Normal. We're just normal moms.
Yeah, I'm just a normal soccer mom. I was a basketball coach, don't you know?
Isn't that a movie? Isn't that a movie? They said that we're real moms. Oh, it's
Remember that movie?
It was on Mean Girls. I'm not.
Remember
I'm
that
not.
movie with Ben Affleck and I forget what it was called. It was fucked up. They had like the stepper wife, and she faked her own death.
Gone Girl.
And it was Gone Girl. Thank you. Jen McCabe reminds me of a Gone Girl. She's like she presents as one person, and she's fucking evil.
Yeah.
Wait, Jess Machado is talking about the jurors. Pull it up, Cal.
Okay, I'm pulling it up right now.
Pull it up.
Pull it out. Pull it out.
Pull it up. Pull it up.
Pull out now. I mean, pull up. Pull up, bitch.
Pull up,
bang, bang.
motherfucker.
My dog just yelled at you guys.
All right, guys, I gotta pop off.
right.
I will see you later. Bye.
Oh,
Okay, man.
Yeah, I gotta go to lunch too.
Amy, I can leave this part running, but you guys are gonna have to you're gonna have to put the stream up for the court if you, because it's she's on X Spaces. Hold on. Why can't I find her? There she is. All right.
All right, you guys have a good rest of your day. I gotta go to lunch and I gotta go do some more shit at work.
Bye, Kev. Thanks for popping on.
Bye, anytime. Thanks for having me.
Later.
Bye.
Later, buddy. Later.
And that's Kevin, folks.
Excited because if you look at 24 on 24 yesterday, you'll know I have a real hang up about this sweatshirt being in plexi. If you know, I'm going to try to watch. My son has his prom tonight, so I'm not sure I'm going to be able to watch anything else when I get home, or maybe on this ride after I'm done I can listen in. But I'm curious if we are going to get more of that sweatshirt. Will that plexiglass be opened? Will we be able to see it outside? Will there be any focus on the puncture wounds on the arm? I'm really, really curious if we're going to get additional info on the sweatshirt. And, you know, my interest was piqued when I saw it brought in today. I think what really bothered me today, obviously not as a reporter, but just my commentary on this, is Yuri Buchanan reading these text messages is not only cringe, it's uncomfortable in a way that I can't describe. Again, I was already hung up on the fact that I see Yuri in person, knowing everything I know. And I know when I say the scope of everything I know, which is everything that has been reported by Aiden Carney, and everything related to his case, and everything about Yuri Buchanan that I know, that the jury won't all know. Like, they are not going to know some of the things that I know. I have a hard time around him. You know, person situation there's way more information than we had last time. I feel like I'm in the room with, I don't want to say a murderer, but like that feeling of being in the room with a really terrible person precipitates everything. I can't shake the feeling. And then it just bothers me. But then on top of it, to hear him read these text messages, and he has such tone in his voice, his inflection is changing. He's adding that questionable tone at the end when there's a question, and it's like mimicking Karen is just like, it's bothering me. I don't know if anybody else is feeling that, but it just does, it fucks with my head. And then to hear him add his tone to Higgins' portion of these text threads is also just weird. And I can't get past it. I don't know whose decision this was. Like, it just, I don't know. Maybe there is a reason behind it that I just don't know, and I'm willing to hear it. It's just really bothering me. And I don't know what to do about it. And I'm glad I'm not in the room right now because I don't want to hear any more of it. I did think about leaving at one point because it's really bothering me. So aside from that, I'm going to give a little commentary on this. There was never a more cringe text exchange than this. Listening to and reading, I felt this the last time, like what a beta male Higgins is. I can't like, I mean, listen, I'm a little bit older, but I'm going to say this. I dated my husband. I've been in between relationships. I've texted people that I'm interested in. Like, what's it going to take, Higgins? What's it going to take for you to get the signal that a girl wants to fuck you? What is it going to take? And no judgment on Karen, because I think I got my own take on all of that. But like, there is just, it's such a beta move that he is just like wanting so desperately to hear her like say like, you want to just come over and fuck? You know what I mean? And then like on top of it, like he has that traditional beta like reaction when she's not responding fast enough or she's not giving him the attention or adulation that he wants. He gets mad and like, oh, okay, or you're being this, or like, it's so typical. I remember I dated somebody before I met my husband, or I think maybe I had met my husband and I was still dating this guy, and it was the same thing. It was very brief. I'm talking maybe a couple weeks, and I was just like, ew, ew. You want to get mad at me because I'm not responding to you? Like, that's just, how desperate must you be for attention where you're going to get angry on a girl who is like way out of your fucking league? I can't. And I mean, have you all seen Higgins in person? I've seen him in person. And I mean, it's just gross. And like, to Karen, girl, I can't. First of all, this is commentary only. I don't care what anybody says. I've got to, first of all, I looked at the demographics of my Twitter, by the way. And yes, to all of the guys that are here, but the majority of the people who are on my Twitter account are women my age, okay? So this is for my girls. These are for my besties who know what I'm talking about. Like, Karen, let's talk. First of all, she drops the Dead Poets Society thing in there, right? And like right over Higgins' head. Just guy doesn't get it. Doesn't get it. She's so much smarter than him. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. She also has such like confidence and I don't give a fuck attitude in that text exchange that is clearly triggering him, and I'm here for it. And first of all, I'm going to say this. This is nothing about her relationship with John. I don't care. They weren't married. There was some shit going on. Whatever happened on their trip, like New Year's, which was not much further back from where we were when this text exchange was happening. There is no judgment going on this at all. Like, as a matter of fact, while we're discussing this, let's forget that she was in a relationship with John. she is just the queen of this text exchange. And I suspect she's lying actually at one point. I suspect she's lying when she said she's out with a friend. Like, I'm out with a girlfriend or whatever, and we're having a drink in town. Or I suspect she's lying. I think she said that just so it would make it seem like she wasn't in her house and she would go to the actual extreme of getting dressed, getting up, and going just to meet him. I can't prove this, but I suspect she was bullshitting him. And she was like, I'm out, I'm having a drink, I'm leaving here, I'm getting in the car. What? Give me the fuck address. Like, where am I going? Where am I going? And the fact that like she has to like, it's so uncomfortable for me, like a strong woman, and I feel her because like, I don't know. And then I just absolutely love it how she went and she was like, oh God, what a mistake. What did I do? Dumb, stupid, moron. Karen, why? What's wrong with you? Don't do this again. Don't do this again. I don't know. I understand we're in what kind of a trial we're in, and I mean no disrespect or anything, but I really wanted to kind of like work that out here where I wanted like he's a beta male, and I don't know how else to explain this, but I think we ladies, we all know somebody in our life like that, and it really lends to the theory that he did what he wanted, and like it just, for me, I see it. I see it. I see the frustration. I see him in the text where he's like, you can get any guy you want. You're fucking right. You're absolutely right, sir. She absolutely can. Why she's got you? It's so astounding that she's talking to you. Even you don't believe it. Even you don't believe it. And then to see he makes her work for it, which is nuts. He finally gets to meet her out or whatever, and she's turned off by it and doesn't, call him or respond back or whatever, probably fucking staring in the mirror of her bathroom, hating herself. and, and he's mad. And then they're out and he's there and he's showing off. He's play fighting. He's like, look at me, Karen. Look at me. You didn't want to talk to me anymore? What, you don't want to talk to me? You can't text me back from across the bar? Look at me, I'm going to play fight. Look at me. I'm a male. A beta male, but I'm a male. And in his mind, he probably thinks she's like, oh, never mind. Or, oh, I'm refocusing my energy on John or whatever. And after drinking all day, needs to get into a little rough and tough fight at 34 Fairview. I don't know. I'm just looking at it all a little bit differently than I did the last time. And I think really the interaction between Karen and him is a bigger part of the picture than I thought it was last time. So that's my take. I'm sorry I had to leave. I'm sure you guys are going to be getting back from lunch. I'm going to actually tune in and listen. I wanted to shout out to Melanie Little, who was live streaming today. And again, my phone was blowing up with people following me and friends texting me that she was reading my text on air. I appreciate that very much. It gets eyes on me. And I jumped into the chat and said hi to everybody. So thank you guys. And I'm happy to do that. As you know, next week, I am not in the courtroom. I am not on the alternate list. However, I will actually be in Dedham on Friday. Aiden has a case across the street at Dedham District Court. I will be covering that. And then he has 2 other court hearings next week, one involving fake victim. I am going to be at that one. And then a second one, I can't remember if he's listening or someone's listening, tell him to text it to me. He said he would, just so I would put it in my calendar, but I'll be able to do that. And then we're going to do some other stuff too. So besties, it's Friday and I am very happy. It has been an amazing week. I hit 30,000 followers yesterday, and it is all because of you being fans and following and retweeting, and I'm obsessed with you guys. The downside to all of this is it feels less intimate when I can't react to every comment or like. I used to be able to jump on my phone and see a comment and respond, and now they're buried because there's so many. I think I have someone that's going to help me with that. And then we're going to work on next week doing 24 on 24, and we're going to test it out with some co-hosts, which many of you have jumped in. I'm actually going to let all of you do it. Whoever has asked, I'm going to have you do it one day and another day, so we'll be able to interact with each other. And I'm really excited about that. And we actually are going to be putting the YouTube studio together next week as well, and we're going to start taking this show on the road. How about that, besties? Okay. Happy prom to my son. We're going to go get him ready. Everybody have a really great weekend. I will also say last time for the week, if you are interested in supporting my work on the Karen Reed trial, which will extend afterwards on all of my other independent journalism I do, someone can grab it for me while I'm driving, but I have a PayPal that you can connect with. There's also a Venmo that you can connect with. I want to take a second and say thank you to everybody who made a donation to me this week. It just relaxes me that I can not worry about my life and money when I'm getting donations from you, and it puts my mind at ease and I can focus more on my work, and I'm very thankful for that. So thank you very much. So if you'd like to support my journalism, please do so. You can also click the little dollar bill symbol that's in my bio. Twitter puts that up there, and that'll connect to my Venmo. I'll work on another thing. I think someone said PayPal was the other one. I'm not sure, but some people want something else too. I'll work on that next week. Besties, thanks. It's nice chatting with you. This has been 24 on 24 with Jessica Machado. Have a great day.
Lol. Where's Kelly gone? Am I up here on my own now? Okay. Well, I don't even know if I can hear myself or if anybody else can hear me, but yeah, Jessica's beta male opinion, that's all well and good. You can pigeonhole and categorize people in that fashion, but it doesn't say anything about the character, about the life experience, about their emotional state, about the mental state. And all these have to be taken into consideration, especially with relationships on an emotional level. Some people are very disconnected and separated emotionally, which can
I'm here, bitch.
have a serious effect.
Hold on. Shit, I need my other earbuds.
Huh?
Can you hear me?
Of course I can hear you. There's only 2 rules in this channel. Rule number
No,
1.
I don't think. Listen.
Rule
As a
number 1.
40-year-old woman, right? Like back in my 20s,
Well,
I was
actually,
a lot different than I am, right? Like it was
rule
different.
number 1.
Right now, like I like a guy that has some game and like is good in bed, but like treats me right. Like I have standards. So like, you know, she wasn't looking for like a husband. She was looking to see if she still had it, and she wanted some loving because John wasn't treating her right. You know, I'm not saying that it's right, but like it is what it is. And that's what it was. She wasn't looking to like move in with them. She was just trying to hang out, have some drinks, I guess, and like do whatever they were gonna do. I can't even imagine, but like that was like the goal. That's what it seemed like to me, because she already had someone at home that she felt wasn't treating her right. And it doesn't make it right that she's trying to go out and like mess with his friend. Like that's not my cross to bear, right? But like at her age and at someone like at my age, like you kind of want both. Like you want to do a game that can like do both things, treat you right and have a good relationship. And I don't think that he's a beta male. I think that he's for somebody. It just wouldn't be for me. I'm sure that there's a ton of people out there that he has a girlfriend, like he does it for somebody. Maybe he has more game with her. People can act differently with different people. Maybe he was thrown off. He was like, "Why are you hitting me up? Is this a setup?" shit's wild, you know? And they never thought that these text messages would ever see the light of day. These were going to get buried. Like she even said, and she was like, I'm private. Like, we don't got to tell nobody. She just wanted to, like, I don't know, do her thing. Fucking Jay. Lucas, are you there?
Yep.
Lucas, you're on mute, babe.
I'm.
Oh,
on
sorry,
mute.
Nick. Hold on.
I'm not on mute.
You know what I will say? That was, I fucking love Jess.
Why can't I hear you?
Me?
I'm not on mute.
Hold on.
Hello.
Can anybody hear me?
Echo. Oh, no. Yes, now I can. Sorry, my earbuds were off. I had the wrong ones in.
That explains it, because I was halfway through a major explanation and you just started talking. And
Oh yeah, sorry, my earbuds weren't. I didn't hear
No.
you. I apologize, Lucas.
okay, I'll just let you
Sorry.
talk.
Yes, I know. I didn't see you talking, and I was like, "Why can't I hear anything?" I apologize. I didn't know that you were talking. If you want to, not
No,
go back.
Nick is here now. Nicky's got something to say.
Okay.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, I can hear you now.
All right. First off, I just want to say I love Jess Machado. Amy, she's like our kind of people.
Yeah, no, we would hang out. Like, yeah, she's our people.
100%.
Yeah.
And I think, like you said, there is somebody for everybody, right?
Yeah,
And
of course there is.
your Lord was looking for you, Mama. Was he in here?
Lord was in there. Yeah, he was like, "Hey, Nikki." But this is the thing. She wasn't looking for a boyfriend. Like, she wasn't looking. She already had her man that she wanted the whole package. Like, give me some good D and treat me right. And it wasn't working out. And she thought he was cheating on her. So she was like, bet. And then she found his friend. Like, fuck around and find out. But then Higgins ended up being like, what's this, ma'am? Do you drink Jameson? Do you want to come to my house? Like, what do you want from me? Like, if I ever like tried to like hook up with a guy like randomly, like, hey, you want to hang out? And he was like, what do you want from me? I'd be like, next, you know, because that's like a stage 5 clinger. You get a total ick. And you just keep it pushing. They kept that conversation going for far too long, in my opinion.
Oh God, yeah. But
girl, I would have been out of there.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I would hit the ignore button real fast.
Yeah, I would have fucking archive. Boop.
Yeah. Yeah, same.
I got 20 minutes before John gets home. Are we doing this or not? And this motherfucker's like,
So
where are you going?
She's just very A. She's like,
gosh
you
darn
and I-
it.
She's type personality, and
yeah, she is. She's an
Brian
aggressor, and I like that.
handle it.
No, because like there's a certain type of man that has to handle a certain type of woman, right? Like,
yeah,
my personality, I need someone that's like assertive, like more assertive than I am, and that's like a lot of assertive, right?
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. Brian's for somebody. It wouldn't be for me. But his like their whole, and he's probably great with his current girlfriend. But at that time, it was all off, and they kept it going. You know what I mean? Anyway, it doesn't mean nor here or there. It meant nothing, and Higgins thought it meant something, and that's why when he saw John and Karen out at the waterfall, he had been drinking all day, and he was like, "Oh, okay, so that's how it's going to be," and things went sideways.
Yeah,
in my opinion, you know, shit popped off.
Lucas, what do you
hey,
got?
Kev, thanks for being here.
I think it doesn't really matter what I think.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
It does matter what you think, babe. I just couldn't hear you talking, and I apologized.
No, it doesn't, because I've listened. Honestly, I've listened to you girls talking about it, and that you're totally entitled to your opinion.
Yeah.
You're missing out so much. You are overlooking.
Then tell us what we're missing. Enlighten us. Maybe I'll change my mind.
Well, Higgins is not a people person. You know, despite he's a federal agent and a police officer, he's also a combat veteran in the military.
Yeah.
And he's got a a mind. You know, you're very sociable. You have friends. You have a normal life. You people that have.
I'm with my 4-year-old son by myself all the time.
Yeah,
I
but
see what you're saying. I see what you're
you know,
saying.
you work with people. You know, you
I
work
work, yeah.
with people. Higgins is not like most of the people. He's a loner. You know, it's difficult for
Can I
people to
stop you right there though?
understand.
But how do you explain him constantly being out with the guys and drinking and being one of the boys? Like he's a loner, but I think like he's just alone, like he doesn't have a girl, but he's out with his friends. He has to be somewhat social to be an ATF agent, right? It's I don't think he was like a recluse or anything. I think that he may have had some trouble with women, which that it depends on the woman, right?
Okay.
I don't think that he had trouble with everybody. I think he had maybe trouble in the women department. Thank
Okay.
you. Yeah. But did he? Because he's currently like with somebody, and he goes out and stuff. Like
Kelly, no.
what?
The way that he responded and spoke in those text messages tells me a lot about who he is and what he's like.
He seemed very insecure.
Yeah.
He seemed very insecure.
Dankle, fine.
Yeah. And that made
Sorry,
that's
Lucas. I
sad.
told Amy I had to run and get Liam. So
But that makes me sad. You know what I mean? For him, like that sucks to be that way. And I wouldn't even talk about him or badmouth him or anything if he wasn't like a colluding murderer, in my opinion. Being a maggot.
You've got to understand emotional isolation,
It sucks.
right? Emotional isolation is not social isolation. Social isolation, a person can feel emotionally isolated even within a very robust and strong social network of friends.
Yeah, that's true.
So they go out with the mates and they go drinking and they go to football. You know, they get the beers in and watch baseball on a weekend or whatever, because they're not emotionally attached to the friends. They have serious problems engaging with other people on an emotional level. And this
right.
is evident in relationships.
Yeah.
You know, this guy, you don't ask somebody like Higgins, do you fancy a fuck? Because they want commitment. They want to know where this is going, because they have a long list of reasons, as long as your arm, why they don't want to be emotionally damaged or hurt, or
Well,
and
you're talking to a woman like that. Like I'm like, if a guy ever messaged me and was like, "Do you want to fuck tonight?" I'd be like, "You can fuck all the way off and never message me again." I get that. I get that. I think that we are making fun of the situation. I don't think that his insecurities with interpersonal relationships is funny, because I can identify, right? But he's a piece of shit, and I think that's why everyone's getting a go at him.
Well, now we're crossing wires with the Karen Reid case and him as a person.
Yeah.
But now
this
time it seems like it makes more sense. Like why things popped off. Why would there be a motive? Like she doesn't have a motive to run over him. You know what I mean? So for now,
Right.
it feels like now there's a motive for somebody to actually wants to hurt him, and it explains why that he would be gone. Does that make sense, Lucas?
I missed the last part of that, Kelly.
Is that it's kind of like it gives him there's a motive now. Somebody actually has a motive to hurt John. And Karen really didn't have a motive because they were fine. They were at the bar. They were enjoying themselves. They were, lovey-dovey, as everybody said. And she didn't really have a motive to just slam it in the nurse and back over it. But Brian has a motive because he now has feelings for her. And
she ghosted him, and now she's in front of him with her boyfriend, and it's pissing him off. Gone. And like
Yeah,
Leah
but
said, it's
Well,
gone.
this is the thing.
you've got to have
Sorry,
a very sort of medieval, prehistoric attitude. You know, it's like when a guy's partner goes off and sleeps with somebody else, he wants to beat the guy up when it's her fucking fault.
Well, I
You
mean,
know, guys being guys.
But is it though? I mean, he was engaged knowing that she was in a committed relationship. Like it takes two to tango.
well, and not only that, like I have been Karen, where I flirted with my ex-boyfriend before he broke up with me, and we were at the same party, and I flirted with all his friends in front of him just to piss him off. You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
it would piss him off.
this is a good
Get his
point.
attention.
He flirts with girls in rocky situations to try to clean up. So he looks at Karen. She's like, oh, she's unhappy in her relationship. Like, let me swoop in and be the shoulder to cry on. Do you know how many guys are like that?
But it also shows what John's relationship was with her. It wasn't. They weren't. Yeah, they were on the rocks, but it wasn't over. You know what I mean?
Right. I mean, but the thing, I think that, they're trying to blame it on her, but, they have to create reasonable doubt, right? We don't know what happened that night. We just know that Karen didn't do it.
Right.
So there's a guy that was interested in her, and he was likely butthurt that she was like, peace, right? She's like, just kind of like, scoot, scoot.
And he was peacocking, and it didn't work.
And he was intoxicated, and he was there. And so, they have to bring this out and make it reasonable doubt, because that's what makes people not guilty, right? And there's a greater chance that some jealous guy that had been drinking all day tuned him up than Karen reversed 24 miles an hour, 70 feet to hit him, and he ended up on the lawn. Right? My opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly think that there's like, he was peacocking, and with him and Brian Albert playing, play fighting, and we're gonna play fight, whatever, grab ass, whatever you want to call it. And then you have that part of the video that JFK and James have completely focused on and brought attention to, and that's a big deal, because that shows. I mean, and Lucas might not see it. I know Lucas said he didn't really see it, but I saw it. I see it as he was spouting off the mouth. He was telling John, "Come on, let's go," and he was like, "Come on, let's do this." Like, and then
I mean,
it
puts in reasonable doubt, right?
Right.
It doesn't make them murderers, but it makes them really suspicious.
Exactly.
And everything collectively together, you know what I mean? Like if I'm dating someone and then I'm hitting up his friend because he's doing some shit behind my back, and I'm just trying to like make myself feel better and see if I still, what does JFK call it? A market value. Like he was an easy pick for her, because it was like, oh, he called me weed whacker. Like he wants my, so she hit him up. She got his number, and she thought it was going to be like a transactional thing, like make me feel better, love me, need me, want me. And it backfired. And then she's like, yeah, no, I'm good with this, because he's going to become a problem. And she loved John. She just wanted to be treated right by John. And all, I'm not saying that he was a bad dude. I don't want to disparage the dead, but like, call a spade a spade. Like it seemed like there was some stuff going on. And do you know how many times I've said some crazy shit to some guys I've been talking to, and I've never hurt one of them. Maybe with words when I'm upset.
Karen and John both knew there was no marriage going to happen. They never planned on getting.
She didn't want to.
She said it. She's in her 40s. Why? She with no kids. She's there living with him, helping take care of kids. But she said she didn't want marriage. So
and that's totally fine. But them having some relationship issues where they're just not getting along doesn't make them not love each other.
It doesn't make you a murderer.
It's not happening. It does not
But if
make
you
you a
don't
murderer.
take your shoes off when it's snowing outside and you're searching for me, you're a murderer. Because Karen, she got, can't take her shoes off. So
yeah, like those details are weird too. Like yeah, she's funny. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I totally get what Lucas is saying. It is like a personal problem. I can relate to having tough interpersonal relationships. But his behavior and everything that's gone on tells me that I don't know if he did it, but someone knows something. Okay. Someone knows something, and they're not being called up to the
Yeah, I mean,
stand.
his
And they're
behavior
not.
just shows that there's a
It's
motive.
weird behavior. It's weird behavior. Yeah.
It just shows that somebody else had a motive compared to what she had. Do you know what I
Right.
mean? It doesn't mean he did it either.
Right.
It could have been. It could have been. They, it was an accident that it wasn't supposed to go that far. It could have been. No one's saying that he is the actual murderer, but him and Brian are the ones that have. Brian's gonna help his buddy. Brian Albert likes to fight. He's gonna help his buddy. So it shows
Yeah, he's
there's more.
aggressive.
Yeah.
And
That's
the
all I
dog.
see. Yep, and then the dog.
Yeah.
So
And
it's just
I don't want people to think that I'm like a bitch. And listen, I joke. You guys see me in chats. I say some outrageous shit, and it's more for like a laugh factor. And I can bust people's balls and stuff. Like how other people interact with other people is none of my business. I like to stay in my own lane. But this case is so, what's the word I'm looking for, Kelly? It's so fucked up of what they're doing
shit show.
to everybody.
It's a shit show. I mean,
And when you
because-
have your horrible text messages read out to the world twice, it's
and
like
now
everyone's
read,
gonna
you had
comment.
all of them read because before it was just they were cherry picked. Now it's completely read out to the world. Like your entire text string that he brought to you is read out.
In my 40 years on this earth, I have realized like people either got it or they don't. Right? It has nothing to do with the way people look, what size they are. Like I'm a thick girl. And I don't like feel bad about myself. But if someone feels bad about themselves and they don't have a great rapport with people, like that's sad. And I'm not making fun of that. I'm making fun of the fact of what the situation and like given to us, right? It was horrible to listen to, and we had to make light of it. And not for nothing, he's a piece of shit, and he's not coming up on the stand for the state, and that's purposeful. He's a coward, and so is Brian Albert.
But I really
and
do
so
hope
is
the defense
Proctor.
calls him up. I want the defense to. I want Jackson to just go after him. Like
right.
Because
Absolutely.
I mean, honestly, because you got
They're
the
cowards.
decorated. I think more the cowardness and the decorated dudes comment. It just that to me is so. And him calling JFK, like, why are you calling JFK? You have something to hide. If you're calling to talk about, well, what are you doing? Why do you have, what if we're wrong? What if this? What if this? Well, what if they didn't do it? What if it was Colin? But you don't know. You know what I mean? It's nobody knows.
Me and listen, I'm a ball buster, and I like especially if I like you, like you're getting it. Mark that all the time. I like tell people that he's in my
You told me
trees
to
and
eat
shit.
a dick in the chat earlier. We were laughing
Yeah,
at it. Like, I
it's
thought it
all
was
in good fun, man.
hilarious.
Oh,
Because
bye,
you said
Lucas.
7 a.m. and I was like, I ain't showing up at 7 a.m. You were like, what the fuck? We already scheduled it. I'm like, not 7 a.m. I didn't.
Right. Oh shit. When's Core coming back? I am new here.
Let me check. Hold
on, I'm new here, and I'm like, I shouldn't be on here.
So fanfics.
Yo, I gotta like spruce myself up before Feral Friday because your girl is looking rough.
Girl, I need to take a shower.
Your girl's looking rough.
I'm literally about to pull into my driveway.
I'm putting it on. Oh, it's still the fan.
Yeah, I was like, I gotta go. I waited for like the last minute, but he gets out early on Fridays, so. But Liam is home, you guys. So if you hear giggling and laughing in the background, it's not me. It's Liam. So. Yeah, I mean, to me, the whole case, like their whole story of like, I don't say story, I guess the defense's whole theory makes more sense to me now. Does that make sense?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. This is the thing. Like, Karen didn't do it. Someone else did it. Not sure who it was. At the end of the
Right.
day, we're looking to get Karen off. And these text messages had to come in to prove that he had a hard on for Karen and was pissed that he was drunk and he's at a bar and he sees her with the guy that she's trying to cheat on with him and she's ignoring him. And
Right.
enough like that would like get someone like fired up. That would get someone fired up. And I don't know if he did it. I don't know if he was involved, but like his behavior and especially him not coming to testify, he agreed to that. If I was accused of this, I would be on that a witness stand with my chest out. Like I didn't do anything. And I would tell them. But all these people are hiding stuff and they're colluding. And then you got fucking Yuri Buchanan up there, not saying Proctor's name, and he was fired from the Mass State Police for his conduct in this case. Like, make all that make sense. It's not about whether they can hit on women successfully or whether they can't. That I don't care. Like, don't bark up my tree. I have a specific type. but I don't care what you do. It's none of my business. But like, you are involved somehow. So something's going on.
Yeah, I mean, but for me, like, there was, even though I thought Karen was innocent prior in the first trial, like I've never wavered on that. I've always thought she was innocent, but some stuff didn't make sense. Like, how do you explain this? How do you explain that? And like literally those text messages. I feel like
we back.
Oh, okay, we're back.
Bye.
This court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, you had an opportunity, obviously, you read them, so now you've familiarized yourself with that series of text messages that you received from Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes.
Would you, I'm going to ask you the same question again. Would you consider those text messages as you reviewed them when you received them from Brian Higgins as being flirtatious or romantic in nature?
I would not categorize them to that extent. Certain parts of it might be, but the total conversation, if you want my opinion, I can provide you with it.
Was there some flirtation in the text messages that you noted?
There are terms that I used. You're hot, witty, stuff like that. You know, talking about banging and hooking up.
What word would you use to describe them if not flirtatious?
The totality of the conversation?
Sure. Let's start there.
My opinion is that it's a angry girlfriend trying to set up a hookup to her John.
To her jump?
To her John.
To her John.
Yeah.
Would you consider the responses from Brian Higgins to be flirtatious in nature?
There are conversation parts that are enticing, maybe a little of advances, but the totality of, to put a label on the whole thing, my opinion is that she's trying to get revenge.
Get revenge?
Yes, get revenge.
On John?
Yeah.
For what happened on New Year's Eve?
Yes.
Okay. When you say revenge, you don't mean physical revenge.
Well, emotional revenge. She's trying to hook up with Higgins and then hurt John by cheating on him.
And in fact, you did note that John O'Keefe was not privy to these text messages, right? Objection.
I'll allow that. Do you know that?
I do not, Your Honor, no.
He's not on these texts, is he?
I don't know if their accounts are synced at this point. I don't know if he's seen them. I don't know.
He's not, his phone, you know what his phone number is. You guys got his phone, right?
We do have his device, yes.
Do you have any evidence that his account was somehow, I don't even know if that is synced with Karen Reed's account?
Not from his device, no, but he could have seen the text message.
Okay, so there's no evidence that he was synced. His account was synced with anything, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
There's no evidence.
You were facing the other way. I didn't hear.
There's no evidence that his account was synced with anything.
Not his device that we have, no.
And you don't have, as you sit here, you don't have any evidence whatsoever that he saw any of these text messages, correct?
We don't have that, but I do not know.
Okay. So as you sit here, my question is very simple. Do you have evidence, affirmative evidence, that John O'Keefe ever saw these text messages?
I do not have evidence that he saw them,
Okay.
no.
So would you agree that the text messages show a romantic interest, for whatever motivation, a romantic interest from Brian Higgins toward Ms. Reed?
You have to ask that differently.
In your mind, as you read the text messages, did you determine in your head that there was a romantic interest by Brian Higgins toward Karen Reed?
In my mind, I saw the text messages for what they were, initiated by Karen Reed, and began a text message conversation with Brian Higgins.
And Brian Higgins was responsive to those text messages, correct?
They did communicate back and forth.
He was responsive to the overtures that Ms. Reed made toward him, correct? Suggestions. Let's get together for a drink, come over to my house, I'll come over to your house, things of that nature. Those went back and forth between the two, correct?
Yes, they went back and forth. Yes.
And did you determine that there was an interest by Brian Higgins in Karen Reed?
I read that he repeatedly asked her what's her plan, what's her goal, what's her interest, what's her intent.
Did that show you an interest on his part in her?
I think at one point he said he was confused, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, or what's the term he used? He was unsure what she wanted.
He called her hot.
He did, yes.
He called her witty.
Right from the rip, yes.
He said he wanted to spend time with her.
Spend time, yes, yeah.
He was interested in going over to her house.
Yes,
He was interested in her possibly coming over to his house.
yes,
He told her that he thought she was hot, his words, from the jump, correct?
from the jump, yep.
How did you interpret that?
From the jump, I would interpret it as right from the beginning, maybe the first time they saw each other, laid eyes on each other. I mean,
As a matter of fact, he basically said that, didn't he, in the text message? From the first time I saw you, I thought you were hot.
yes.
He constantly was using phrases, to use your words, phrases interested in knowing how she felt about him, correct?
Gotcha. Sustained you to ask it differently, Mr. Jones.
Did you interpret any of his text messages as Brian Higgins being interested in knowing how she felt, what she was thinking about him?
Objection. Ask it again.
When you first saw these text messages and you reviewed them, did you interpret those text messages in your mind? That's what I'm interested in your mind, as Brian Higgins being interested in knowing how Karen Reed felt about him?
I believe his statement indicates that he was interested in seeing what her interest was, what her intention were, and questioning the fact that she's dating live-in boyfriend with his buddy.
He used the word ghost several times, correct?
I do recall reading the word ghost.
How did you interpret that word?
Objection. I'll allow it.
I interpreted ghost in the common slang terminology as to abandon conversation, stop communicating.
He indicated that 2 different times in the text string, correct?
I know I read the text messages. By reading them out loud to a room full of people, I might not have remembered how many times the term ghost came through.
Fair
I was concentrating more on the reading, not of the comprehension of each word.
Fair enough. But you did note that he used that term in his text messages to her, correct?
I think I recall at least once that the term ghost was present in the communication.
Did you interpret that? I'm looking for what was in your mind. Did you interpret that, the use of that term by Brian Higgins, as showing some level of frustration at her abandonment of the conversation?
No, I did not. No.
Not at all?
No.
Have you ever heard the phrase, "you ghosted me"?
Yes.
How do you interpret that phrase, just in general?
I've heard it communicated between other people. I've never used the term ghosted. I think it's a little after my time in communicating with others, but I take it as you stopped responding to my text messages.
Do you take that, do you interpret that, or did you interpret that as a positive or a negative comment? You ghosted me.
I interpret it as a matter of fact, like you stopped talking to me. I never thought about it in a positive or negative connotation. I never gave it any thought.
As you sit here now, if you do give it thought, would you put a positive or a negative connotation on the phrase, "you ghosted me"?
Objection.
Sustained.
You're aware that based on the text messages that we just saw, there was a series of text messages that went back and forth starting in mid-January and basically ending around January 23rd, correct?
This chain of text messages began in January 12th and ended January 29th.
Right. I'm going to get to the 29th, but the back and forth ended on January 23rd, did it not?
I don't recall specifically. I can leaf through it and tell you what it is. I know I read the dates out loud, and again, I was concentrating on reading.
Do you have the document in front of you?
I do.
Could you turn to the last page?
Yes, sir.
I believe it's the last page. It may be the second to the last page or something. Do you see an entry on January 23rd, 2022, a text message from Brian Higgins, "Thought you were all set"?
Yes.
And Ms. Reed responded with "talking?" Question mark, "No," period. Correct?
That is her response.
Mr. Higgins then responds, with 4 N's behind the H, correct?
That's correct.
And then he responds again. By the way, did Ms. Reed respond to the
No, she did not.
And then he follows up with, "You sure?" with no punctuation, correct?
That's correct.
Did Ms. Reed respond to "you're sure"?
She did not.
The next text is on January 29th at 11:32 p.m., correct? I'm sorry, January 28th at 11:32 p.m. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Is that from Ms. Reed or from Mr. Higgins?
At 11:32 p.m. on Friday, January 28th, it is from Mr. Higgins.
That's all I asked. And now, can you tell the jurors what that text is? And then the next text immediately after it.
Well,
So between January 23rd and January 28th, would you describe Ms. Reed's side of the conversation as having ghosted Mr. Higgins?
no, she initiates the conversation. You had me read the second text message in the chain.
Between January 29th, January 23rd, when that last text message was sent by Brian Higgins, until January 28th at 11:32, would you describe that as Ms. Reed having ghosted Mr. Higgins for those 5 days?
Strictly looking at the text message communications and not knowing whether they.
I'm not asking you to speculate. I know there's other stuff you want to say. I'm asking you just to read, but just to answer the question that I've asked. Based on the text that are in front of you, Sergeant Lieutenant, does it appear that Ms. Reed ghosted, as you define the term, Mr. Higgins, from January 23rd until January 28th?
One could read into that in that manner, yeah.
And then on January 28th, Sergeant Buchanan, when Brian Higgins sends, well, did Ms. Reed respond?
No, she did not. They were together at the same location.
Did she respond to the text?
On that day?
Correct.
Not on a text message, no.
You said they were together. That means that Brian Higgins was together in the same room with Ms. Reed when he sent his text, correct?
Yes.
And she ignored it, didn't she? Okay.
Sustained.
You also received from Mr. Higgins certain text messages between him, Mr. Higgins, and John O'Keefe himself, correct?
Yes, we did.
And one of those text messages, one of the last text messages that they exchanged was, as a matter of fact, the last text message that was exchanged was Brian Higgins at 12:20 a.m. on January 29th, 2022, texting Mr. O'Keefe, "You coming here?" with 3 question marks, correct?
I would have to take a look at the document. I don't have a memory of it specifically. I know I reviewed it, but I don't have a memory of the time and content.
May I approach you on?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. No worries. Based on this extraction, I cannot definitively say that this text message was sent on January 29th because of the file source time and and the JPEG being so small. I can't testify to that, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
Mr. Brennan has kindly offered to stipulate that the "you coming here" text was sent. I would offer the following stipulation: that "you coming here" text was sent on January 29th at 12:20 a.m. from Brian Higgins to John O'Keefe's phone. Quote, "You coming here," 3 question marks following. What was the time? I'm good. 12:20 a.m. May we enter that stipulation with the court's permission?
Sure. So, jurors, you've heard that the lawyers agree that that fact is true.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant. So you were aware of the timeline on or about January 29th when, first of all, Karen Reed had not responded to a text message from January 23rd throughout January 28th and into January 29th. Sorry, throughout January 28th by 11:32 p.m. or so. She just not responded. Correct?
So the text message that she sent to Brian Higgins, the last time she sent a text message was on the 23rd.
And he responded with several text messages to which she did not respond on January 23rd. Correct?
I believe she sent 2 and he said 3, I believe.
So the answer is yes. There was a text message that she sent, I'm sorry, that he sent to which she did not respond. Is that right? On the 23rd.
He was the last one to send a text message on the 23rd.
That was following multiple text messages back and forth between the two of them, spanning a couple of weeks. Correct?
Yes.
Then, on January 28th, 2022, Brian Higgins is at the Waterfall Bar and Grill after 11:30 p.m., correct?
He was.
Karen Reed then walks into that same Waterfall Bar and Grill, accompanied by her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, correct?
They did.
Brian Higgins then texted Karen Reed, who's standing in the room. Well, correct?
Correct.
Karen Reed ignored that text, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Karen Reed did not respond to that text.
There's no text.
Brian Higgins then, a little less than an hour later, texts John directly, "You coming here?" with 3 question marks, correct?
Correct. It's been stipulated.
That is an accurate timeline of the events that we've just talked about, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're also aware of a call, your investigation revealed a call between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m. on the 29th, correct?
Objection. Sustained.
Did your investigation reveal a call between between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m.?
Objection. Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Okay.
just a moment.
Sure.
Sergeant Buchanan, did you become aware during the course of your investigation, then I'll narrow the time frame, during the course of your investigation, that there were calls between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at approximately 2:22 a.m. on the 29th?
During the course of my investigation, I was not aware of that. If you have a document that I can see, I can tell you if I've ever seen it before.
Did you seek to secure Brian Albert's cell phone to determine what calls he did and didn't make on
No.
January 29th or January 28th?
No, we did not.
Okay. Would, in your experience, would a phone extraction, a cell phone extraction of Brian Albert's phone have revealed calls made and received in the time frame that we're talking about, the 28th and the 29th of January 2022?
If a phone is extracted, the records of phone calls being made and received would show those records.
You did receive information from Brian Higgins' phone, specifically the texts that he claimed he pulled off of his phone and gave to you, correct?
We received text messages that I read today that Brian Higgins provided from his phone.
Did you seek to secure his actual phone for a forensic download or forensic mirror image to get the actual calls made and received or text messages made and received from his phone?
No, we did not.
At some point, this is just yes or no, at some point, did you become aware of a call between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m. on the morning of the 29th? Just yes or no?
No.
As you sit here today, this is new information to you. Let me rephrase that. This is unknown information to you. You do not have any information about that?
Objection. Sustain. We need a time frame, Mr. Jeff.
I realize that, Judge. That's why I'm asking it this way. As you sit here, are you aware of a phone call between Brian Albert and Brian Higgins at 2:22 a.m. on January 29th, 2022?
Look, you just shared that with me. I have no memory or record of seeing that it actually took place. I do not know.
Okay, so you've never heard that before. That was what I was getting to. You've never heard that before.
No.
Okay. You indicated that you did not seek to secure Brian Albert's phone to do a phone extraction at any time, correct?
We did not try to get Brian Albert's phone for any reason whatsoever.
Did you become aware during the course of your investigation that Brian Albert destroyed his phone?
I'd like to be seen. Objection.
Jurors, disregard that question. Go over to sidebar, please.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you become aware of a call that was made by Brian Higgins at 1:35 a.m. while at Canton Police Department?
I am not aware of that, no.
So you did nothing in terms of investigating any phone call that Brian Higgins did or didn't make while at Canton PD on the night or the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022?
We never sought to get Brian Higgins' phone. He was not looked at as a individual that we would need to get his information for any reason at that point.
Even after you received and read all of those text messages between him and Karen Reed?
Correct.
And even after you became aware of the timeline that we just walked through, starting on January 23rd, going all the way into January 28th and into January 29th, you did nothing to investigate that.
We had the information that we had. We did not need to get his phone.
And the information that you had came from Brian Higgins himself, not from a forensic extraction, correct?
The extraction that Brian Higgins provided was a forensics extraction of his communications with Mr. O'Keefe and Karen Reed. We had Mr. O'Keefe's phone and we had Karen Reed's phone, so we can verify and confirm that those text message communications were accurate, unredacted, not deleted, and were true representation of what their communications consisted of.
And that was a representation made by whom?
The totality of it.
That was a representation made by whom? A person made that representation to you that it was fair and accurate. Who made that representation?
It wasn't a person, it was the extractions between the three devices.
Well, an extraction that you were handed on a device by someone, correct?
No, I said that we had all three devices. And as I told Mr. Higgins in our interview together, I said, Brian, we have those two devices.
Meaning
if
Sean
you
and Karen's.
correct.
Okay.
If there's anything deleted or altered in any way, we will have proof of it. So please make sure that you understand the magnitude of this situation. We're investigating a homicide. It needs to be accurate, and it was.
And you trusted that coming from Brian Higgins rather than simply getting an extraction from his phone, correct? Yes.
I trusted him, yes, because we trust and verify. And after verifying, the extractions were correct.
And following that verification of the text messages, did that raise any suspicion in your mind about any possible motives Brian Higgins may have relative to John O'Keefe?
Suspicions of motives? Is that your question?
Correct.
No, the evidence spoke for itself. The honesty, cooperation of all the witnesses and corroborating, supporting facts spoke for themselves. So I was not suspicious of his motives. The conversation was documented over text message. Spoke for itself.
Supporting documentation, including a text message, the text message at 2:20 a.m., just minutes before John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview from Brian Higgins, right? 12:20 a.m. That's one of the factors, right?
That's one of the factors that is part of the entire investigation, yes.
One of the other factors is that John O'Keefe's body was found in the lawn at 34 Fairview, just feet from the front door, side door, and the garage door. Right?
That is when Mr. O'Keefe was found on the left side of the lawn, yes.
And one of the factors was you originally said that it appeared that it may be an incident involving a cocktail glass to the face. Initially, please.
Based on verbal reports, initially, that was a possibility. Again, it was before we spoke to
I realize it's before a lot of other things happened, but initially, that's what I'm asking about.
yes, initially, it was a possibility.
And when you saw John O'Keefe at the hospital, a big contusion above his right eye, correct?
That is not correct.
He had a big egg just above his right eye.
That is not correct.
You did not see that?
His eyelids were swollen, not above his eye. And it wasn't a contusion.
Two different paramedics said that they saw what they described as an egg above his right eye. Well, let me ask you differently. Did you speak to any of the paramedics?
Yes.
Did they describe an egg above his right eye?
I'd have to see a report to actually be described as an egg above his right eye.
Did you notice a laceration at his right eye?
His right eyelid did have a tiny, tiny laceration.
Did you see a small laceration at his nostril on his nose?
A tiny, tiny laceration, yes.
You noted that he didn't have any broken bones or fractures other than to his skull?
I did not know that. I didn't conduct x-rays or conduct the autopsy. I'm not a medical professional.
You didn't ask the doctors at the time you went and visited him and saw him in the hospital whether or not he had broken bones or fractures?
I don't believe they reported that.
And another factor that you considered was the fact that in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, around 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., there were no taillight pieces found at that location? Zero? Do you consider that?
At what point?
On January 29th, when say 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m. Consider that?
Once we learned that there was damage to the defendant's right rear taillight, I could only consider at that point because I didn't know what I didn't know.
Right.
We don't know, we don't know. We work with the evidence that's presented and we develop the investigation.
And the evidence that was presented at that time, Sergeant, was a leaf blower was used to search the area, the exact area that you've described for this jury as being the area around the fire hydrant flagpole where John's body was, and no taillight material was found at all in the first searches. You're aware of that, yes or no?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you're also aware that no taillight material was found until after that SUV was in Massachusetts State Police custody and sitting at the Sally Port in Kent. Correct?
I believe the first taillight piece was found after it was in our custody. I don't know the exact time. I'd have to see it.
When you talked to Brian Higgins, did you ask Brian Higgins about potentially seeing John's body when he left 34 Fairview and headed over to Canton PD?
Yes, I did.
You knew that at that time, say 1 o'clock, 1:30 in the morning, there was about 0.2 of an inch of dusting of snow, correct? Very light.
At that point in time, there was a coating. I cannot speak to the amount of snow that was on the ground.
But Brian Higgins told you in that interview that he didn't see the body because it was hidden by a snowbank.
Objection.
Did he say that to you?
I don't have a memory of that, Your Honor.
May I approach you on?
Yes.
Take a look at page 3 of the highlighted portion, if you wouldn't mind. May I approach?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that Brian Higgins said something about a snowbank at the time when he left 34 Fairview?
He stated the reason he did not pay attention to the grass is he was concerned with his snowplow on his vehicle and was not paying attention to anything over the snowbank, just with the plow in front of him as he operated the vehicle.
And of course, you knew at the time, as a detective and an investigator, you knew at the time that with a dusting of snow, there is no snowbank. Right.
He mentioned plowing the driveway for the Alberts when he arrived. So there might have been coating and he was just plowing it and then creating a line. I cannot speak to how much snow was actually being plowed with the dusting that was on the ground. So there might have been a small snowbank. Again, he was referencing it. He was not paying attention to anything behind the snowbank. So behind it.
Snowbank being in the yard. Actually, he said the lawn.
Yeah, he's,
Sorry. He talked about the snowbank being in the lawn, not the driveway, correct? That's how he described it.
he said he was not paying attention anything past the snowbank being the lawn.
And did not pay too much attention to the lawn area behind the snowbank, correct?
Right, off to that area, right.
Did that raise any suspicions in your mind that Brian Higgins may have been being less than truthful with you?
No.
Getting back to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, you were also aware that Brian Albert was at the Waterfall, correct?
At one point, yes, we learned that.
And you knew that Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were friends with each other. Is that right?
We learned that as well, yes.
You've already indicated that you did not seek Brian Higgins' phone records. I may have asked you this, and if I did, I apologize. Did you seek Brian Albert's phone records or an extraction from his phone?
No, we did not.
Did you look at the entirety of the waterfall video? Did you review the entirety of the waterfall video when you first obtained it? Or have you looked at it since?
I have at one point or another viewed the entire video, yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, this has already been marked as evidence, but I cannot write it on my notes. Exhibit 22, I'm told.
Okay.
May we exhibit that for the, or present that for the jurors?
Yes.
And I'm asked to advance this to runtime 8:30 to about 11:08, so a couple of minutes with the court's permission.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and play that. Can we pause it briefly, Mr. Wolk?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Can you please, if you can, point for the jurors whether or not you see Brian Higgins in that video?
I'll use the screen in front of me for initial indication. I believe I believe that is Brian Higgins right there.
Can you do me a favor, just so everybody has a perspective? Can you also point to him there? Okay.
There you go, right there. I believe that is Brian Higgins.
Okay. Do you see Brian Albert in that video?
I can't tell you exactly. Maybe if you run it a little bit longer, or zoom it in, I could possibly tell you. But from right here, right now, I cannot.
Sergeant, why don't we play this for a couple of seconds? And if you don't mind, if you get to a point where you recognize the person that you know is Brian Albert, could you just tell me to stop and I'll pause it?
Absolutely.
Let's go ahead and play it with the court's permission.
Sure.
Can you pause it?
Stop it.
Go ahead, Sergeant.
Brian Albert is the individual right there. Right there.
Can you describe what Brian Albert and, by the way, for the record, Your Honor, the witnesses indicated the person toward the left, right under the 2-9 on the chyron on top, the 29?
Yes.
Can you describe what you see the two individuals, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, doing in this scene?
It looks like they are facing each other, possibly squaring off in a stance.
Can we go ahead and play this forward, please? Can we pause it? Sergeant, did you see either of the two men or both of them squaring off in what you would consider to be a fighting stance?
I guess it could be considered that. I would look more like roughhousing. It's a couple of buddies messing around.
Not suggesting they were actually fighting, but a fighting stance.
Yeah, no, they were not fighting, no.
Go ahead and play it. Can you pause it? Sergeant, do you happen to see in this shot, just for orientation, do you see my client, Ms. Reed?
I'm sorry, I was paying attention to the two gentlemen.
That's fair. That's kind of an unfair question. Could you, if we play this a few more seconds, could you look around, scan around, and tell me if you see someone that you believe is my client?
Yes, I will try.
Let's go ahead and play. Go ahead and pause it. Do you see anybody that looks like Ms. Reed?
Yes, I believe she's in top right corner of the frame talking to Mr. O'Keefe and I believe two other gentlemen.
Long hair?
On your client?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play this up to 11:08, please. Is that up to 11:08? Okay, thank you. We can take that one down briefly. This is, if we have the lights, thank you. Sergeant, this is at the waterfall just before midnight on January 29th, 2022, correct? What you just saw.
That footage is from the waterfall just before midnight on 28th.
I'm sorry, my mistake. On the January 28th, 2022.
Correct.
Going into midnight, January 29th, 2022.
Yes, sir.
All right. This would be just minutes before everyone headed out of the waterfall and went back towards Fairview, correct?
Not everyone. The band didn't go to the Fairview.
Well, obviously, I'm not talking about the band or the bartenders. I'm talking about Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, those folks. Correct?
It's before some of those individuals left the bar and headed to 34 Fairview.
If we could push to runtime 16:35, 17:22, while you're queuing that up, did you see, after I asked you the initial time about the stance that the two men were taking, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, did you see them continue to take what could be reasonably described as a fighting stance toward each other, even in jest?
They were squaring off and roughhousing, yeah.
Okay, what does squaring off mean?
Facing an opponent in like wrestling or a martial art, I guess.
Hands up?
Yes, squaring off, yeah.
You are former military
Yes,
and current law enforcement.
yes.
Is hand-to-hand fighting taught in both military and paramilitary organizations like law enforcement?
I had hand-to-hand combat training in the Marine Corps. I had defensive tactics in law enforcement capacity in the Marine Corps, federal, local, and state academies.
Are you aware that Brian Albert is former military?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I am aware that Brian Albert is former military.
And Brian Albert was also a Boston police officer.
I am aware of that as well, yes.
Are you aware that Brian Higgins was former military and a combat veteran?
Now I am, yes.
And are you aware that Brian Higgins, at the time this was taken, this video was taken, was also a federal law enforcement agent?
I was aware, yes, I was,
Okay.
yeah.
If we can go ahead and run at 16:35 to 17:22 with the court's permission.
Okay.
If you can pause it. Can you describe for the jurors what you see Brian Albert and Brian Higgins doing in this footage?
Based on my understanding, it looks like he's giving him the Heimlich maneuver or abdominal thrust, I guess. I don't know what he's doing.
Brian Albert's got his hands around Brian Higgins, correct?
That's what it looks like from here. I have no idea what he's doing.
Could it be described as wrestling or grappling?
I guess, yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. Thank you. If we can take that down. During the course of reviewing this video, or the entirety of the video, not just the clips that you just reviewed, did you see where John O'Keefe was, generally speaking, relative to Brian Higgins and Brian Albert?
throughout the entire time.
He wasn't standing still, I understand that, but generally, was he standing with them or was he closer to the bar in the back of the video?
I believe after Mr. O'Keefe arrived and embraced a few people with hugs, I guess if I had to estimate, most of the time he was on the other side of the table, which would be closest to the bar area.
And after you saw Mr. O'Keefe walk in and greet everybody with salutations, did you ever see him interacting with Brian Higgins and Brian Albert throughout the evening again on this video?
On this video, I did not know.
I'd like to play runtime, one more clip, Your Honor, runtime 1915 to 1957, about 45 or 50 seconds. Can you pause it? Just to orient the jurors, can you see any individuals that you earlier described, Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, any of those individuals in this clip as yet? Or do we need to play it a little further?
I would need you to play it a little bit further, please.
Is it possible, with the court's permission, to zoom in on the upper portion of the video?
Okay.
You could center that just a little bit toward the right. Other way. There we go. Thank you. And if we could go ahead and play that from 1915 to about 1957. Pause it. Do you recognize the three people center screen now?
I really can't make it out. I would have to be assuming, or guessing. I can't make it out to identify each individual.
Let's play it forward if we can. One more time. At this point, go ahead and pause it. At this point, can you make out any individuals?
Yes.
Okay.
At this point, I can say that looks like Brian Higgins in the middle of the three gentlemen.
What is he wearing?
It looks like a hooded sweatshirt.
Okay. And the person to his, sorry, let's do it from your perspective or the juror's perspective. The person to the left of Brian Higgins.
I believe that's Brian Albert.
And the person to the right of Brian Higgins.
To the right from my perspective?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I believe that's Chris Albert, but I'm not positive. I'm not
Let's go ahead
positive.
and play it. Stop. Did you see Brian Higgins just do something?
I was not paying attention to his gesture. We have to replay that, please.
Does it appear he's looking a particular direction?
He is looking in a particular direction based on that frame, yes.
Is that toward the bar area?
It's in that direction. I don't know exactly where he's looking, whether he's looking at the bar, to the right of the bar. I can't tell from this.
Okay. Okay. And John O'Keefe, you indicated earlier that John O'Keefe, that's where you saw him most of the video, toward the bar area, to the right of the bar.
If you scroll to push the screen to the right, I can tell you where Mr. O'Keefe is.
With the court's permission.
Yes.
Do you see Mr. O'Keefe in that group of people?
I cannot make him out. Could you play the video? Maybe he is behind an individual.
Let's go back to, if with the court's permission, I'd like to go back to the full video, and let's play it from here. Pause it. Could you see what was happening with Brian Higgins?
He was gesturing to someone. I was trying to see Mr. O'Keefe. We were talking about Mr. O'Keefe, so
Understood.
I apologize.
Understood. With the court's permission, could I play the video one more time with it focused on the other side of the bar?
Okay.
Thank you. Last time.
Can you tell me who to focus on, please,
Yes.
so I'm not looking for the wrong person? Thank
Sure.
you.
Pause it. Do you see John O'Keefe there?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you point to where he is for the jurors, please, on both televisions?
Mr. O'Keefe is right there wearing the sweatshirt, multi-tone gray sweatshirt with the hood on it and his hat.
And
And this
on the other TV?
right there. He's appears to be at the bar paying the bill.
Okay. With this perspective, could we just go ahead and play that, the 30 or 45 seconds one more time? But please focus on Mr. O'Keefe. Pause it. Do you see where Mr. O'Keefe is looking at this point?
Yes.
Where is he looking? What direction?
Well, from this vantage point, it looks like he's looking to the left on the screen at the individual he's appears to be conversing with.
Okay, go ahead and play it. Pause it. And what about now?
Same individual.
Okay.
He's still engaged in conversation.
Pause it. And what about now?
He's taking a sip of beer
Right. Which direction is he looking?
in the same direction.
Okay. Go ahead and play it. And go ahead and pause it. We could go back out to the full screen. At this point, does it appear in the video that Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, Chris Albert have all left the bar?
There's someone standing across the table from Mr. O'Keefe to his rear. I don't know who that is, so I can't testify to that. The others have left.
Given this perspective, now that we've seen both of them zoomed, do you have an opinion as to whether or not it appeared that Mr. Higgins was gesturing toward John O'Keefe just before he left the bar?
Given this perspective, he might have been. I don't know who he was gesturing at.
Okay. We can have the lights up. Let me take that down. I want to change gears for a second. Let me ask one more series of questions, if I could, Sergeant. What we've just seen was literally Brian Albert, Brian Higgins leaving Waterfall to go to a different location. What was the location they were heading to, based on your investigation?
They were heading to 34 Ferry Road.
And shortly thereafter, who else followed to go over to 34 Fairview?
I'm sorry, you said Chris Albert?
No, I didn't.
No, you didn't. Okay.
Nope.
Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, they went to 34 Fairview, and then Mr. O'Keefe also traveled there.
Thank you. I want to shift gears, if I could, to another video. Did you review certain ring videos, specifically relative to One Meadows, the outdoor ring video servicing the carport area?
Yes, I have reviewed those videos.
If we could, Your Honor, just a moment. This has previously been marked as 12A. Okay. If we could with the court's permission, zoom in on the Chevy Traverse in the upper left-hand, the vehicle in the upper left-hand corner of the video?
Okay.
Pause it. Just go ahead and zoom in on the upper left-hand corner. Okay, go ahead and play. Pause. Did you see anything happen with the left rear tire of the other car in the driveway?
Which car are you talking about?
The highlighted portion, the parked car, which is the left rear tire that's zoomed in on.
I wasn't paying attention to the tire. Can you play it again, please?
With the court's permission?
Okay.
Let's try that one more time. Pause it. Okay, you can take that down. Did you see anything happen with that left rear tire of the Chevy Traverse?
Based on that video, it appears there might have been movement there.
Last year, and you've seen this video several times, correct?
I have.
You saw it during the course of your investigation, not just in the course of proceedings, correct?
Right.
Last year, you indicated that you observed the vehicle, Miss Reed's vehicle, come near Mr. O'Keefe's car. Which one in that video was Mr. O'Keefe's car?
The Chevy Traverse.
And that would be the car that was parked and static, not moving, correct?
Correct.
Having seen this, do you still believe that the SUV came near the Chevy Traverse, or do you believe it struck the Chevy Traverse?
With the clarity of that video, there is a lot of movement in the shot. Not with great certainty. It appeared that there was movement of the tire, but I cannot say with 100% certainty there was movement.
You can't say with 100% certainty that that tire literally shifted and wiggled upon some sort of an impact.
Based on the video, there appeared to have been movement.
Okay. You had this video for the first 3 years of your investigation. You had this video very early on, correct?
That's correct.
And for the first several years of your investigation, did you either deny, well, let me ask it this way. Was it your assessment that the SUV did not contact that Chevy Traverse?
My assessment with the totality of it all was that based on the video, there was no damage that occurred to either vehicle at that point in time.
That wasn't my question, Sergeant. My question was your assessment that there was no contact between the two vehicles? Is that what you assessed during the course of your investigation?
I did not assess that there was no contact, no.
Even as recently as last year, you testified in another proceeding that the SUV came close to the Chevy Traverse, right?
Yes, I said there's a lot of movement in that shot. It's difficult to tell if there was more for me to observe and push that certainty level up. I would have testified differently.
As you've seen the video enhanced, zoomed in on, do you wish to amend that testimony from last year?
Ask it differently.
Sure. Given what you've just seen, what is your testimony now about whether or not that SUV struck the Chevy Traverse?
There is movement of the tire. There is movement.
Movement of the tire. Could be an earthquake, could be someone standing there and pushing the car. I'm asking you, based on what you just saw in this video, do you believe that the SUV struck the Chevy Traverse?
Logically speaking, the two vehicles had to have come into contact for the tire to move
They had to have collided, correct?
at a slow speed, yes.
Which area of the SUV collided with the Chevy Traverse? The front, the rear?
It appears from the video it's the right rear area of the Lexus SUV that comes into contact with the Traverse.
What time was this video taken?
I believe that is at 5:07 a.m., if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you, Sergeant. I want to change gears again, if I could, and ask you about a dog. You're aware that the Alberts, Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, had a dog that they named Chloe on on January 28th, 29th of 2022, correct?
Objection. I'll allow the question. Were you aware of that?
At what point in time, sir?
January 28th, 29th, that area.
Was I aware that they owned a dog on January 28th or 29th?
No. Are you aware now that on January 28th or 29th, they owned a dog? There was a dog in the house.
Now I am aware, yes.
Okay. During the course of your investigation, you learned that, correct?
Yes.
During the course of your investigation, did you also become aware that the Alberts got rid of their family dog?
Objection. I'm going to see you at sidebar on this, please.
Sure. I think I forgot where I left off. May I, Your Honor? Thank you. Sergeant, at some point during the course of your investigation, did you learn that the Albert family had gotten rid of the dog named Chloe?
We learned that they no longer cared for the dog. I don't know if get rid of is accurate.
Well, they don't have it anymore, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what would you call it?
Giving it up for adoption, I guess. I don't know. I'm not a pet owner.
Or what if they didn't give it up for adoption?
I'm sorry?
What if they didn't give it up for adoption?
Rehomed, I guess.
Okay. So it's no longer with them, right?
Correct. They no longer own the dog.
Okay, so they got rid of it. It's like you get rid of a car, right? Right?
You can get rid of a car, yeah.
Okay. And you can get rid of a dog. That's all I'm asking.
Yes, you can get rid of a dog, yes.
Okay. At some point during the course of your investigation, did you find out that the Albert family got rid of Chloe?
We learned that they no longer owned Chloe, yes.
Okay. When did you learn that?
I cannot tell you exactly. I can tell you when we looked into it officially.
When did you look into it officially?
I traveled to the dog's home and assisted with identifying the dog and investigating that animal.
Okay. What documentation did you use to identify that animal?
It was veterinary records.
I'll stop you there. Veterinary records from whom? From the Albert family? When they
I did not get any veterinary records from the Albert family.
The veterinary records that you did get were veterinary records that had been utilized with the Albert name. Where were these veterinary records?
The veterinary records were with the vet that's caring for the dog and also owns the dog now.
Okay.
And those records also had been dated prior to when the dog was owned by the Alberts.
Okay. So other than some veterinary records that, and by the way, the dog's not even named Chloe, correct?
The new owners renamed the dog, yes.
Cora?
That's correct.
And the new owners did not get that dog from Brian and Nicole Albert, did they?
No, they did not.
They got it from a separate person. Is that right?
That is correct.
Separate person named Riley?
That's her last name, yes.
And did this person Riley have any records showing purchase of Chloe or adoption of Chloe from the Alberts?
No.
You did write a report about the newest owner of this animal, this dog, correct?
I documented my trip to the location and the steps I took and services I provided in the investigation.
And in that report, you omitted the name of the new owner?
I'm not sure.
Did you omit the location of where you actually came in contact with this animal?
You're going to have to show me my report. I don't remember.
Yes.
Okay, I apologize about that.
No problem.
I'm the one slowing us down just a little bit. May I approach?
Yes.
Did this, reviewing your report, refresh your recollection as to whether or not the new owner's identifying information is in this report?
It did.
And is that information in the report?
No, it is not.
You've got, there are some veterinary records that you supplied along with your report, correct?
Yes.
That you gathered?
I'm sorry, what was
That you
it?
gathered along while you were doing?
Yes, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
If you'll take a look at those 4 documents. Do those appear to be the veterinary records that you gathered related to this animal?
Yes, it does.
Do any of those records, any of the veterinary records, the 4 pages that you're holding, even include the name Cora or the name of the new owner?
I browsed through it, and no, it does not appear that Cora or the new owner are included in any of these 4 pages.
May I approach?
Yes.
You don't have any transfer records for Chloe, correct?
All the records that are provided by the owner.
I'm going to go through a series of questions, Sergeant. If you can answer yes or no, that might make it go a little faster. You don't have any transfer records, correct?
I wouldn't know what it looks like. That's why it's even quicker me telling you that that's all the records that I have.
Okay. I want to answer my question. You
Okay.
don't have any transfer records.
I don't know what a transfer record would look like, so
the
I
answer
can't.
is no.
I don't know.
Okay. You don't have any rehoming records.
I don't know.
You don't have any purchase records.
I don't know.
The only records you do have are those 4 pages of veterinary records that don't have the name Cora and don't have the new owner's name. Correct?
That's correct.
You would agree, shifting gears for a second, that timely report writing obviously is an important aspect of any investigation, correct?
It is important, but we can only write reports as feasibly and possibly we're capable of doing. Sometimes investigations are rapid. So you can't write a report. You take notes, and it's some time goes by before you actually document the information on an official report. The information's there, it's gathered, it's maintained by the investigator, it's shared, it's acted on at times, but the official reports might take some time to write.
So obviously, if you're, like you said, things are fast moving in an investigation. It might be that you interview a witness on a Tuesday, you're super busy on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. It might be Friday before you can even sit down and draft a report about that interview that you did on Tuesday, correct?
Different circumstances dictate differently.
That would be completely normal.
Yes, it is.
But most of the time, it's best practices, and you're taught, and you teach your subordinates, that it's best practices to reduce to writing and memorialize a report as close in time to the event in question that's being memorialized as you can, right? Obviously, perfect world.
In a perfect world, we'd write it as it's happening.
Are you aware that more than 20 official police reports in this case were not recorded for more than 100 days from the time that the event in question was done, was being memorialized?
I did not know the exact date in delay.
Are you aware that there are 11 reports that are more than 300 days from the time of the event that was being memorialized?
I was not aware, no.
Are you aware that there are 3 reports that are more than 400 days from the time of the event that was being memorialized?
I am not aware, no.
Are you aware that there are 4 reports that are more than 500 days from the time of the event that's being memorialized?
I am not aware, no.
Are you aware that the longest delay of any report in this investigation was 581 days?
I am not aware of that, no.
You became aware early on in your investigation of 2 individuals named Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxson, correct?
They are witnesses, yes.
Both Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxson, you learned, were outside 34 Fairview in the early morning hours of January 29th, correct?
We did learn within our investigation at some point, yes.
And you learned, Sergeant, very early on in that investigation because you interviewed Ryan Nagel in February of 2022. It's just days after the event, correct?
I'm not sure of the exact date.
Obviously, as you just said, you became aware that Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxson were witnesses in your homicide investigation, important witnesses, you'd agree, correct?
They were witnesses.
You learned that they arrived at the house at 34 Fairview sometime after Karen Reed and John O'Keefe arrived and pulled up behind their parked SUV, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Can you repeat that, please?
Sure. You learned that where they fit into the investigative puzzle is that they pulled up behind Karen Reed's SUV when Karen Reed and John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview. They pulled up sometime after that and pulled up right behind them, correct?
That's not correct.
What is not correct about that?
They arrived simultaneously. Karen Reed took a right onto Fairview. They yielded to them and followed towards 34 Fairview, stopping at the driveway as Karen Reed proceeded further up.
Did you listen to the testimony in this case up to this point?
No.
There's a sequestration order, correct? Correct?
Yes, yes.
Which means you can't listen to the testimony of witnesses, eyewitnesses who are testifying in front of these jurors.
Correct, yes.
You don't know how witnesses have testified from that witness box in front of these jurors, correct?
I have no idea.
Okay. So your information is that they pulled up simultaneously, correct?
Is that what you just testified?
That's my memory from what the interview produced.
You certainly knew that there were eyewitnesses to the condition and the location of Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
Yes, yes, from their interviews, yes.
And you also are aware that they would have been in a position to see the occupants of Miss Reed's SUV as they were behind it and then pulled around it, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you become aware that they were in a position behind the SUV and as they pull around it, they could still see the SUV?
Objection.
Sustained.
You knew what potential role they played in your investigation as eyewitnesses, correct? Generally?
When we interviewed them, when we learned of their existence, when we interviewed them, we collected information based on their recollection.
Okay. My question was, you're aware that they had a certain perspective as it relates to the SUV that night, early morning hours, right?
Based on their interviews, they had a perspective with the brake light being on constantly.
I'm not asking you what they said. I'm asking you if during the course of your investigation, you learned that Ricky D'Antonio and Heather Maxson had a perspective. They were eyewitnesses to certain things. As
Yes.
relative to the SUV, right?
Yes.
You instructed your subordinate, Michael Proctor, to interview those witnesses in August of 2022, correct?
I'm not sure when they were interviewed. I don't have a memory of instructing him to go interview them.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you take a look at that document and tell me if you, why don't you just tell me if that, whether or not that refreshes your recollection as to communications you had with Michael Proctor specifically? Thank you, Sergeant. Does that refresh your recollection as to a conversation, or I'm sorry, a communication that you had with Michael Proctor?
Unfortunately, it does not. I will take the document at face value. I do not have a memory of having these communications, but I will take the document if it's authentic and it is true and accurate that it took place. But I do not have a memory of sending these text messages.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Also, my name's misspelled in there. Is that from the extraction, or where is that from?
Couldn't tell you. Wasn't me.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I can't take credit for that. Thank you. Thanks. If your memory is not refreshed about that particular communication, do you remember in general communicating with Michael Proctor about interviewing Ricky D'Antonio and Heather Maxson?
I do not know. I'm sorry.
Would that have been something that you would have found important relatively early on in the investigation? These are eyewitnesses. Let's get them interviewed.
Yes, it is important to interview anyone that's an eyewitness. Sometimes it takes longer because are you listening? I'm sorry.
Thanks.
You asked the question. I just wanted to answer.
I know the answers to my own questions. Go ahead.
Okay. So while we want to interview every eyewitness, sometimes an important fact is already detailed and witnessed by another witness. So in this situation, we had already interviewed one of the occupants, the one that was driving, the one that had the observed the events taking place, and we asked him if we were going to talk to the other two, would they have the same recollection, observations? Did they leave the vehicle to go in the house at all? Anything like that? Anything different? So that's
Okay, so it would be important, obviously, to interview witnesses in a timely manner.
in some instances, yes, yes.
Do you remember when Trooper Proctor actually interviewed Ricky D'Antonio and, I'm sorry, when Michael Proctor interviewed Ricky D'Antonio and Heather Maxson?
I do not have a memory of that, no. I'm sure a report would indicate when.
May I approach you?
Yes.
I may have misspoken. Sergeant, take a look at that. I thought that was a report from somebody else. It's a report from you, actually. Tell me if that refreshes your recollection as to when Ricky D'Antonio was actually interviewed.
Yes, this report, authored by me, was states that on Saturday, September 2nd, he was interviewed.
What year?
2023.
So that would have been a year and a half later, correct?
Yes.
Do you believe that's a timely report, or rather a timely interview for an eyewitness, the gravity of which is described in the report?
We again, perfect ideal world scenario, it would be quicker.
So that would be, not no excuses, I'm not going to bars, but that would be untimely, correct? Year and a half later.
We do the best we can.
You indicated that your memory was that the cars arrived simultaneously. That's a interview with Ricky D'Antonio. You see the highlighted portion?
I see.
Ricky D'Antonio actually told you that the car was parked, correct?
Objection. The objection sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach the
Yes, can I see that, please?
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Isn't it true that when you interviewed Ricky D'Antano, he indicated that upon their arrival at the home, 34 Fairview, quote, a dark-colored SUV was parked in front of the home facing up towards Chapman Street. That's what he told me, correct?
That's what the report indicates for Ricky's interview, yes.
And in fact, you wrote this report based on Ricky's interview.
I wrote that report, yes.
Thank you. If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm just about to
Why don't we come to sidebar now from the floor?
Jurors, especially as this moves along, I think it becomes more important for me to talk to the lawyers about scheduling and to give you some idea on how we're doing. I can tell you that everybody's in agreement that we are right on schedule. So we're not behind schedule. Optimistically, maybe we're still a little bit ahead, but we are on schedule for that. Monday, I'm going to ask you all to come in at 10. So we'll start at 10 o'clock on Monday, and we will go a full day Monday. We'll move every day next week. We'll use a full day. So we will see you next week. Those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Be very careful with your social media use, and we'll have a see you Monday at 10. Sergeant, we need you back.
Goodbye.
Hi, my friends. Oh my gosh. Feral Friday tonight is going to be so interesting. Amy Ames, are you there? No. I see you backstage, but I don't know if you're here. That was amazing, and that is not over. Did you see his face?
Oh, no.
Oh, hold on, Amy.
You need me before 10, please let people know so that we can deal with anything we can beforehand. I should be here. I'll be here before 10. So, all right, we'll see you.
All right. Ames.
What the fuck was that?
That was
Get rid of Jesse. That was crazy.
Girl, he lies
he
worse
just
than
ended
any
the
girl.
case.
Oh, yeah.
He took the L.
This
Oh
is a
shit!
firm
Sorry,
with over
hold on.
1,000 attorneys. You know why? Because they win a lot. The past few months, Morgan.
What?
Just turn off your YouTube. Yeah.
I can't stay very long because I'm playing with my son.
That's okay. Yeah, because we have Feral Friday tonight. But I just
am
wanted to
playing with my son. I can't try, but we have Feral Friday tonight. If you guys are here, 7:00, me and Kelly, you guys can come up with us. We're going to discuss and debrief the day. My son's really upset, so I got to go. Bye.
Alrighty. So today was amazing. Put a 1 in the chat if you're gonna come to Feral Friday tonight, because I want to know how many people are coming. Okay. Melanie's coming. Yay! Nikki would put a 5 because she doesn't listen. 3.14. Okay, Zach doesn't listen either. I should know better. Put any number in the chat if you're coming tonight. You can be late, Stacy. It's fine. Both will be here. Hate's coming. Drew's coming tonight. Tar Heel's coming tonight. Yay, you guys, I'm so excited. We've spent the whole week together and I still want to spend more time with you. So Zach, if you're dropping in a few times because you have friends in real life, then okay. But if you're dropping in only a couple times because you're going to other people's pages, then no. Rozzy has an 8. Okay, we got an 8. We got a number in the chat. Any number in the chat. Kev, we were so happy you were here with us. JFK and James freaking killed it with their video at the end there. Like, oh my gosh. I will stamp my feet. I will. I also swat people. Ask Lucas. Kev, you're welcome anytime to come in and hang out with us. This is a safe space to talk and have fun. But I'll also say safe words don't matter because apparently I said them a couple times and it did not stop the text messages. So I cannot unhear some of that. Kevin from South Boston. Yeah, we have to talk to you about your text messages. I need to get a little bit more detail, Kevin. Yeah, you can come up tonight and we'll talk. We'll just talk trash. We don't have anybody on the agenda. I don't think to come up and have like a show. I got you, boo. All right, boy. But we are going to have our Feral Friday, and we are going to just whatevs. super excited. So Lucas would think your relationship with friends are whack that you watch sports, go places to call each other horrible names. Why do you watch sports? Isn't YouTube more fun? True crime's a lot more fun. And then you guys, I just want to show you really quickly, without showing my face because I am looking like crap. But look at my husband got me for Mother's Day. He came home with me and surprised me for Mother's Day. So I had to show you guys. Zach's gay. No, gay Jeff though. Oh, you can't see them, Melanie? Hold on, let me see if I could do it. I don't wanna show my face.
Was that unless it
You see them?
Whoa, he's here.
You guys see him? Say pretty flowers. Aren't they so pretty? He's a good man. He's a good boy.
No.
He's a good one. We'll keep him around for a little bit. But maybe you go on cam tonight. Well, I'm definitely gonna shower. Ew, you don't want to see my face either. Is that? You're gonna go in timeout. Timeout. I'm gonna put you in timeout, young man. Thank you, Stacy. And be careful, Zach. There's a lot more women in this chat, and we will band together. You're already wrenched. I got no marbles. No, I don't. But I'll unwrench him faster than he can blink. I'll take that wrench right back. No, I won't because I don't have the access part to that. It's on Amy's YouTube part. But any other quick things to talk about real quick before I hit end stream? Amazing show tonight or today. And I want to say, if we don't see you between now and Sunday, happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there and the dads who have to be mom too. And it is a thankless job sometimes. So enjoy your day. Okay. Enjoy your day. Spend time with your babies, or if you're one of those that wants to go out. Zach. You love us all except for Nikki and Kelly. Okay, fine. That's fine. I will follow you around. Don't worry. I will find you. But all right. I love you guys. Again, if we don't see you tonight and you don't join us for Feral Friday at 7 p.m. right here, we will with me and Amy and Nikki and Kim and Mark, the core group of us that have started this show, because we're kind of a five pack, I guess you could say. We all wish you guys a very happy Mother's Day, and to the dads too that don't have to play mom. So, and we will talk to you later tonight. Love you guys.